Rebirth, my daily life cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576. Are you still going? During the break of evening self-study, because of Wu Yun's warning, Shan Kaikwon did not go to the playground to be tortured. He chose to go to the gym to lift weights. He asked his good brother Jiuo Kanan to accompany him. After hearing the noise, Zhang Kai and Huan Yasu as well as Song Sheng and Kaiang Li actually followed. Several people formed an alliance to form F6 of Class 8. After Song Sheng left, his seat was empty, and Lu Kiki came from the back row to chat with Yu Wen. Although they compared with each other in various ways and often had conflicts, their friendship still existed. Lu Kiki walked over and found Zhao Kai and Qian painting her nails. Lu Kiki was quite impressed by this fake woman. During the previous school celebration, Zhao Kai and Qian actually wore a skirt, which opened Lu Kiki's eyes. Zhao Kai and Qian was very thin and had a layer of lipstick on her mouth. Lu Kiki went directly from behind him to Song Sheng's seat. Yu Wen was complaining to Dong Qingfeng. There is a salesperson in our school's small supermarket who is a pervert. The other salespeople are all female, but he is a man. Last time I bought something, I saw him touching a girl's hand during the checkout period. Dong Qingfeng, in pursuit of the truth, asked, is it once in a while, or often? Jiang Ning said beside him, often. More than one girl has been touched by him. If you don't believe me, open the forum. There are girls posting, and several girls come out to support the post. Dong Qingfeng's face was not very good. Too much. Isn't this a hooligan? Faced with this kind of scum who touches a little girl's hand, Dong Qingfeng naturally would not put himself in the other person's shoes. Jiang Ning, yes, there is no way now, and the school has not dealt with it. Lu Kiki disdainfully, if he dares to touch my hand, I will slap him directly, to let him know how powerful he is. Jiang Ning advised, don't, that person is a pervert. What if he gets angry and beats you up? There may be someone around to stop the fight, but if you are caught off guard, you will definitely be beaten several times. Try not to go to the small supermarket to buy things in the future. Jiang Ning suggested. She was a conservative and did not take risks. Seeing her embarrassment, Dong Qingfeng said, how about this? I will tell the class teacher later and let him deal with it. This kind of problem that students cannot solve is not difficult for teachers. Yu Wen shook her head. Her expression was very secretive. I heard that these places in the school that make money, such as small shops, are all relatives of the school. I guess the class teacher is very embarrassed. Jiang Ning nodded and agreed. It's all like this. Dong Qingfeng, try it. He couldn't bear to watch those young and beautiful girls being touched by a greasy man. How can you let others desecrate the hands that you can't touch? When several people were discussing the injustices on campus and making plans for it, they suddenly heard a charming hum from the side. Dong Qingfeng and the others turned around and saw the side face of the new classmate Zhao Kai and Qian raised. His facial lines were feminine, and his pale complexion was painted with some blush. With his thin shoulders and a protruding Adam's apple, he looked like an ancient factory owner. Zhao Kai and Qian's eyes swept over him, and his voice was slow and leisurely, not like a man's low voice, but like a girl's sharp voice. Why does a gangster need to find a teacher? His attitude contained a strong contempt, as if this was just a trivial matter. Dong Qingfeng was unhappy when he saw this, but his upbringing made him hold it back. He asked, oh, classmate, what do you think? Zhao Kai and Qian twisted his waist and stood up, with a very charming posture. Yu Wen secretly glanced, and found that the boy's waist was thinner than hers. Zhao Kai and Qian raised his index finger, and flicked it forward lightly, and his body also swung out an arc. If you want to see, follow me. Jiang Ning and Yu Wen looked at each other, and finally decided to follow, curious about how Zhao Kai and Qian would deal with the greasy gangster uncle. After several waves of people left, Class 8 became much emptier. Duan Shigen quietly found the seats of the four largest groups. He thought for a while and asked, Ma Shiqing, I heard that you have many ways. I have a friend who has been cheated on. Can you think of a way to help me remind him? Cuiu, who was next to him, looked at Duan Shigen sympathetically, full of pity. "Is this friend of yours yourself?" Duan Shigen waved his hands quickly. "It's not me. If anyone dares to cheat on me, I will kill him." Ma Shichen paused the game and said happily, "You can try to open a green diamond for your friend to remind him." Duan Shigen thought that he might be able to try it, but he was a little reluctant to spend money. The price of a green diamond was equivalent to a meal, so he was quite entangled. He stayed in his seat and pondered. There was no way. The person who was cheated on was his former younger brother. He saw with his own eyes that his younger brother's girlfriend was ambiguous with others. As the eldest brother at that time, Duan Shigen always felt that he should fulfill his obligations. After all, the incense was still there. Hateful, hateful. Duan Shigen was disappointed, feeling the ruthlessness of women. "You didn't accompany me when I was down and out. Who are you when I get back on my feet?" He lamented the fate of his good brother as well as his own fate. The 4 steps in front of the small supermarket in number 4 middle school were crowded with people. Many students took advantage of the break between evening self-study classes to buy snacks, such as spicy strips, duck necks, shrimp strips, small breads, drinks, etc. After all, the last class was a self-study class. Zhao Kai and Qian walked in front, and Jiang Ning and others were a few steps behind. Yuwen made eye contact, curious about what he could do. Jiang Ning said she didn't understand, and she lowered her voice. "Is he going to expose other people's hooligan behavior in public?" Deng Qingfeng, "It's hard to say, let's see first." After several people walked into the cafeteria, they searched for the salesperson. He was a man in his early 30s, with ordinary looks, slightly rough skin, single eyelids, and a slightly big nose. At this moment, he was checking out a female student. Scanning code payment is not popular now, and it's all cash, so when changing money, it's easy to have physical contact. Deng Qingfeng saw clearly that the man touched the female classmate's hand quietly while giving change, which frightened the girl so much that she quickly retracted her hand, as frightened as a little quail. The male salesman showed a bit of pride on his face. There was physical contact when giving change, and it was impossible to explain why he took advantage of her casually. He was fine. "You deserve to die, damn it." Deng Qingfeng was furious and wanted to slap the man. After taking advantage of the girl, the male salesman continued to work. He did not take advantage of everyone, but specifically selected those girls who were above average and looked honest, and he would hit them with a touch. Deng Qingfeng saw this scene with his own eyes. He swore to protect the beautiful girls in the world, but he was offended. "You have already got a way to die." If he had a high martial arts value, Deng Qingfeng guaranteed that he would definitely pull the other party out from the counter and beat him up. But what a pity. At this moment, he began to envy Jiang Ning. If Jiang Ning saw this scene and was willing to take action, he would definitely beat the other party to the ground. Deng Qingfeng secretly decided that when he returned to the class, he would find the head teacher and deal with this wretched and despicable man and make him pay the price. Deng Qingfeng couldn't bear to watch any longer. This was no less than a torture for him. He turned his head and walked towards the door of the supermarket. Jiang Ning advised, "Don't worry, let's wait for Zhao Kai and Qian." Deng Qingfeng didn't quite believe it. What can he do? Lukaki crossed her arms and put on a look of watching the fun. "Just watch." So Deng Qingfeng stopped, found a position, and observed the situation. Within sight, Zhao Kai and Qian bought a black hairpin and walked in front of the male salesperson. The male salesperson met a male classmate and behaved very professionally. He quickly changed the money for Zhao Kai and Qian. At this time, Zhao Kai and Qian reached out and grabbed the male salesperson's hand, kneaded it seriously, and gently rubbed his palm with his little finger, releasing a teasing signal. Deng Qingfeng swore that he saw the male salesperson's face green. Lukaki next to him laughed like crazy. The male salesman broke free from Zhao Kai and Qian's hand, his face full of shock, and then met Zhao Kai and Qian's seductive eyes. 10 minutes later, on the way back to work, Deng Qingfeng was carrying a bag of snacks and was several steps away from Zhao Kai and Qian. In order to torture the male salesman, Zhao Kai and Qian only bought one item at a time and went to the male salesman to pay for each item she bought. Later, The male salesman was absent from work with a green face. Zhao Qian just gave up. Jiang Ning said with a wry smile. Zhao Qian, you are really. She got stuck several times and finally couldn't think of how to describe Zhao Qian. Lukiki, you are so brave. Zhao Qian dragged her shrill voice. See if he will come to work tomorrow. Dong Qingfeng was silent. He guessed that the salesperson was traumatized by Zhao Qian. When class was about to start, Duan Shigen was thinking about how to remind his companion who was cheated. At this time, Meng Xian and Kao-kun walked past his seat and looked at him sympathetically, full of pity. Duan Shigen still felt strange in his heart. Damn, why do you look at me like this? After a while, Yang Sheng, chewing gum, also passed by here and looked at him pitifully. Compared with others, she said, I'll arrange a few more jobs for you today to numb yourself. Duan Shigen, fuck, what's the matter? Soon, he learned the truth, because many classmates in the class were talking about his girlfriend running away with someone else. Not only did they talk about it, they also glanced back at him from time to time. Duan Shigen was unwilling. Fuck, where the hell did I get a girlfriend? At night, Systema had a barbecue. Duan Shigen, the small businessman Shenzhou, the villain Jiahao, the good sister Gong Zuan, the little gangster Qiu Dai, and the good brother Deng Xiang gathered here. It was November, the weather was cool, and eating barbecue outdoors was a pleasure. While Deng Xiang was eating, he looked at Pei Yujing, who was wearing a school uniform and helping to serve the dishes not far away. She was still so beautiful, with a cold face, a figure like a willow, and long hair that fluttered and fell to her thin waist. The little gangsters that Deng Xiang had dated before, compared with girls in the experimental class like Pei Yujing, had a completely different temperament. Brother Xiang, don't look at me, you've lost your soul. Qiu Dai, who had dyed her hair yellow, teased. Deng Xiang retracted his gaze. His temperament was a bit depressed. Now is not a junior high school in the compulsory education stage. No matter how good you were at that time, as long as I, Deng Xiang, liked you, I could get close to you by being persistent and get you. In Tizhang, Zhu Yuantang's grades were so good, but in front of his little sister Qiu Dai, didn't he still help him with homework? Dare to resist? Deng Xiang has plenty of means to deal with it. But it's different now. There are thresholds for high schools, and students can be expelled. What is popular in Yuzhou number 4 middle school now is grades, appearance, and money, not messing around. When the school just started, Deng Xiang led people to rush into class 8 and was severely beaten by Jiang Ning. Now more than a year has passed, and he still dared not get back at them. Times have changed. My era is over. The high-spirited and unruly people in Tizhang back then are all gone now, leaving only compromise. Deng Xiang discussed with his brothers the way to pursue Pei Yujing last time and decided to use the popular questions chat online first and then launch an attack. As a result, he was rejected before he finished speaking. Deng Xiang has been depressed for several days, but today he is in a much better mood. He raised a glass of beer and looked at Duan Shigen. Gangzi, we heard about your story. I can only say, I'm in mourning. Jiahao next to him also raised his glass. I'm in mourning. Don't be sad for women. As the saying goes, if you don't accompany me when I'm down, who are you to make a comeback? Duan Shigen's mouth twitched, and he defended himself. Brothers, I really wasn't cheated. At this point, he looked at Shenzhou a few more times. Shenzhou drank the beer. Gangzi, I know you are upset. This kind of thing is not easy to talk about on the table. Let's not talk about it today. Everything is in the beer. I'll treat you to karaoke tonight. He waved his hand. Although Shenzhou's mobile phone rental business empire was banned by the school, for him who is capable, he firmly believes that sooner or later he will have the opportunity to make a comeback. He has savings in his hands, and singing karaoke once is nothing. Qiu Dai clapped his hands. Brother Zhu is righteous. Duan Shigen looked at Shenzhou, who was in high spirits, and was hesitant to speak. Shenzhou comforted him. Gangzi, let me tell you, women, if you have money, you will never lack anything, just like my current girlfriend. To be honest, I think her figure is average. Although he belittled her, Shenzhou was quite complacent in his heart. His girlfriend was an unattainable student in the experimental class. He usually took good care of her. When my OZHE from class 8 went out and bumped into his girlfriend, Shenzhou would rather give up the market of class 8 and have a fight with my OZHE. He continued to brag and talk nonsense. Hey, to be honest, I'm tired of my girlfriend, and I plan to change her in the future. Duan Shigen caught this sentence and immediately said, really? Can it be fake? Shenzhou pulled a kebab of lamb. Duan Shigen stopped struggling and started talking. It's good that you have this awareness. I saw her holding hands with another boy today, and I didn't know how to say it to you. He turned on the screen and opened the gallery. Here, I took a photo of her holding hands with someone else. Shenzhou was stunned when he saw the photo. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Jeheo said, don't be sad, brother Zhu. You didn't accompany me when I was down. Who are you to make a comeback? Deng Xiang, brother, hold on. Who can bear the double blow of career and love? But he actually felt a little gloating in his heart. After all, Shenzhou had mentioned his girlfriend in the experimental class before. Only Gong Zuan, who had not participated in the chat, had a butterfly tattoo on her arm and wore shell earrings. Asked weakly, are you going to sing karaoke later? Chapter 577 An Invitation. Night. Barbecue stall. The skewers were grilled on the charcoal stove. The fat of the mutton dripped and exuded an intense aroma. Shenzhou kicked the chair over with one foot, smashed the cup in his hand, and cursed. Fuck. I want to kill this couple. Kill them. He was covered with anger, his eyes were red, and the mercenary who used to sell small commodities in various classrooms disappeared completely. Instead, he was replaced by the gloomy and vicious in the Iron School, like a hysterical beast. No matter how good a man's quality is, he will definitely feel great humiliation and anger after knowing that he has been cheated. Seeing Shenzhou like this, Jeheo wanted to repeat again, when you are down and out, but now Shenzhou absolutely couldn't listen. Jeheo helped him curse. Brother Zhu, let's do them. You say a word, and we will set off now. Compared with the little flat-headed Jeheo, the eldest brother Deng Xiang and the eldest brother Duan Shigen are obviously much more rational. They are no longer junior high school students and have passed the age of lawlessness. Everyone was over 14 years old. If the furious Shenzhou came into contact with his girlfriend and the boy who cheated on him, who knows what terrible things would happen. Deng Xiang and Duan Shigen looked at each other and advised, we must do it. We must do it. Brothers will help you vent your anger and make that guy kneel down and beg for mercy. We will find some information tonight and do it tomorrow morning. Shenzhou was still mad and roaring. Pei Yujing, who was far away, saw this scene. Her face did not move, just looked at her mother. Sister Ma was busy turning the skewers and sprinkling seasonings on them skillfully. She opened a large barbecue restaurant by herself and supported it for many years. She had seen many fights and brawls. This was a small scene in front of her. She still let these young people make trouble, as long as they didn't make a big fuss. The next day, Monday, the path in front of the gate of number 4 middle school was lined with breakfast shops selling buns and fried dough sticks. Although many students chose to eat in the cafeteria, that was only a part of them. More students would rather have freedom and choose to eat outside the school. Shenzhou walked on the road, ignoring the students around him. He walked hurriedly, his eyes were bloodshot. Last night he sent a lot of messages to his girlfriend, asking why that bitch betrayed him, but he didn't receive a single reply. Not a single one. If she wasn't guilty, would she dare not reply? This completely confirmed the fact that Shenzhou was cheated. Pain, heart-wrenching pain. He used to hold her in the palm of his hand and take care of her in every way. After he made money, he took her to eat delicious food, bought her a gold ring, and replaced her with a new mobile phone. Every time he chatted with friends, he could show off. That was his girlfriend in the experimental class. Shenzhou once joked in front of others that, although he was not good at studying, his girlfriend was good at studying. The children born in the future will definitely be talented. At worst, his wife can tutor the children. Every time at that time, he could enjoy the envious and jealous eyes of his friends. But now, he has fallen into the dust, and his girlfriend actually added insult to injury, and abandoned him cruelly. Everything has become a joke. Bitch, wait for me. Shenzhou was extremely excited yesterday because of the huge stimulation. He smoked for half a night and fell asleep just now. When he woke up, it was almost time for morning self-study. In order not to be late for morning self-study, he didn't even wash his hair and hurried to school. There was no other way. Now the management of number 4 middle school is strict and lateness is strictly checked. Shenzhou trotted all the way to the classroom, but found out that today was Monday and he needed to gather on the playground. So he followed the class team and went to the playground and stood in the square. Fuck, wait for me, I'll find you after class. Shenzhou's eyes were gloomy, with a resentful aura, and the surrounding students didn't dare to approach him. With the rising sun, thousands of students on the playground became red. At this moment, the atmosphere became particularly solemn and quiet. The student representative, Zhu Yan, the female monitor of class 11 of grade 12, came to the stage to give a speech. The theme was, cherish youth and stay away from premature love. This topic was very straightforward. The students who were originally listless perked up and listened carefully to Zhu Yan's speech. Shan Keikwon touched his good brother with his shoulder. You didn't lose. Jiuo Kunan focused on the figure on the podium. The girl was bathed in the bright morning sun, standing tall and graceful, with long hair dyed wine red. She had a delicate face. Even in front of thousands of people, she still calmly read the speech. Jiuo Kunan felt a sense of unattainability from the bottom of his heart. He would be very nervous, even if he gave a speech in front of the whole class, let alone the whole school. Yes, it turns out that she is a firm believer in not falling in love. Jiuo Kunan had an excuse. No wonder he couldn't catch up with her. Lukaki was a little happy. Their speeches were required by the teacher, not what she wanted to write. Jiuo Kunan, how do you know? Lukaki raised the corner of her mouth with a bit of pride. Because I wrote it. Is it so amazing? Ciu was surprised. He didn't expect that Lukaki, who looked so embarrassed on the outside, had actually written a speech. Just as everyone was questioning, Director Yan of the Academic Affairs Office stepped onto the podium, and his serious voice spread across the playground through the speakers. Speaking of premature love, I caught a couple in premature love last night. After the evening self-study, the two held hands and kissed in the small garden. As soon as these words came out, countless students focused their attention and listened. Ignoring school rules and regulations and openly talking about love in school is intolerable. Do you know how much impact this has on your studies? How much harm it will cause to your future? He first spoke with great sorrow, and then changed his words with a bit of sarcasm. What's funny is that when I caught them last night, the boys ran away when they saw me, leaving only one girl behind. Tell me, is it funny? Is this the boyfriend you chose? This is your vision. What sense of responsibility does he have? Although Director Yan did not name anyone, his words were extremely contemptuous. Many students looked at each other, wondering which idiot did such a thing. After a lecture, the meeting was adjourned. Today ended a little early. Shenzhou returned to the classroom with 5 minutes left before the get out of class ended. He was thinking about his plan to take revenge on the adulterous couple. Suddenly, Gao Hishui found the door of the classroom and shouted with disgust, Shenzhou, come out. Shenzhou was puzzled and followed Gao Hishui into the office. As soon as he entered the door, he was stunned. In the office were Director Yan, Teacher Chen Haiyang, and his favorite Liang Ying, his girlfriend. Director Yan said angrily, Shenzhou, run. Why don't you run away? Shenzhou was confused. Huh? Gao Hishui stared with his eyes wide open and his voice was loud. Do you really think we don't know that you are in love with her? Although they are teachers, they are not blind. Many teachers, such as Shan Qingrong, have special channels of ears and eyes. It is not a secret that Shenzhou is in love among classmates. Director Yan found Shenzhou after a little investigation. Since the two are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, do we still need to guess the boy who ran away last night? It must be Shenzhou. Director Yan, you were punished last time. Do you want to be expelled this time? You are a student. What are you doing in school? His face was gloomy. If you don't write me a 3,000-word self-criticism this time, don't come to school. Shenzhou felt ridiculous. My girlfriend was caught dating another man by the school leaders, and I have to write a self-criticism? Shenzhou's brain crashed for several seconds before he came back to his senses. He was very emotional. It's not me. It wasn't me last night. I was wronged. He quickly looked at the crying ex-girlfriend on the side. Director Yan's eyes were full of contempt, and he shouted, "Shut up. Shut up." Shenzhou moved his mouth, but finally closed it powerlessly. He is a social person and needs to save face. Instead of revealing the scars of being cheated on, showing them to the public, and telling everyone loudly that I, Shenzhou, was cheated on, it is better to stop here and end it here. That afternoon, Shenzhou came to class 8 with a dark face and found Mao Zhe to ask him to help write a self-review. However, Mao Zhe declined because the price was too low. Zhang Kai competed with the low price, but Shenzhou did not trust Zhang Kai and refused. After seeing this, Yang Sheng offered 50 yuan. Zhang Kai was not convinced and said, "You can't spend all the prize money from the marathon. Why do you still make such a small amount of money?" Yang Sheng ignored Zhang Kai. She transferred the task to Yuan in exchange for writing off the debt. It was also during this week that Shenzhou's name spread throughout the second grade of high school. Wang Langlong named him a hero of the Green Forest. Afterwards, Deng Xiang and Jiahao found Shenzhou and asked him, "Aren't you going to take revenge? We brothers are at your disposal." Shenzhou shook his head and said that, if he caused any more trouble, he would be expelled from the school. Shenzhou's back that day was particularly bleak and lonely. He once created a business empire, owned hundreds of second-hand machines, had a constant cash flow every day, had connections all over the school, and had a beautiful girlfriend in the experimental class. But he was as embarrassed as a dog. Shenzhou now has nothing. Deng Xiang sighed. Shenzhou had reached the peak and also fell to the bottom. Time flies, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. On Saturday afternoon, after the last 2 classes, the weekend holiday will come. It was November, the season of clear and crisp autumn. The white teaching building contrasted with the surrounding autumn colors. There were many fallen leaves on the ground, and the sunlight fell on the leaves, casting the colors of golden autumn. In the square downstairs, Junior Lan Zichen was wearing a light blue sweater and a black floral skirt. She stood among the fallen leaves, like an elf of autumn. She walked carelessly and stepped on the fallen leaves on the ground, making a crisp sound. It was as if she crushed the autumn and the heart of a young man. Shan Kaikwan held the balcony and looked down at the scene. He was happy in his heart, happy that he saw the junior he had been thinking about again. However, there was a bit of sourness in this joy, just like drinking tea made from tangerine peel. Jiao Kunan beside him looked at Lan Zichen, as well as Wu Yunzi and Zhao Xiadafeng, the number 1 lackey of number 4 middle school, beside her. Jiao Kunan was puzzled. Is this girl not very pretty? At least compared to Zhu Yan, whom he likes. Xin Yaoling, she has no advantage. Why do so many boys like her? He looked at the sad Kaikwan and comforted him. Brother Quan, in fact, you are already very good. When you are sad, you might as well think about Shenzhou in the next class. Jiao Kunan gave a negative example. Shan Kaikwan laughed immorally and suddenly felt that the setbacks he suffered were really not worth mentioning compared to Shenzhou. Tang Jing and Meng Xian walked into the classroom from the side. When Tang Jing saw Huang Yazhu, her mood became complicated and heavy. She picked up the bag in her hand distressedly. In order to quickly enhance the relationship, she specially bought Yazhao's local specialty, the new dessert biscuits from Zinzin Pastry. The price was very expensive, 30 yuan for 3 biscuits. After continuous setbacks, Tang Jing gave up the bottom line she had insisted on, and she decided to use small favors. Tang Jing opened the bag, and the biscuits, that had been baked just an hour ago, exuded a mellow and rich milky aroma. Tang Jing felt a little distressed, but she overcame this thought and told herself secretly that, as long as she could get Huang Yazhu, everything would be worth it. By then, she would get back everything that belonged to her. All the benefits that Huang Yazhu had received would be returned. Tang Jing smiled coquettishly and put the paper box of biscuits in front of Huang Yazhu's desk. She kept smiling, but still a little unnatural. Yazhu, thank you for helping me carry water the day before yesterday. You've worked hard. I'll treat you to biscuits today. Huang Yazhu waved his hand and said honestly, no, carrying water is not tiring. Oh, I bought too much. If you don't eat it, I can't finish it. Tang Jing said coquettishly, showing the delicate side of a girl, and looked at Huang Yasu with affectionate eyes. Zhang Kai on the north laughed. You can give me some, if you can't finish it. Tang Jing cursed inwardly, unlucky. After several rejections, Huang Yasu finally agreed to eat Tang Jing's biscuits. Seeing Huang Yasu eat a 10 yuan biscuit in a few bites, Tang Jing felt even more distressed, but still asked, Yasu, this biscuit is the first time I buy it. Is it delicious? How do you think it tastes? Huang Yasu chewed the biscuit and replied, do you know diplomatic theory? After hearing this, Tang Jing was stunned for a moment. Diplomatic theory? Does Huang Yasu like these international events? Various thoughts flashed in her mind, such as weak countries have no diplomacy, common development, community of human destiny. These words appeared one after another. Damn, this man is so ordinary, but he cares so much about national affairs. Is he crazy? Huang Yasu only used 4 words, which made Tang Jing confused. Tang Jing was thinking about how to reply him. After all, she was trying to please Huang Yasu, and had to follow his topic, otherwise it would be like treating him to food for nothing. Huang Yasu said again, this biscuit is really cooked on the outside and tender on the inside. East Corridor. Jiang Ning stood here, and admired the students chasing and playing in the square. Although he was not involved, standing here and watching this scene, he felt an indescribable joy. He peeled a pistachio, and put it in his mouth. This was the only pistachio that Zhu Yuantang had left in his pocket. Jiang Ning watched silently, and a familiar figure appeared beside him. Yang Sheng looked forward, leaving only a handsome profile for Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning also looked forward, and his spiritual sense passed by, and found that her ears were small and exquisite, which matched her neat short hair very well. Half a minute later, Yang Sheng spoke, Jiang Ning, I have something to ask of you tomorrow. Are you free? I'm free. Yang Sheng was surprised by his decisive answer. She turned her head, and looked at him with deep, bright and sharp eyes. Don't you want to ask what it is? Jiang Ning, it must be within my ability. Yang Sheng smiled. That's right. Then, she said seriously, the thing is, about that idiot Tang Fu, I'm worried about her safety. Chapter 578 Chachu's development. Someone invited Tang Fu to climb Yishan Mountain tomorrow morning. Yishan Mountain is located in the western suburbs of Yuzhou City. It is a famous scenic spot in Yuzhou City. It is about 338 meters high, and can be reached in more than an hour. Many citizens have climbed this mountain. The other party is a woman around 40 years old. Yang Sheng said, these are not the key points. The key point is that her daughter and Tang Fu are good friends. Jiang Ning listened quietly. Yang Sheng's words sank. More importantly, her daughter is a motorcycle rider. She went to the mountain city to play last month. When she rode into the tunnel, she hit the guardrail in order to take a video and unfortunately died. Jiang Ning, driving without a license? Yes. Yang Sheng did not sympathize. She had seen many people who drove motorcycles illegally. In the early years, every late at night, the noise of motorcycles blasting the streets in the city would be heard, disturbing people's sleep. Those people, whether men or women, simply did not deserve to die. It didn't matter if they died, but if they hit innocent pedestrians, wouldn't it destroy a family? Yang Sheng continued. Tang Fu said that her friend's mother has been very depressed recently. Many people have tried to comfort her, but the effect is not good. Just last week, Tang Fu participated in a marathon, won a prize, and appeared on TV. Then the other party's mother suddenly called and invited her to go hiking together. Tang Fu felt that she had a good relationship with her daughter before, and she also wanted to comfort this mother, so she agreed. Talking about this, the wind blew her short hair, and a few strands of hair disturbed her face. The slightly itchy feeling made her squint. Originally, I asked Tang Fu to play badminton tomorrow morning, but after she said this, I always feel that something is wrong. What do you think? This invitation exudes a weird taste. If Yang Sheng encountered such a choice, she would never agree. No one knows what kind of behavior a mother who lost her daughter will do after a severe stimulation. Jiang Ning couldn't judge it either. He said, you must be on guard against others. Yang Sheng, yes, let's go together tomorrow. Although Jiang Ning is just a high school student like her, after several experiences, as long as he is around, Yang Sheng feels safe. Logically speaking, a girl like Yang Sheng, who exercises regularly, has good physical fitness, has practiced some sanda fighting, and carries a knife with her, would not easily experience this feeling from a boy of the same age, but Jiang Ning could give her that feeling. With him by her side, it was as if she was standing a majestic mountain, which made her feel extremely relaxed. In order not to take advantage of Jiang Ning's labor for free, she said, after we climb the mountain, we will treat you to barbecue. Jiang Ning, okay. Then, he hesitated and said, I don't know how to barbecue. Yang Sheng smiled and said, it's easy, Tang Fu and I will do it for you. The bell for the first class in the afternoon rang, and the atmosphere in the class became more active. The physics teacher went to Ansheng to run a cram school to make a lot of money, so the next class was still a self-study class. Chen Xiaoyu stood in front of the balcony outside, frowning and thinking hard, as if thinking about something important. Seeing this, Qiang Li, who was standing by, mustered up his courage, and prepared to strike up a conversation. He had already thought of the lines, just like a handsome and elegant ancient god, with a magnificent voice, that resounded in the girl's ears. Girl, what are you worried about? Then, he would solve the girl's troubles and win her admiration. Twins, if one of them could fall in love with him, wouldn't it be possible to fight for two with one? Qiang Li's imagination ran wild, and his smile gradually became rampant. Which man could resist the temptation of being hugged by two girls? Ahahaha. Just when he was about to make a move, Wang Langlang's voice suddenly rang out. You're frowning when the holiday is about to start. Is there anyone who doesn't like the holiday? Chen Xiao's thoughts were interrupted. Qiang Li's fantasy was also forced to stop, and he cursed in his heart. Fuck Wang Langlang. Do you know the consequences of the god's anger? Chen Xiao said, my mother's wisdom tooth hurts, so she asked me to buy some medicine to take home. Wang Langlang was not surprised. What's the trouble? Can't you just go to the pharmacy and buy it? But I can't remember the full name of the medicine. Chen Xiao looked confused. As soon as this was said, Chen Qian, who was holding a vocabulary book on the balcony next to him, glanced over here. He has a lot of talents in his mind and abdomen. He knows everything about astronomy and geography, and can easily name all kinds of medicines. However, talented people often think highly of themselves, and like to put on airs. As the saying goes, the law is not easily passed on. If others don't ask, Chen Qian in reality will naturally not put down his status, and take the initiative to answer others. Wang Langlang's observation is meticulous, and he keenly discovered Chen Qian's extremely strong desire to perform. Wang Langlang was still thinking about getting closer to Chen Qian, so he acted as a supporting role at the right time. You can just ask Brother Qian about this kind of thing. He is the most knowledgeable man I have ever met. Sure enough, Chen Xiao cast his eyes on Chen Qian, who was looking at the vocabulary book. At this time, Chen Qian stood on the balcony. The warm sunshine covered his straight body. He held a book in his right hand, and his left hand behind his back, like a poet walking in the world, immersed in the world of knowledge, isolated from the outside world. Chen Qian? Chen Xiao called out. Chen Qian then gently placed the vocabulary book on the concrete guardrail. He turned his head lightly, and said lightly, what do you want to talk to me about? Chen Xiao told her the difficulties she was facing. I want to buy medicine. I can't remember the full name of the medicine. Chen Qian's face was neither sad nor happy. He looked detached from the world. It doesn't matter. I know all the drugs on the market. You only need to say 2 words in that medicine. I can know the full name of the medicine. Chen Xiao was surprised. Really? I only know the last 2 words. Chen Qian still had that outstanding temperament. Say it. Chen Xiao blurted out, capsule. Chen Qian was silent for a long time. Chen Xiao, why don't you talk? Wang Langlang was full of apologies. Brother Qian, I hurt you. The school bell rang. Yan Qianpeng crossed the boundary and entered the territory of class 8. Before he could cast a spell, Lu Kiki and Yuan hurriedly left the classroom. Yan Qianpeng glanced at Lu Kiki reluctantly. That little figure twisted his heart. Unfortunately, Yan Qianpeng had a mission to do and could not improve his relationship with Lu Kiki. He found Zhang Qian disgust. Chizzy, don't go to move bricks today. I found a part-time job. The hourly wage is 25 yuan. You can work with me. 25 yuan per hour, was considered a good job in 2014. In this year, the hourly wage of part-time workers at KFC was only more than 10 yuan. Zhang Kai carried cement all day long, exhausted, and only made 150 yuan. "Are you tired?" he asked. Yan Xianpeng, "If you are not tired, just play the drums. It suits you best." Zhang Kai, "That's great." He agreed. It's not easy to find a job with an hourly wage of 25. Yan Xianpeng not only found Zhang Kai, he also sent out invitations to heroes looking for Duan Shigang and Liu Chuandao, who looked like they were not easy to mess with. Liu Chuandao refused, but Duan Shigang agreed readily, because Gangzi knew that money is a man's courage, and he must have money to be respected by others. In order to attract people, Yan Xianpeng also frantically found Pang Zhao and others. Fortunately, he hid quickly and avoided Pang Zhao's chemical attack with a tactical backwards. After confirming the part-time job, Yan Xianpeng created a small group and pulled Zhang Kai and Duan Shigang in, preparing to set off again in the evening. Class 8 has a routine that the trash cans must be emptied before the holiday every week. Normally, Yuan was responsible for emptying the trash cans today, but after she helped Yang Sheng write a 3,000-word self-criticism for Shenzhou, the debt was completely cleared, and she became a free person from then on. So Yang Sheng assigned the job to Duan Shigang, and let him do the hard work. Zhang Kai went out with Yan Xianpeng and walked downstairs. Zhang Kai lowered his voice and said, "Xianpeng, you want to recruit people, right? What's your purpose?" Yan Xianpeng said righteously, "Hey, what purpose can I have? As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I wish I could have thousands of mansions to shelter the poor people in the world. This is what I should do." Zhang Kai, "How much do you take?" Yan Xianpeng looked uneasy. "What are you talking about? Tell me how much you take, and I will help you recruit people. Let's work together. I have connections." Zhang Kai said, "Otherwise, I tell you, you can't do this." Yan Xianpeng didn't understand. Why is Zhang Kai getting smarter and smarter? There was no way. Yan Xianpeng revealed the bottom line, 50%. Zhang Kai, "Damn it. You must give me half." After reaching a commission plan, the two ran to other classes to recruit people to join part-time, specifically looking for those who don't look good. Sunday morning. The blue sky is dotted with a few leisurely white clouds, and the late autumn breeze blows, bringing bursts of coolness. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, Jiang Ning walked to Chachu's house next door and opened the door. Every weekend, unless there were special circumstances, Tang Tang would always sleep a few more hours and would often not get up until after 10 o'clock. Chachu, on the other hand, was much more self-disciplined. Regardless of spring, summer, autumn or winter, she would still get up at 6 o'clock to cook, study and read. Jiang Ning stepped into Chachu's kitchen and saw Zhu Chachu wearing a floral apron. Her long hair was simply tied up, with only a few strands of hair hanging down mischievously, swaying gently with her movements. She was busy standing in front of the stove, flipping the spatula in her hand. Seeing Jiang Ning's figure, Zhu Chachu smiled reservedly. "We'll be eating soon." After a few more spatulas, she put the dishes on the plate and brought them to the dining table. As she bent over, her girlish figure appeared, and her youthful vitality and gentleness and virtue bloomed on her at the same time. Breakfast was simple: 2 bowls of egg fried rice, 2 glasses of orange juice, a plate of green pepper and potato shreds, and a can of homemade beef and kelp sauce, the kind with big beef. Before dinner, Chachu couldn't help but said, "Aren't you going to call Tang Tang?" "No need. She played games until after 2 o'clock last night, so let her sleep a little longer," Jiang Ning said. "Okay." Then, the table became a little silent, and a vague awkward atmosphere filled the air. To be fair, Jiang Ning would only have Chachu by his side when he was playing with Tang Tang. She existed as a gift, and they rarely spent time alone together, like they did now. Eating breakfast alone like today was the last time he was on vacation. After getting up early, Jiang Ning went to Chachu's house and had a meal, and then he unlocked this habit. Eating with Jiang Ning behind Tang Tang's back always made Zhu Chachu feel sneaky. If Tang Tang found out, she would definitely be condemned, right? In front of outsiders, Zhu Chuchu remained indifferent, always concentrating on doing her own things, and rarely communicating with others. For her, this was a kind of self-protection. As long as she said and did less, she would not make mistakes. But Jiang Ning is different. They live very close to each other, and have a very close relationship with her best friend Tang Tang. So, after thinking about it, Zhu Chuchu decided to get familiar with him. She said, "You played until very late yesterday, why don't you sleep a little longer?" Last night, she played games with Tang Tang at Jiang Ning's house until 11 o'clock, before going home to sleep. I remember that before leaving, Jiang Ning was still beating Tang Tang with a fighting game. Jiang Ning, because I was busy in the morning. Well, that's it. Since Jiang Ning didn't say much, Zhu Chuchu didn't ask much. Jiang Ning scooped a spoonful of egg fried rice, and he glanced at the earthen stove next to him. "You made delicious fried rice." Zhu Chuchu cooked rice on an earthen stove. Unlike a gas stove, an earthen stove needs to add firewood to control the firepower, and is also responsible for cooking. Talking about this, Zhu Chuchu said, "I was also in a mess at the beginning, and it was all thanks to Tang Tang." Jiang Ning, did she teach you? Zhu Chuchu put a spoon of egg fried rice into her mouth. Hearing Jiang Ning's doubts, her gentle eyes were full of thoughts. Because of her concentration, she was still biting the spoon, and her cold jade-like face was slightly bulging, which was rare and cute. After she thought it over, she suddenly realized her state. At first, she was a little embarrassed. She took out the spoon calmly, picked up the cup, and drank the juice calmly. "Just now," she said, "when I was in school, I was in the same class with Tang Tang. In the winter mornings, we got up before dawn to go to school. At that time, my mother got up from the quilt to cook for me, and so did Tang Tang's mother." Jiang Ning nodded. "It was almost the same for me. I lived with my grandfather. It was very torturous to get up in the winter mornings. I remember that the morning reading class started before 7 o'clock. Later, my grandfather didn't want to get up early, so he bought me a box of Lucky instant noodles, and I ate instant noodles for breakfast every day." Jiang Ning became interested in talking. "It tasted good at first, and then I ate half a box. When I smelled that smell, Zhu Chuchu listened quietly. In the middle of the meal, she subconsciously started to bite the spoon again. After a few seconds, she remembered that Jiang Ning was in front of her, so she took it out without saying a word. "Yeah, my family thought that instant noodles were unhealthy at that time, so we didn't eat them. We didn't want my mother to get up in the winter, so Tang Tang and I discussed cooking together. Since we were very young at that time, and were unfamiliar with cooking, Tang Tang said that she would cook, and I would light the fire." Zhu Chuchu slowly talked about the past. "Jiang Ning, what happened next?" "I thought it was easy to make fire, so I decided that I would cook, and she would make fire." Tang Tang was very strong-willed. She said that washing the pots and dishes should be given to her as well, so that it would be fair. "Now it's barely fair." Jiang Ning asked again, "What happened next?" Zhu Chuchu pursed her lips, the corners of her mouth slightly curled up, as if she was sorting out her thoughts, and as if she was smiling. She said helplessly, "Later, Tang Tang couldn't get up in the morning, so I had to cook and make fire at the same time." Chapter 579 Wear my clothes. After the meal, Jiang Ning took the initiative to wash the dishes and pots. While washing, Jiang Ning felt as if he was paying off the debt that Tang Tang once owed Chuchu. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning's spiritual consciousness spread and extended to Tang Tang's home, overlooking Tang Tang who was sinking into sleep. He wanted to pinch her small nose, but after thinking about it, he gave up. It would not be good if she woke up, and pinching with spiritual power hands is not as intimate as one's own hands. Because of the conversation at the dinner table, the awkward atmosphere between Jiang Ning and Zhu Chuchu dissipated for the most part, and Chuchu was not as reserved as before. However, most of the topics they chatted about were still around Tang Tang, mostly about the past, rather than the present and the future. Jiang Ning wiped his hands and said, "When Tang Tang wakes up, tell her for me that I won't be back for lunch." Zhu Chuchu, "Okay." Jiang Ning walked out. When he took 7 or 8 steps, Zhu Chuchu's words came from behind him, "Be careful, you." Jiang Ning smiled and said, "It's okay." After that, he returned to his home. Jiang Ning first looked at the titanium grey electric car, and then looked at the mountain bike that had been put aside for a while. He waved his palm, and a gust of air blew up, blowing away the dust on the body of the car. Then, Jiang Ning rode the mountain bike and headed to the western suburbs of Yazhou. It was still morning, and there were few pedestrians on the river dam, and the environment was quiet. Jiang Ning stepped lightly on the pedals, and the body of the car moved forward lightly. The wind blew past his ears and blew his hair. In the distance, by the Hushu River, the reeds swayed, and a few birds stood on them, making crisp chirps. The morning light shone on the river, and a few crucian carps swam with their tails flapping. All this was clearly displayed in Jiang Ning's consciousness. Jiang Ning took a breath, and the fresh smell of soil came to his nose, with a hint of coolness and moisture, fresh and full of vitality. Jiang Ning deliberately slowed down the speed of the car. Occasionally, being alone is also a rare relaxation. Soon, he finished the road of the river dam, and stepped into the concrete city. After arriving here, Jiang Ning increased the speed. Yishan Scenic Area is nearly 15 kilometers away from the river dam. If you ride slowly, you can't get there in an hour. Jiang Ning pedaled to a speed of about 50. Compared with his battery car, that can reach more than 60, this speed is not fast, but because the mountain bike is very light and the center of gravity is high, it is very easy to drift. Looking at the tall buildings on both sides, Jiang Ning's thoughts were empty. Although he lived in Yazhou for a few years in his previous life, he had never climbed Yishan. Although, the mountain was not far from him. Compared with his childhood, when he was curious about the world, as he grew older, he gradually lost the desire to explore. Between choosing to go out and try new things and lying down, he chose to lie down without hesitation. The closest time he was to Yishan was when he met Pei Yujing after graduation and tried to get along with her. At the dinner table, he invited Pei Yujing to go hiking with him. Pei Yujing didn't refuse or agree, she was just playing with her nails. Jiang Ning couldn't understand what she meant, so he took the initiative to give up the invitation. Now thinking about it, maybe she meant it was okay. Jiang Ning still couldn't figure out what the other party meant. Maybe this answer needs to be questioned face to face. Half an hour later, the square at the entrance of Yishan Scenic Area was crowded with people and vendors selling burritos, grilled cold noodles, and soy milk, and fried dough sticks gathered here. Yang Sheng stood at the edge of the steps. Next to her was a rectangular black bag, and she didn't know what was in it. She held a box of milk in her left hand, sipping it slowly, and held a burritos in her right hand, occasionally taking a bite. Because she was too lazy to queue up, she took her burritos from an aunt's incubator, 3 yuan a piece. Before paying, the auntie swore that the burrito was freshly made, and it contained a portion of potato, kelp, carrot shreds, and sausage. It sounded very affordable, so Yang Sheng paid for it, and then he learned something new. The sausage was actually split in the middle, so it was called one, but it was actually just one sausage. How could it be so black? Yang Sheng was surprised by the wisdom of this vendor. Yang Sheng's location was a bit remote, but her handsome face attracted a lot of attention. Many men have an obsession with girls with short hair, but there are still relatively few girls who can control short hair and highlight their unique temperament in life. Yang Sheng has a straight figure, a confident and free-spirited demeanor, clear facial features, and a beauty that is completely different from that of ordinary girls. Several college students who were climbing in a group were whispering in the distance. Someone encouraged them. "Brother RUI, aren't you usually very arrogant? You claim that, as long as you chat up, you can get the contact information of anyone. Why don't you try it?" The boy called Brother RUI was in his early 20s, 1.8 meters tall, with trendy clothes and hairstyle, and a gold ring on his hand, which was like the style of a later internet celebrity. The most different thing was that he had a high-spirited temperament that was rare among his peers, which was very different from the boys next to him. Brother RUI was handsome since he was a child. The world of interpersonal relationships he experienced was something that ordinary boys had never experienced. Chasing girls? It didn't exist. Handsome guys never lacked girls to like them. When he went to the hospital to accompany his relatives, the nurses would pass him notes with phone numbers written on them. He tilted his head, his handsome face showing a carefree and uninhibited look. "She The roommate next to him said, "Yes, do you dare to try? If it works, you don't have to pay for the hot pot at noon." College students tend to compare with each other. Maybe it's a joke, or there is some sincerity, but this kind of pick-up behavior is always easy to offend others. But young people, if you are not arrogant, can you still be called a young person? Brother IUI shook his hair and said disdainfully, "You will lose." He gestured with 3 fingers. 3 minutes to get it. After that, he took a lazy step and walked towards the lonely short-haired girl. Brother IUI made judgments while walking. Judging from the other person's face, she should still be a high school student. The black bag next to her should contain a skateboard. Unfortunately, Brother IUI is the elite of their school's skateboard club. By then, with his looks, it will be easy to get it done with a few words, right? There is no way the life of a handsome guy is always smooth sailing. IUI can even think that after he starts to chat up, this high school girl will not dare to look him in the eye. IUI's steps became more and more steady, and his smile became humorous. Not far away, Jiang Ning parked his mountain bike and met Yang Sheng along the road. This scene appeared in his consciousness. The closer IUI got, the more he found that this little girl was really pretty, with good skin and a particularly attractive figure. He unconsciously quickened his pace by 3 points, and he was actually into the play. If just now he was just betting with his roommate and showing his ability to pick up girls, then at this moment, he had the idea of falling in love. His steps became faster and faster, and he actually started to jog. Behind him, Jiang Ning frowned, and he flicked his fingers, and a spiritual power flew out like a dragon. Yang Sheng was drinking milk, and suddenly saw a boy running over, and her face showed surprise. The next second, IUI's originally smooth steps suddenly tripped over something, and his steps were instantly crooked. He looked flustered, and a little confused. After losing his balance, he even struggled and rolled forward diagonally. Seeing that he was about to fall at Yang Sheng's feet, Yang Sheng didn't want to get into trouble, so she reacted very quickly picked up the black bag beside her, and nimbly dodged a few meters away. IUI's shoes were not tight to begin with, but he actually fell off one of them because of the overly intense movement. His roommates laughed silly. IUI felt extremely embarrassed at the moment. It was so embarrassing. He fell in front of the pretty little girl, which made his limbs look uncoordinated. At this time, Yang Sheng noticed Jiang Ning in the distance. She quickly picked up the black bag, walked up quickly, and said, "You came quite early." Jiang Ning didn't look at the boy on the ground, and he replied, "Not as early as you." "Yang Sheng, I didn't arrive early either, but the bus came earlier than I expected." She has a carefree personality, and does not have the procrastination character of other girls. She herself does not like people who are late. Jiang Ning reached out and took the black bag from her hand. He scanned it with his spiritual sense and found a skateboard inside. He brought a skateboard with him climbing. Was he planning to play with it when he got down the mountain? With Yang Sheng's personality, she naturally didn't hesitate and let him take the bag away. Anyway, she knew Jiang Ning was very strong. At this moment, IUI, who had fallen to the ground, finally stood up and then saw the short-haired girl letting her boyfriend carry the bag with a docile look. At this moment, IUI's expression was painful, and the blow to his heart overshadowed the physical pain. The double injury made him hold the fence next to him and cover his chest. Damn it. This fall scared IUI psychologically, and whenever he tried to strike up a conversation in the future, he would think of this scene. IUI relaxed, and for some reason, he looked at the short-haired girl's boyfriend with an inexplicable hostility, and wished that the other party would fall down, so that he could feel the embarrassment and awkwardness he was suffering now. Jiang Ning found a spacious stone platform, and sat down to rest. Yang Sheng said, "Tang Fu is with her friend's mother. She is still on the way. Let's wait for a while." "Yeah, it's okay." After chatting for a few words, Yang Sheng changed the subject. "I think that with 2 more people, even if auntie wants to do something to Tang Fu, she probably won't dare to do it." Jiang Ning, "It's hard to say. If she really has that plan, she can still burst out a little power in extreme cases." "That's right. After all, we are on the mountain. Even on the way up the stairs, a slight push can make people fall down." Maybe they won't die, but it's definitely not difficult to break a bone. We'll follow behind them then, Yang Sheng suggested. However, she felt a little unhappy. It's only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, but how can you be on guard against thieves for 1,000 days? It's all Tang Fu's fault for being too stupid and not knowing the viciousness of human nature. Yang Sheng hated her for not fighting. 20 minutes later, two figures appeared at the entrance of Yishan Scenic Area. Yang Sheng, Yang Sheng. Tang Fu stood on tiptoe and waved vigorously. She was wearing a pink sportswear and pure black sports pants. The pants were slightly loose, and the trouser legs swayed with her steps. Not only did she not look bloated, but she also made her legs look slender and well proportioned. Her net height of 1.8 meters made her stand out from the crowd and attracted the attention of passers-by. She was obviously a very elegant girl, but her eyes revealed curiosity, doubt, and a kind of stupidity about the world around her. After seeing it, people couldn't help but want to laugh. Tang Fu didn't care about the description at all, leaving the aunt beside her and ran quickly. The aunt was dressed more elegantly and carried a bag. When she saw Tang Fu running from behind, she shouted, "Run slower, run slower." Unfortunately, her shout was not loud, and Tang Fu ran very fast and didn't hear it. "Run slower, run slower." The aunt's voice gradually decreased, and finally she murmured to herself, "If only my daughter could run slower." Her eyes suddenly became grey. That was the extreme sadness after losing her loved ones, so much so that she despaired of the world. After a while, she raised her head and forced a smile, which made people shudder. Tang Fu ran to Yang Sheng's side. Her soft voice sounded, and she was naive. "Thank you for accompanying me to climb the mountain." Yang Sheng couldn't stand her stupid look. She said unhappily, "It's not because you are stupid." If Tang Fu refused directly, why would there be trouble now? A good weekend holiday was ruined by Tang Fu. Tang Fu was just laughing foolishly. Yang Sheng looked at her and thought it was because of her simple mind and talent in sports that she was so strong. The three chatted for half a minute, and the auntie in the brown coat caught up with her. She smiled kindly and looked at several people. Without waiting for Tang Fu to introduce him, Yang Sheng took a look at the woman and found that she didn't look very good and had serious eye bags. Thinking of the death of the other party's daughter, Yang Sheng remained polite. "Hello, auntie, I'm Tang Fu's classmate, and I'm accompanying her to climb the mountain." Aunt Tao was still kind. "More people are good, more people are good." She repeated it 3 or 4 times. Yang Sheng listened to her words, and the strange feeling in her heart became stronger and stronger. She forced herself to restrain the urge to look at Jiang Ning. After a few pleasantries, several people walked towards the mountain path. Today is Sunday, and there are many small mountaineering teams along the way. The scenery of Yishan in November is unique. The trees on the mountain are golden, ochre, and dark brown, like a thick and colorful oil painting. The sun shines on the hillside, covering the grass and trees with a layer of gold. The winding mountain road was covered with dense fallen leaves, which formed a carpet. As pedestrians stepped on the fallen leaves, the crunching sound continued. "Jiang Ning, aren't you cold?" The climbers around him all wore coats to keep warm. Tang Fu saw that he was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt. When he got to the top of the mountain, wouldn't he freeze to death when the mountain wind blew? If Jiang Ning caught a cold, it would be her fault. Jiang Ning followed her words. "It's a bit cold." Hearing this, Tang Fu felt that she was not cold, so she zipped down her coat and prepared to take it off. Jiang Ning was stunned. It was the first time in his life that a girl handed him clothes. He immediately stopped her. "It's not suitable. It's not suitable." Tang Fu said righteously, "Don't worry, our clothes are about the same size, and mine will fit you just fine." She looked at Jiang Ning with a sincere look. Jiang Ning didn't want to lie to her anymore, and said frankly, "No, I'm not cold." Tang Fu was unhappy. "You think my clothes are too pink, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580 Terrible Helper. Jiang Ning rejected Tang Fu's pink coat. This made Jiang Ning, who was very interested, a little disappointed. She wanted to see how Jiang Ning, who was always calm and composed, looked after wearing a pink coat. What a pity. Jiang Ning was full of regret. It was still early and the weather was pleasant. After chatting for a while, they began to climb along the mountain trail. Yishan Mountain was only more than 300 meters high, so it was not difficult to climb. After walking deep into the forest, the sun shone through the trees and cast mottled shadows. Beside the mountain trail, clear streams gurgled, and several children gathered around the spring, making excited discussions. The entire forest was dotted with autumn colors, and the environment was beautiful and refreshing. For Jiang Ning and others who could run a half marathon, climbing the mountain was not difficult at all, and was quite pleasant. Jiang Ning, in accordance with the prior agreement, deliberately lagged behind a few steps, and, together with Jiang Ning, was responsible for monitoring Tang Fu and Aunt Tao in front, to prevent any unexpected situations. Jiang Ning separated a ray of consciousness. Yishan is not that high. Compared to the 4 hours it takes to climb Mount Tay, this mountain only takes 1 hour. If Tang Tang heard the height of this mountain, she would definitely be very contemptuous, and said that she could climb it easily. After all, she was not tired at all when she climbed Mount Tay last time. Tang Tang didn't know that it was Jiang Ning who gave her the magic charm. She really thought she was born for mountaineering, and even swelled to the point that she had the idea of becoming a mountaineer. Every time she talked about climbing, her tone was extremely arrogant, boasting and looking down on the world. If there was a chance later, Jiang Ning was going to bring her to Yishan and torture her severely, make her recognize her position and correct her identity. This alone was not enough. Jiang Ning had to whip her severely in front of Chuchu. There are 4 mountain roads to the top of Yishan. When you reach the Greening Pavilion, it intersects with another mountain road. A middle-aged man with a sturdy figure and a social look, he approached with an iron chain, passed by here, and deliberately turned his head to look at Tang Fu. The other person's appearance immediately alerted Jiang Ning. He was strong, had chains, and was staring at Tang Fu. There were too many suspicious points. If it was just Aunt Tao alone, even if she wanted to commit a crime, the power she would unleash would still be within the controllable range. Without being attacked by surprise, either Jiang Ning or Tang Fu could subdue the other person. However, if this man was Aunt Tao's companion, it would be much more difficult. The power of an adult man should not be underestimated. Fortunately, she was prepared and invited Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning had witnessed Jiang Ning's strength. When passing Nanhan Road after evening self-study, Jiang Ning faced the provocation of several motorcycle gangs and easily won. As long as Jiang Ning was not careless, there would be no problem. She especially touched Jiang Ning beside him to let him pay attention. Jiang Ning nodded and looked up. Tang Fu was 5 meters ahead of him, walking up the stairs with her long legs. She walked briskly. As she walked, her well-proportioned long legs fell, and her slender and powerful waist showed a beautiful arc. "Don't worry, I'm here," Jiang Ning said. "Okay," Jiang Ning responded, but she didn't let down her guard. She looked at the chained man. The other party was dressed in black, with dark black patterns on his coat, which was quite fancy. He held a cigarette between his fingers, wore a green watch on his wrist, and had a big gold necklace as thick as his little finger around his neck. Just looking at his appearance, he was a level higher than the ordinary gangsters. Perhaps Jiang Ning's eyes were not subtle enough, so he was noticed by the chained man. He looked over here and smiled. But when he smiled, his fierce look did not diminish at all. He said, "Little girl, what are you looking at?" "Nothing." Jiang Ning said this, unscrewed the bottle of iced water, and drank a sip of pure water to cover it up. After saying this, the chained man retracted his gaze and continued to walk forward. After what happened just now, Jiang Ning became much more cautious and no longer looked at the other party openly. She asked Jiang Ning, "Let me take the bag." "No need." Jiang Ning refused. Jiang Ning felt that she had made a mistake. She had originally thought that, by inviting Jiang Ning to help her, she could relax a little. After solving the problem of going up the mountain, she could walk down the flat road of the temple and slide down easily on the skateboard. As a result, who knew that the old witch would actually call for help? It was so insidious. When people are in a state of tension, they tend to associate everything around them. Just like when something is stolen, everyone looks like a thief. Now Yang Sheng, because of the environment she is in, assumes that the man with the iron chain is the helper invited by the old witch. So she regretted her carelessness and actually came to climb the mountain. She brought such a heavy skateboard. What if it affected Jiang Ning's performance? Yang Sheng didn't dare to think that if she didn't bring a skateboard, she would only lose a little happiness, but if Jiang Ning's performance was affected by the skateboard, then Tang Fu's life would be gone. Walking forward like this, the man with the iron chain held the iron chain and smoked a cigarette. So cool. 2 minutes later, he finished the cigarette in his hand and planned to flick it away. Jiang Ning's consciousness found that Yang Sheng was in a state of tension and his breathing rhythm was unnatural, which made the girl's chest rise and fall less smoothly than before. In order to ease the atmosphere, he deliberately played the role of a righteous friend and reminded, "Set fire to the mountain, and you will be imprisoned for life." The man in the chain paused, turned his head, and saw the nosy Jiang Ning. He only felt that the boy was tall and his body was not as thin as other students. On the contrary, this boy had straight shoulders and a large frame. The man in the chain silently pinched the cigarette butt, climbed more than 20 steps, and put the cigarette butt into the roadside trash can. Yang Sheng, the last time she saw a righteous act of accusing others in public was on TV. Although from childhood to adulthood, the textbooks of thought and morality constantly told us that if we see uncivilized behavior in public, we should dissuade it. But there are very few people who can do it. Because people who do uncivilized things don't have much quality, it's easy to get into trouble when negotiating with such people. Once a conflict breaks out, you will be scolded at the least, beaten at the worst, and then you fight back after being beaten, and then you are blackmailed. Jiang Ning looked at Yang Sheng's speechless expression and smiled. "Brother, am I being righteous?" Yang Sheng was helpless. He was still showing off, but he still responded with, "Too righteous, brother. It's him who provoked him. The revenge of the chain man will definitely be more fierce." Yang Sheng was melancholy. After doing a righteous thing, Jiang Ning found it quite comfortable. In the past, he would be annoyed when he saw such things, but he would stay out of it and ignore it. After receiving the insincere praise, Jiang Ning continued to do good things. He expanded his spiritual consciousness. He found that a fat child threw the packaging of Wrigley gum on the ground at the step below. He immediately pointed at the little fat boy's nose and stopped him, saying, "No littering, pick it up." The little fat boy was spoiled by his parents, so he would never listen to such words. Not only did he not pick it up, he also arrogantly opened his mouth and spit the chewing gum onto the steps. Then he raised his head and looked at Jiang Ning with disdain, meaning, "What can you do to me?" The fat aunt next to the little fat boy said sarcastically, "You must have read too much and become stupid. Go to the hospital to check your brain." Yang Sheng cleaned up the mess for Jiang Ning with a bad face. "How can you talk like that?" The fat aunt pouted, "You must be full and bored, minding your own business." The little fat boy peeled off the chewing gum again and threw the packaging on the ground, "Minding your own business." Jiang Ning frowned, remembering the unpleasant experience of having chewing gum stuck on the soles of his shoes when he was walking on the road before. The other party is a child, and it is not justified to teach him a lesson as an adult. Fortunately, Jiang Ning likes to bully the weak the most. Jiang Ning gathered his consciousness and silently condensed it into a shocking soul spear. Go. The shocking soul spear was silently thrown out, piercing into the little fat boy's mind like a nail into a piece of fragile tofu. A violent howl sounded, scaring the birds in the surrounding mountains and forests away, and the people climbing nearby all paid attention. The chubby kid rolled on the steps in pain. The chubby auntie ran up to check on him, screaming, "My grandson." Jiang Ning felt much better. Tang Fu and Auntie Tao in front of him were also startled by the screams and turned back to watch the fun. The damage of the shocking soul thorn was instantaneous. Jiang Ning did not use much of his spiritual sense, otherwise the chubby auntie would have been able to eat a feast after one strike. The chubby kid was nailed, and although the pain was over, the extreme pain scared him so much that he lay on the steps and howled. Jiang Ning said sarcastically, "I told you to litter, and the retribution is coming soon." The chubby auntie was so angry that she was about to curse, but suddenly, she felt a palpitation, as if she would suffer a disaster in the next moment. The chubby auntie shut her mouth wisely and dared not say anything more. Jiang Ning regretfully retracted the shocking soul thorn in a deterrent state. He said happily, "Remember to take your grandson to the hospital to check his brain." After saying this, Jiang Ning prepared to continue climbing the mountain and enjoy the surrounding scenery. Unlike Yuki Mountain, which is covered by a large array of spiritual energy and has 4 seasons like spring, Yishan follows the rule of the 4 seasons. The continuous mountains are covered with a layer of golden color. When the sun shines and the mountain breeze blows, the forests are dyed with color. Yang Sheng was still paying attention to the threatening man in chains. The man in chains watched the excitement for a while and suddenly stared at the chain in his hand in a daze. Yang Sheng focused his attention and tried to see his intention. Suddenly, the man in chains shouted in panic, "Fuck, where is my dog?" He searched everywhere, but couldn't find his dog. He asked for help from everyone. "Have you seen my dog? I was hiking and walking my dog. How come my dog is gone?" Yang Sheng felt it was ridiculous. She suddenly realized, "I was cautious for a long time, but I ended up fighting wits and courage with the air." 5 minutes later, Jiang Ning went up another step. Based on the principle of not wasting, he nailed the condensed shocking thorn into the fat aunt's mind. Soon, a shrill scream came from below. Yang Sheng froze, wondering, what's going on? Jiang Ning kept walking. Who knows? Class 8 group. Jiang Yanan shared in the group. "Have you watched Running Man? The latest episode is really good." They and the Korean celebrity group ripped off the name tags. It was so exciting. This variety show launched by Jiangxi Satellite TV in 2014 quickly became popular all over the country and became the starting point for the explosion of domestic variety shows. Many students in class 8 are watching it. Dunking Feng, "It's really good, but our guys are not strong enough. We were beaten badly by Kim Jong-kook, and it took 2 against 1 to tear off his name tag." Song Sheng, "What a dish." Tang Jing also watched the show. When she saw Song Sheng's speech, she said sarcastically, "Oh, you say you're so great if you go and tear it off?" Song Sheng doesn't indulge women. He typed back, "It will definitely be different if I go and tear it off. To be honest, none of the male celebrities in China can tear it off better than me." Kyang Li, who is also working out, said, "My brother Sheng can bench press 80 kilograms. No one in the domestic Running Man group should be able to push this weight." Song Sheng praised each other in a commercial way. "You're not bad either. Now you can push 70 at your limit, right?" Kyang Li, "I tried it last night and pushed it up. With the level of both of us, if we join the Running Man group, no kidding, we will be absolutely invincible." Jiang Yanan joined the topic. "Then can you beat Kim Jong-kook?" Song Sheng did not reply. Kyang Li said, "It's a bit difficult. Kim Jong-kook has trained very well. He is a god-level figure in the field of fitness. It is said that his bench press weight is 150 kilograms. Jiang Yanan, 150 kilograms, which is better than Jiang Ning. I remember Jiang Ning's is 140 kilograms, right?" Seeing this reply, Kyang Li was a little dazed. Damn it, he couldn't believe how Jiang Ning could push 140 kilograms with that figure. It was not in line with common sense. Yan Xianpeng, who was more than 1.9 meters tall and as strong as a bear, was about the same. Kyang Li didn't want to boost the reputation of the Koreans. He explained, "Jiang Ning pushed 140 kilograms that day, and it felt quite easy. The actual weight should not be worse than the opponent's." Song Sheng finally spoke, "Anyway, I think the level of the big black bull in China that you guys praised is just so-so. Tang Jing, you are so good, why don't you go on stage to fight? You are not unqualified to play, right?" Tear. At this moment, Song Sheng wished he could tear Tang Jing, this bitch, to pieces. The group discussed the reality show Running Man for a while, and Lukaki showed off again. She sent a message, "I'm going to Nanshi to play the escape room next week. Are there any sisters who want to join me?" 2014 was the year when the escape room began to rise. At that time, it was a very avant-garde experience. Being able to play this meant being ahead of the times. Lukaki often said some avant-garde things in the group to show her taste and aesthetics. "What is the escape room?" Liu Chuandao heard it for the first time. Lukaki explained, you are asked to stay in a room and can escape only after successfully deciphering the puzzle. It's very exciting. Dong Qingfeng had never played it before, but had heard of similar concepts. He asked, the price is not cheap, right? Lukaki, a few hundred yuan a time. It's okay, someone is treating us. Liu Chuandao was surprised, a few hundred yuan, so expensive. Lukaki, there's nothing I can do. After all, this is a new form of entertainment. People who can experience it basically have money. Shan Kaikun, where's the fun in it? Lukaki, don't you think it's exciting to escape from a dark secret room with thrilling puzzles and NPCs chasing you? Seeing her description, Liu Chuandao had an idea. Why are you spending that money? Why don't you bring your sisters to my house? I'll prepare a room for you and see if you can escape. Chapter 581 Smirk. When they reached the halfway point of the mountain, at the Dapan Square, everyone stopped to rest. Yang Sheng and Jiang Ning were full of energy and did not need to rest, but Aunt Tao, who was traveling with Tang Fu, was in her 40s after all, so she still had to take a break and sit down. In the center of the round square was a flower bed with many flowers planted in it, and a wishing tree with many red wooden sticks hanging on its branches. Some tourists bought wooden sticks and wrote and drew on them. Tang Fu did not join in the fun. She ran to the faucet and washed her face. She wiped her face with a tissue and ran to Yang Sheng's side. Her face became delicate and smooth after being washed by the clear water. The light from the east fell on her face, making the skin on both sides of her nose present delicate shadows, and her facial features more three-dimensional. Yang Sheng, do you want to wash your face? The mountain spring water is very comfortable and cool. Tang Fu said excitedly. No, I'm not sweating. Yang Sheng leaned against the rock and waved his hand lazily. Tang Fu said seriously, washing your face with mountain spring water is especially good for your skin. As she spoke, she raised her hand and gently stroked her face with her slender fingers, her movements smooth and silky. Long-term exercise has given Tang Fu a strong ability to detoxify, and compared to other girls, her skin is very tight. Seeing Yang Sheng's calm expression, Tang Fu took out a small bottle from her pocket. Look, this is the moisturizing lotion I usually use. This moisturizing lotion is very effective. Do you know why it is so effective? Because it contains plateau ice spring water. Yang Sheng wondered, what is the effect of plateau ice spring water? Tang Fu gave her a scientific explanation. Plateau ice spring water comes from the plateau. The biggest feature is that it is very cool, cooler than other water. So while replenishing water, it can also shrink pores and make the skin tighter. Yang Sheng thought for a while and said, I think the temperature of the water changes because of the surrounding environment. It won't be cold if it is in a constant temperature environment. Tang Fu opened her eyes wide. Her thick and long eyelashes fluttered, with a few drops of clear water hanging on them, like crystal, sparkling with a slight luster. She argued, that is plateau ice spring water. It is cooler than mountain spring water. Yang Sheng was stunned, and she instinctively began to reason. The spring water is cool on the plateau, but when it leaves the plateau and goes to other places, it is not cool anymore. Jiang Ning glanced at her and felt that Yang Sheng, who was always sober, seemed a little confused. He actually tried to persuade Tang Fu. He said, Yang Sheng, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Yang Sheng got angry. How about we make a bet? Jiang Ning continued, the plateau ice spring water flows in the low pressure areas of the plateau. It has a low boiling point and an even lower freezing point. It can remain in liquid form in an environment below 0 degrees. From the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, it can attract more cold air. If it is used as a formula for skincare products, the cold air accumulated over tens of thousands of years is applied to the skin to neutralize the dryness in the body. It naturally has the effect of balancing yin and yang, and it is natural to tighten the skin and detoxify and beautify the skin. After he said this, Tang Fu immediately clapped her hands in praise, her expression full of recognition of Jiang Ning. But, well founded, it's really well said. After that, she showed a look of victory. Yang Sheng, do you understand? Yang Sheng was speechless. She looked at Jiang Ning with eyes full of blame. Tang Fu is stupid, and you are still so partial to her. What is your intention? However, Yang Sheng still cooperated with Jiang Ning. She pretended to be convinced and suddenly realized, so that's it. Fufu, you are right. Tang Fu, can I still lie to you? She poured some skincare products and applied them to her face happily and asked Jiang Ning, by the way, now I bought the right skincare products. Do you have any facial cleansers to recommend? Jiang Ning, this is simple. You can buy volcanic mud facial cleansers. Tang Fu, what are the effects? Jiang Ning explained, it has the same effect as plateau ice spring water. Volcanic mud comes from volcanoes with thousands of degrees. It can use high temperature to burn facial keratin. The cleansing effect is very good. Tang Fu opened her eyes wide, and the water droplets on her eyelashes were blown away, making her eyes look brighter. Every time she blinked, it was like a butterfly flapping its wings. You know too much, Jiang Ning. Tang Fu met such a knowledgeable person for the first time. Jiang Ning smiled faintly. Mio is great. You are also the most talented peer I have ever seen. After a conversation, both parties were happy and the atmosphere was harmonious. Seeing this, Yang Sheng said, I'm convinced. She was really afraid that Tang Fu and Jiang Ning would spend too much time together, and even the little wisdom she had left would be taken away by Jiang Ning. After this incident, Tang Fu and Jiang Ning became much closer. It is difficult for people to refuse someone who agrees with their views, especially when that person is a wise man. And Jiang Ning is a wise man. Tang Fu cared about the wise man in her unique way. Are you cold? I'll give you clothes to wear. Jiang Ning was silent for a while. What about you? Tang Fu said righteously, I won't wear it. Jiang Ning, there are so many people, it's not good. Tang Fu couldn't bear to see him hesitate like a woman, so she suddenly moved closer. Jiang Ning narrowed his vision and faced Tang Fu's face. Tang Fu was not as shy and gentle as other girls. Her eyes were bright and full of sincerity, which made people not have the slightest distracting thoughts. Jiang Ning took a step back. You almost hit me with your eyelashes. Tang Fu blinked. How is it possible? As she said that, she raised her fingers, closed her left eye, and pulled hard, pulling out two of them. Then she slapped her eyelashes into Jiang Ning's hand and shouted, look for yourself, you can't hit me, they are not that long. Jiang Ning was stunned. He was just joking. Is Tang Fu so straightforward? When Yang Sheng was climbing the mountain, she took a few photos and posted them on her question space. She was quite popular. Bai Yuxia, Chen Xiaoyu, Dong Qingfeng and others all liked Yang Sheng's comments, and some even commented below. Lu Kiki said in the group, I finally have a day off. Why do you want to climb the mountain? She complained in her heart that, if she was like Yang Sheng, she would have gone out to travel long ago after winning the prize money for the marathon. Pang Jiao, what else can you do by climbing mountains? Of course it can help you lose weight. Dong Qingfeng, she doesn't need to lose weight at all. Pang Jiao ignored Dong Qingfeng and spoke in the group. I suggest that you don't climb mountains to lose weight. Climbing mountains won't help you lose weight at all. Last time I climbed a mountain for 2 days in a row, not only did I not lose weight, my legs became thicker. Duan Shigang, hahaha, isn't it because your legs are thick to begin with? The verbal battle lasted for 5 minutes. Lu Kiki likes to teach others. She imparts skills in the group. I think if you want to lose weight, you must first determine what your purpose is, and then be firm in this idea and strictly implement it. After all, the most important thing for losing weight is willpower. Pang Jiao, oh, my purpose of losing weight is to find a handsome boyfriend. When I'm with a handsome guy, I'm happy, even when I drink boiled water with him. CUIU, please, can you consider the feelings of handsome guys? They are not happy drinking boiled water. Pang Jiao at Che Wei, are you happy drinking boiled water? Che Wei quarreled with Dong Qingfeng and Ma Shichen last time, and left the class group in anger. Later, the class monitors in Yaoling did psychological work, and pulled him back. Che Wei, I'm not a handsome guy. Pang Jiao, I asked you if you are happy. Che Wei was frightened by the lewdness and said insincerely, very happy. CUIU mocked unscrupulously, hahaha, you like handsome guys, but you also need handsome guys to like you. This remark was like a bayonet, sharp and hurtful. Meng Gui, well done. Liu Chuandao was still trapped in the cage, and didn't dare to be too arrogant, so he sent an emoticon to cheer. Che Wei saw this and felt that Pang Jiao was very likely to use him to block the knife. He didn't want to sit and wait for death. He was ready to attack, turning the passive into the active, and said, "Ha ha ha, not every handsome guy looks good." After the words were sent out, Che Wei found that there seemed to be some mistakes, but for a moment he didn't know what went wrong. Cuiu seized the opportunity and hit the target. Or do you mean that my sister Jiao Jiao's appearance can't be beaten? Che Wei's palms were sweating, and at this moment he wanted to quit the group again. He cursed wildly in his heart, very unwilling. Damn, isn't the class group a place for chatting and bragging? When did it become so dangerous? It was just like the spy movies and undercover movies I watched before. If you say something wrong, it will lead to a big mistake and fall into the bottomless abyss, and there will be no recovery. It's really terrible. At this time, Duan Shigang, how do you talk? My sister Jiao Jiao is still very good at fighting. He was speaking with a double meaning. Che Wei heard what he meant and quickly continued. Jiao Jiao's appearance is very good at fighting. Wang Yan'an seized the opportunity to make her good sister happy. Oh, Jiao Jiao, you see, I said that everyone recognizes your appearance. Xin Yaoling changed the subject. At Yang Sheng, did you climb the mountain by yourself? Yang Sheng, with Jiang Ning and Tang Fu. Che Wei used to be in class 6 and knew Tang Fu from the next class. Her long legs were simply stunning, and Tang Fu was very powerful and popular in class 7. For example, Zhao Jinliang and Bai Hao from class 7 obeyed Tang Fu's orders, and the two of them tried to compete with each other privately, but unfortunately Tang Fu has now been promoted from class 7 to the experimental class. Before Che Wei could question it, he heard Qiang Li speak. Why is Tang Fu and Jiang Ning together? Jiang Yanan, they eat at the same table. Lu Kiki jumped out and said, Pang Jiao, if you want to lose weight quickly, I suggest the 16+8 method. The effect of losing weight by controlling your diet is very good. Wang Yan'an, what does 16+8 mean? Pang Jiao, does it mean eating 8 meals within 16 hours? This is a good way to lose weight. I can definitely do it. Lu Kiki was speechless. She threw the jar and said, you are wrong. It means eating 16 meals within 8 hours. Pang Jiao, haha. Chen Qian treated everyone equally and explained. 16+8 means eating 3 meals a day within 8 hours, and then not eating any food in the next 16 hours. This way, when fasting, the body's fat consumption is increased, and the effect of weight loss is achieved in turn. After more than an hour of climbing, the group finally arrived at the top of Yishan Mountain. Jiang Ning, carrying a black skateboard bag, stepped onto the last step, and the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. Climbing to the top of the mountain, looking around, there are endless mountains in the field of vision. The forests are dyed with a layer of golden autumn colors, and the sun shines obliquely between the mountains. Jiang Ning slowly stretched out his hand and grabbed the mountains below, as if trying to grab something. Yang Sheng took 2 steps forward and walked to his side, overlooking the vast land with him. The towering buildings in Yazhou City are like a miniature model at this moment, and the grandeur and magnificence of the world are displayed before their eyes. Seeing Jiang Ning's outstretched hand, he clenched his palms, as if he wanted to grasp the world below. Yang Sheng suddenly felt, every time I climb to the top of the mountain and look down, I always feel that human beings are too small in front of nature. Jiang Ning was silent. He was a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. Even if he did not summon his nascent soul body, which was 1,000 feet high, the power contained in his hand could easily uproot the highest main peak of Yishan Mountain. Yeah. Jiang Ning sighed. Now he was just a small cultivator in the refining key stage. On a pavilion in the distance, a middle-aged woman shouted, ice cream, come to me if you want ice cream. Tang Fu was simple-minded and did not have so many melancholy thoughts. She took a long step and ran to get the ice cream. Not only did she eat it herself, she also gave some to her confidant Jiang Ning and her good brother Yang Sheng. It was free anyway. When she delivered the ice cream, Yang Sheng asked her, how much did you spend? The prices on the top of the mountain were very expensive. The value of a bottle of water skyrocketed several times. Money? No money? Tang Fu was dumbfounded. She just heard someone shouting that it was clearly free. Yang Sheng looked over there and observed for 2 minutes. Based on the conversation and behavior, she found that the middle-aged woman was giving out ice cream to her family members. Yang Sheng looked at Tang Fu's clueless look and was full of surprise. It was too good for her to meet a good person. It was really a blessing for a fool. The three of them were eating ice cream, and Aunt Tao said kindly, "It's quieter in the south, and the scenery is better. Let's go and have a look." Yang Sheng thought to himself, what is coming has finally come. She nudged Jiang Ning quietly. Tang Fu took the lead and walked towards the south. The top of Yishan Mountain was built with great care, with stone paths, pavilions, and towers, which were magnificent. The paths were lined with lush trees and the sound of birdsong. Walking among them was refreshing. Aunt Tao looked at the surrounding scenery with a stiff smile and said happily, "If my daughter were here, she would definitely like these scenery." She also said that she would try wingsuit flying in the future. Her voice echoed among the three people. Yang Sheng's expression remained unchanged, but he became more alert in his heart. Tang Fu still had that silly look on her face, smiling foolishly. Aunt Tao's footsteps suddenly stopped. She left the path and walked towards the weeds next to her. There was a grey rock platform a few meters away. There was no guardrail on the rock platform. Looking down from the edge, there was a ground with a drop of nearly 100 meters. There was no flat grass and soft soil on that ground, but rugged rocks with abrupt and sharp shapes. It was the wonder of nature. Ordinary people could not help but tremble just by standing on the edge. The consequence of falling from here would definitely be that there would be no body left, and the death would be extremely miserable, and there would be no possibility of survival. Aunt Tao walked to the edge of the platform without noticing anything. She stood on the edge of the cliff, looked around, and just sat down. Half a minute later, she turned around, showed a kind smile, and said, "Fufu, the scenery here is very beautiful. Do you want to come and see?" Yang Sheng pretended to grab Tang Fu, but ended up being grabbed by Jiang Ning's arm. Yang Sheng, who usually stood out in the class and enslaved countless classmates, was no different from an ordinary girl at the moment when she was grabbed by Jiang Ning. Yang Sheng gave Jiang Ning an anxious and puzzled look. Jiang Ning shook his head. After hearing what Aunt Tao said, Tang Fu walked straight to the end of the rock platform without any vigilance. Yang Sheng was about to swear, "Fuck, Fufu, how can you be so stupid? So stupid. Don't you want to die? Can't you see that she wants to hurt you?" Power burst out from Yang Sheng's body, and he tried to struggle against Jiang Ning's palm, but he remained motionless. Jiang Ning gave her a reassuring look. "If there is an accident, he will take action. Good boy, sit down, sit down." Aunt Tao's smile became more kind. After Tang Fu sat down, she looked at the mountains, woods, and city in the distance. Yang Sheng stood 2 meters away, staring at the backs of Tang Fu and Aunt Tao sitting. "It's too dangerous." Aunt Tao stretched out her hand and wanted to hold Tang Fu's shoulders. Yang Sheng saw this scene. His body trembled and his heartbeat accelerated. At this time, Tang Fu suddenly turned her head. Her smile was silly and innocent, and her voice was as soft as cotton candy. "Aunt Tao, do you want to push me down the mountain?" Chapter 582 Knife. As soon as Tang Fu asked, the atmosphere suddenly changed. The wind stopped, the rustling of the grass and trees disappeared, and the birds stopped singing. Yang Sheng stared at Tang Fu. His heart was shaken, and he felt a sense of absurdity. Does she know everything? But if she knew, why did she still go to the appointment? Isn't she afraid of death? All kinds of doubts were in Yang Sheng's mind, and he couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard he tried. Who doesn't know that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall? Jiang Ning still had no reaction on his face. After hearing this, Aunt Tao stopped her hand that was about to reach out to Tang Fu, and her face became more kind. "Why do you think of me like this?" But this kindness made Yang Sheng behind him shudder. Tang Fu thought for a moment and said wisely, "Because today is Ling Ling's 57th day. You like Ling Ling very much. You should definitely visit her, right?" Aunt Tao's mouth curved up, and those creepy expressions disappeared. She smiled silently, as if she had returned to the moment when her daughter was alive, but this expression only existed for a moment and then disappeared. Her facial muscles twisted and became numb again. "Ling Ling dreams every day," she said. "Mom, I'm so lonely. No one plays with me." Aunt Tao murmured and repeated this sentence. She was obviously heartbroken, but there was a glimmer of hope. Even in elementary school, Yang Sheng dared to play horror movies on DVD alone at 12 o'clock in the evening, but he was also frightened by her extremely numb expression. She's crazy. Yang Sheng asserted that the other party was mentally ill. Tang Fu on the rock platform was tense all over, like a cheetah, ready to explode at any time. The worst situation she expected finally came. She asked, "So, Auntie, do you want me to go downstairs and play with Ling Ling?" Auntie Tao's eyes were extremely empty. She stared straight at Tang Fu, raised her hand, and once again embraced Tang Fu. Tang Fu was sitting at this time, and there was no place on the platform to hold on. If Auntie Tao held her, it would be extremely dangerous. In a critical moment, Tang Fu remained calm. She imitated Ling Ling's tone and suddenly shouted, "Mom." Auntie Tao's movement suddenly paused, and she was stunned. During this gap, Tang Fu stepped on the ground and nimbly shrank behind the stone platform. Yang Sheng, who was originally planning to attack, was stunned. He didn't expect Tang Fu to be so smart. When did she become so smart that she could use feints to interfere with her opponent? At the moment of life and death, Tang Fu actually had time to give Yang Sheng a little look that said, "I'll let you underestimate me." Her mentality was so good that it was comparable to that of a soldier on the battlefield. Jiang Ning looked at this scene. Tang Fu's degree of suicidal behavior was no worse than that of her best friend who had a car accident while riding a motorcycle. He silently withdrew and imprisoned Aunt Tao's spiritual power, thinking, "This fool, does he really think that a few words can make a desperate mother recall the past and stop?" Fortunately, Jiang, am the stabilizing force. Jiang Ning was in a chaotic situation, but he was still very calm. After Aunt Tao was released from the imprisonment, she did not feel fear of the unknown. She suddenly pulled out a shiny dagger from her bag. She looked at the three people with extremely indifferent eyes. No anger, no awe, no hysteria, only emptiness and numbness. Yang Sheng felt like being stared at by a cold-blooded venomous snake, and his heart was hairy. "The dagger is revealed, right?" Jiang Ning said. Aunt Tao said nothing, held the dagger, stepped out, and walked towards the three people. Yang Sheng quickly made a judgment in his heart. Run. The distance is too close, and it is a mountain road. It is not easy to run. Counterattack. There is a dagger on the opposite side, which has great lethality. But you can use something to block the other party first. There are 3 of them, and they are quite skilled. After controlling Aunt Tao, you can bring her to justice. Just as Yang Sheng was about to take the skateboard bag and use it as a shield, Jiang Ning's hand suddenly grabbed the skateboard bag and pulled out a nearly 1 meter long black strip. Aunt Tao's pace quickened. She raised her hand and made a stabbing motion. Her daughter was too lonely. Fortunately, someone would accompany her daughter soon. "My dear daughter, don't worry." Jiang Ning held the black strip and shook it gently. The cloth strips wrapped around the surface fell off by themselves, and a glowing broadsword appeared in front of the few people. "This is an 88 centimeter long broadsword." Jiang Ning stood in place, holding the handle of the knife and slowly raised it. The blade was like a mirror, reflecting the surrounding mountain and forest scenery, clearly visible. He looked at Aunt Tao, who was holding a dagger, and said condescendingly, "Give a hand." Facing the broadsword, the numbness and emptiness on Aunt Tao's face changed for the first time, replaced by dullness. The noisy wind stopped again. Yang Sheng and Tang Fu were no exception. The 2 girls were shocked. Who brings such a big knife when climbing a mountain? Aunt Tao originally rushed straight towards the 3 people, intending to take them away. No one could stop Tang Fu from reuniting with her daughter. However, after seeing the big knife and having it pointed at her nose, she paused for a few seconds. Then she silently took a detour and left in silence under Jiang Ning's contemptuous eyes. She couldn't die now. She still had to find friends for her daughter to play with her, so that she wouldn't be lonely. After Aunt Tao left, Yang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, and her posture unconsciously relaxed. The pressure just now was too great, the great terror between life and death. The last time it was so scary, she was deceived by her mother and ate super spicy turkey noodles. It was so spicy that she was admitted to the hospital and almost died. Tang Fu walked to the edge of the stone platform, looked at the cliff below, was stunned for a while, and whispered, "Ling Ling, I did what I promised you." Yang Sheng saw Tang Fu running to the cliff again. She was furious and asked, "What are you crazy about? You know that they are harming you, but you still climb the mountain with them. Are you stupid?" Tang Fu turned around and smiled innocently, reflecting the red leaves on the mountain behind her. "I'm not stupid, I'm called Great Wisdom," Yang Sheng said mercilessly. "I think you are mentally retarded." After teaching Tang Fu a few words, Yang Sheng moved his eyes and looked at Aunt Tao, who was walking away on the mountain road. She was worried. If she didn't succeed this time, will she retaliate in the future? I think she has gone crazy. Aunt Tao's face just now was too terrifying, without humanity. If Jiang Ning hadn't taken out the big knife at the end, Yang Sheng even doubted that the other party dared to die with them. The lethality of such a crazy woman is very terrifying. Yang Sheng was paying attention to Aunt Tao's figure. Suddenly, 4 figures rushed out from the side of the mountain road. Aunt Tao didn't even have time to resist. She was pressed to the ground and her mouth was blocked before she could scream. Yang Sheng, what's going on? How did things become more and more out of touch with reality? When Aunt Tao was helped up again, she was already put into a huge bag, and then 4 men in uniforms carried her down the mountain. The whole process was not dragged out at all, and it was also quite entertaining. Yang Sheng, why do their uniforms look so much like police uniforms, but they are a little different from the police uniforms? Jiang Ning's phone vibrated. It was a message from Xiao Shuangshan. "Done. Well done." Jiang Ning praised his subordinates. Yang Sheng said again, "If they were police, Aunt Tao should be locked up, right?" Jiang Ning, maybe. He told Xiao Shuangshan to let Aunt Tao spend the rest of her life stepping on the sewing machine and making some contributions. After experiencing the dangers on the mountain, Yang Sheng's mentality recovered. She went down the mountain and walked on another mountain road, a flat road. Maple trees stood on both sides of the road, with maple leaves as fiery as clouds. The autumn wind blew gently, and the maple leaves fluttered like gorgeous rain. Yang Sheng stepped on a skateboard and passed by lightly. Maple leaves fell on the ends of her hair from time to time, like hairpins, decorating her short hair. Having just experienced life and death danger, Yang Sheng was playing with a skateboard, while the other Tang Fu was shouting about eating barbecue and drinking coke. Her mentality was top notch. Jiang Ning slowly fell behind, looking at the picturesque scene, the girl, the skateboard, the maple leaves, and the colors of autumn. Yang Sheng is skilled in skateboarding, and is very good at it. She is very good at sports. After playing with the skateboard for a while, she did not forget that it was Jiang Ning who helped her bring it up the mountain. She braked handsomely, picked up the skateboard, and waited for Jiang Ning on the spot. When he arrived, Yang Sheng pouted. "Try it a few times." Jiang Ning shook his head. "I can't." "Yang Sheng, it's easy. I'll teach you. Come on." The two were playing skateboards over there. Tang Fu followed them and pointed to the distance and said, "There's ice wine for sale over there. I'll treat you to a drink." Yang Sheng took some time to persuade them. "Don't buy it on the mountain. It's too expensive." Tang Fu crossed her arms and said, "What's the big deal? You've helped me so much. I'll only drink the expensive ones today. I won't buy anything less than 5 yuan a cup." Usually, a cup of ice wine costs 3 yuan at the gate of number 4 middle school. Rice wine costs 5 yuan, and often has a lot of small ingredients added, such as raisins and crushed hawthorn. Tang Fu talked and laughed all the way, showing her demeanor as a sports student. In her every move, she was like a victorious female general who didn't take the secular world seriously. Arriving at the square below, Tang Fu walked to the door of the ice wine shop. Yang Sheng advised, "I really don't drink it. Don't waste money." Tang Fu insisted on her own way. She asked, "How much is a cup of ice wine?" The shop owner opened his eyes. 8 yuan. Tang Fu's expression was embarrassed. She said in a weaker tone, "Are you sure you sell it for 8 yuan? The shop owner looked up at her and said impatiently, 8 yuan is the most common. If you buy the whole family ice wine, it's 13 yuan a cup. If you don't buy it, don't block the door and affect my business." The shop owner waved his hand to drive people away. His attitude was comparable to that of the state-owned stores decades ago, arrogant and insolent. Not only Tang Fu, but also a couple who were about to buy next to them took a breath of cold air and quickly retreated. Yang Sheng squeezed Tang Fu aside and walked to the stall. She felt her pocket and asked, "Is there a bank nearby?" The shop owner almost laughed. "Do you need to go to the bank to withdraw this little money?" Yang Sheng's face changed and said sarcastically, "I want to tell you that it's so expensive. Why don't you go to the bank to rob?" After that, she dragged Tang Fu away. The shop owner was furious and was about to open his mouth to curse, but Jiang Ning took out an 88cm machete with an expressionless face and pointed the sharp tip of the knife without black cloth wrapped around it at the shop owner. "What do you want to say?" The shop owner's anger was extinguished at once when he saw the machete. He trembled and said, "Brother, don't get excited." Jiang Ning put away the knife with satisfaction and walked away leisurely. Downtown, the square in front of Lanma Shopping Center, Wu Yunzi was waiting for someone next to the stone pier. 5 minutes later, Lan Zichen came. She was wearing a black sweatshirt and black jeans. The color scheme was low-key, but her skin was quite white, her features were delicate, and her eyes had a calmness that was inconsistent with her age. Wu Yunzi was originally going to date Shang Wanqing, but Shang Wanqing was busy, so he gave up and chose Lan Zichen. As a result, Wu Yunzi found that there was an ordinary looking girl next to the other party. Wu Yunzi felt uncomfortable. "Are you guarding against me?" But he still smiled on the surface. "Let's go. I heard that there is a barbecue restaurant that tastes good. Let's go together." Lan Zichen, "I'm not very good at barbecue." Wu Yunzi was very graceful. "It's okay. I'll grill it for you." After saying that, he stopped a taxi on the side of the road and got in the car with Lan Zichen. When the taxi drove away, a figure walked quickly to the side of the road, stretched out his hand to stop a taxi, and quickly got in the car. Zhao Xiaofeng pointed to the rear of the taxi in front and anxiously said to the driver, "Master, I'll give you 200 yuan. Follow that car." Because Qi Xianheng had a crush on Lan Zichen, Zhao Xiaofeng's task this weekend was to help brother Xian keep an eye on him. He took out 2 red bills to show his sincerity. The driver replied, "Okay, I promise I won't lose you." Zhao Xiaofeng exclaimed, "Awesome, so confident in your driving skills?" The driver took out his intercom and shouted, "Leo Wang, I'm behind your car, drive slower." The bus drove smoothly, and the last row of seats. Yang Sheng on the left lowered her voice, "When did you bring it? How come I didn't know you put it in my bag?" From beginning to end, she didn't notice that Jiang Ning stuffed a long knife into her skateboard bag. Faced with this question, Jiang Ning replied calmly, "I put it in when you weren't paying attention." Yang Sheng, I didn't cooperate with you. How could you come in? Besides, I clearly didn't see you bring it." Jiang Ning, "I can do magic." Tang Fu on the right eavesdropped for a while and interrupted, "What magic can you do?" Speaking of magic, Yang Sheng said, "His magic is really good." The magic performed by Jiang Ning at that New Year's Eve party was the best magic she had ever seen. The two girls talked across Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning leaned back a little and took out his cell phone. Tong Tong had just sent him a message asking him where he was going at noon and why he didn't go home. "Jiang Ning, we had barbecue at noon." Zhu Yuantong, who lived in the bungalow in Heba, was so angry that his teeth were about to break when he saw this. "Damn it, no wonder you ran away so early in the morning. It turned out you were going to have barbecue. Why didn't you take me with you?" Jiang Ning, "Because you were sleeping in." Zhu Yuantong complained, "You can wake me up, as long as you say the word barbecue, I will definitely wake up." Jiang Ning, "I just wanted to let you sleep a little longer. You stayed up so late last night." Zhu Yuantong, "Humph, you are not so kind. You just want to get rid of me." Yang Sheng talked to Jiang Ning again. Zhu Yuantong saw that he didn't reply while chatting and thought that he was too bold now, so he warned him, "You don't want to reply to me, right? I will ignore you for an hour. You must be anxious." Jiang Ning received the message. "It's okay. It won't affect me in any way." Chapter 583. What is his virtue? River Dam, Bungalow. After Zhu Yuantang woke up, she took the time to go to Chachu's house for breakfast and lunch, and then went back to bed, reluctant to get up. After receiving Jiang Ning's perfunctory reply, Zhu Yuantang was furious and threw her phone hard on the soft quilt. Then she hugged the pillow and beat him up to vent her anger. Good Jiang Ning. She swore to the sky she would never talk to Jiang Ning for an hour and would not go to his house to help him practice the computer. She turned over on the chair, untied the plastic bag, peeled the sugar orange and ate it, and thought about what to do today. Although it was the weekend, her mother couldn't stay idle and went to the company to work overtime. Jiang Ning gave overtime pay, and it was unusually generous. So, many housework fell on Tang Tang's shoulders. Zhu Yuantang was not a little girl who was spoiled by her family. Children from poor families grow up early. She knew how to be self-reliant since she was a child. She often ran out to pick up rags, pick peanuts, dig sweet potatoes, steal watermelons, and couldn't catch up with wild rabbits. In Anhui province, rural children born in the 1990s, whose families are average or poor, have almost all done farm work. Zhu Yuantang bit a tangerine and took stock of today's work, washing the sheets, quilt covers, and pillow skins, then took out the casserole and brushed it, and then cleaned the house again. Especially sweeping the floor, it was very troublesome. Zhu Yuantang was thinking about a solution, and suddenly her eyes lit up, thinking of her best friend Chachu. She stepped forward and ran to Chachu's house, standing at the door and shouted, "Chachu, don't learn it. My mother bought tangerines. They are so sweet. Come and eat them." Soon, Zhu Chachu came out of the house. Tang Tang's bedroom. Zhu Chachu sat on a stool and took a red tangerine. Her fingers were slender and dexterous, gently unbuttoning the outer coat of the tangerine, softly and delicately. "Sweet, right?" Zhu Yuantang smiled. Zhu Chachu nodded. "Sweet." The two girls chatted. Time passed little by little, and soon, the tangerines in the bag were gone. Zhu Chachu still felt a little reluctant. At this time, Zhu Yuantang's eyes sparkled with wisdom. "My mother bought a lot of tangerines yesterday, and it only cost 7 yuan, which was very cost effective. Unfortunately, when I got up in the morning, I accidentally touched the bag, and a few tangerines fell to the ground, and then I couldn't find them." She sighed helplessly. Tangerines have peels, so even if they fall to the ground, there will be no hygiene problems if you peel them and eat them. After listening to this, Zhu Chachu suggested, "Did you look for it carefully?" "I looked for it, but I think it may have fallen into the gap between the bottom of the bed and the cabinet." Zhu Yuantang guessed. Zhu Chachu tried. "Why don't you look for it again? I think if you don't find it, it will be bad if it rots." She added this sentence. Zhu Yuantang frowned and thought that she was actually acting. 10 seconds later, she said, "We can't just look for it blindly. We must think of a way." At this point, her little face suddenly moved. "Have you heard of the saying? The more you look for it, the harder it is to find it. On the contrary, it is easier to find it if you keep a normal mind. I lost a coin in the house before, and I couldn't find it. Later, I found it by sweeping the floor." Zhu Yuantang gave an example. Zhu Chachu also had a similar experience, and she felt the same way. "Why don't we sweep the floor? Maybe we can find it." Zhu Yuantang suggested this method. Zhu Chachu thought about it and felt that it made sense, so she followed Tang Tang to take the broom and started cleaning the bedroom. She worked very seriously and meticulously, sweeping all corners of the bedroom, whether it was the corners of the wall or under the furniture, and cleaning it thoroughly. Unfortunately, after a long search, the sugar oranges were still not found. There was no trace of them at all. Zhu Yuantang put her hands behind her back and inspected it, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. She was so happy, with just a little hope. "I tricked Chachu into sweeping the floor for her. Who can be as smart as her?" she asked herself hypocritically. "Didn't the tangerines fall?" Zhu Chachu was a little disappointed, but she couldn't say anything else. Seeing that she was so useful, Zhu Yuantang was unwilling to give up. For greater benefits, he took another risk. "No, I must have remembered it wrong. I seemed to be in my mother's room and accidentally knocked the tangerines off. Let's go sweep my mother's room." Hearing this, Zhu Chachu vaguely realized that something seemed to be wrong. Her eyes became deep and unpredictable. Downtown, taxi. Zhao Zianfeng sent a message to report the situation. "Brother Shan, Based on my recent observations and the information checked by others, this Wu Yunxi's family is now Vorish. Although the other party's family is rich, Zhao Xiaofeng doesn't care. The brother Shan he follows is a local tyrant among the local tyrants. Wu Yunxi, this jerk, still has to take a taxi when he goes out, but brother Shan has a Maybach car given by his father. In addition, he is equipped with a driver, a personal assistant, and a chef at home who cooks in different ways every day. This kind of heroism is worthy of Zhao Xiaofeng's following. Qi Xianheng sent a message. Keep watching. After their activities are over today, you can come directly to my house. I have a few Apple mobile phones and tablets given by others. Take two and go. Zhao Xiaofeng was very excited after hearing this. Recently, Apple released new products, not only the new iPhone 6, but also the iPad Air 2. He has been coveting them for a long time. Although he has made a lot of money following Brother Shan during this period, he is reluctant to buy them. As a result, Brother Shan took action and went all out. That's an iPhone 6. When he holds an iPhone 6 Plus, he doesn't know how arrogant he will be. The new iPhones of this year are very effective in showing off at school. Zhao Xiaofeng secretly decided that, even if Wu Yunxi dared to go to the hotel with Lan Zichen, he would find a way to live in the room next to them. Organize intelligence for Brother Shan. Let him know every detail. No, it should be to call the police to arrest them. Then call Lan Zichen's parents and ask them to kill Wu Yunxi, that jerk. Zhao Xiaofeng is willing to die for Brother Shan. Wu Yun got off the taxi and took Lan Zichen and another girl to the 4th floor of Wanda Plaza. Jiuan Barbecue. This store focuses on mid to high end, respecting the principle of natural original flavor, and the average consumption per person is more than 100 yuan. Although compared with those high-end stores that easily cost 300 or 500 yuan per person, 100 yuan per person seems insignificant, but Yuzhou is just an ordinary city in the central part after all, and this price is relatively expensive. Even 10 years later, a restaurant with a per capita consumption of more than 100 yuan is not cheap. Hey DeLeo, a mid to high-end hot pot restaurant, only consumes about 100 yuan per person. This barbecue tastes good. My friend came here last time. His black beef comes from a natural pasture. It is a first-class black beef with even fat distribution and a chewy texture. Wu Yunxi talked freely and elegantly. Putting aside his character, he has an outstanding appearance, wearing a white casual suit, and is 1.85 meters tall. Looking at this mall, it is difficult to find someone taller than him. Wu Yunxi has a handsome face, and their family uses fruitwood charcoal grilling. This grilling method can lock the essential flavor of the beef, making the beef more juicy and more unique in taste. Even Lan Zichen, who has seen him lose his temper and hit people, can hardly not be attracted to him. And the good sisters she brought with her looked at Wu Yunxi, who was both talented and beautiful, with admiration in their eyes. Unfortunately, Wu Yunxi is picky and doesn't like ugly ducklings. His only target is Lan Zichen. As soon as they arrived at the door of the store, the waitress in charge of welcoming guests came forward and welcomed several people into the store. Lan Zichen's family conditions are ordinary. What comes to her is the Chinese-style scenery in the store. The warm yellow light reflects the original wooden seats, creating a good atmosphere. She was thinking, if the photos taken under such lighting must be good looking, right? Immediately, Lan Zichen felt a little heartbroken. If she went AA, her wallet would definitely not be able to bear it. She not only wants a share, but also her best sister's share. Today is Sunday, and there are many customers in the barbecue restaurant. Wu Yunxi followed the waiter and walked to the back of the store. He actually saw a familiar person. At this moment, Jiang Ning was sitting alone on one side of the 4-person seat by the window, and opposite, there was a short-haired girl. This short-haired girl was the girl Wu Yunxi saw when he participated in the marathon last time. Her profile was still so handsome, and her temperament was mixed with a heroic spirit, which was unforgettable. Wu Yunxi thought to himself, why is it that every time I see this Jiang Ning, he is accompanied by a girl? Wu Yunxi was still puzzled, but today, Wu Yunxi glanced at Lan Zichen beside him. In terms of appearance, she was slightly inferior to the short-haired girl, but she also brought a sister with her. Although the sister's appearance was very ordinary, Wu Yunzi comforted himself. At least he won the other party in terms of quantity, right? With this thought, Wu Yunzi was not so indignant. Think about it carefully. He has girls on both sides. How can Jiang Ning compare with him? With this method of winning, Wu Yunzi's mood improved. There were not many empty seats in the store, and there was only one table for 4 people near the window, near Jiang Ning. Wu Yunzi was in a balanced state of mind and chose that table. After sitting down, the waiter brought the menu, and Lan Zichen's sister took the initiative to find a topic. Did you participate in the marathon last time? I heard that there is a very delicious roasted wild boar meat at the finish line. Even black people are attracted. Although Lan Zichen participated, he did not have enough physical strength and did not run to the finish line. I only ate the ice jelly and crispy pork at the supply point. It was really delicious. Lan Zichen missed it, and it was no worse than the best ones in Yuzhou. Wu Yunzi did reach the finish line, but when he arrived at the finish line, the wild boar meat had been divided up, and he didn't even pick up a bone. Wu Yunzi, maybe wild boar meat is delicious, but I think it's probably deliberately promoted. The athletes must be hungry and tired after running. In that state, no matter what they eat, it tastes delicious. He didn't believe the roasted wild boar that people praised to the sky. Wu Yunzi showed his experience. I have eaten wild boar meat before. In fact, the taste is not as good as people think. It has a fishy smell. Even if it is well processed, it is not as delicious as beef. He said so. At the same time, the marathon brought back Wu Yunzi's memories. He didn't perform well in that game, but misfortune and fortune go hand in hand. He and Shang Wanqing became much closer. Jiang Ning is a champion, so what? The prize money is only 600,000. Look at the other party now. He has 2 beauties to accompany him, and he only has 1. It's nothing. Just as Wu Yunzi was laughing to himself, he saw a girl with very long legs and a tall stature running in at the door of the store. The girl has deep facial features, thick eyebrows, a majestic face, and even a hint of holiness. However, her temperament gives people a sense of ignorant stupidity. Tang Fu brought 3 cups of fruit tea, ran to Yang Sheng, and put the milk tea on the table. Orange, passion fruit, grape, which one do you choose? Wu Yunzi's mouth twitched, and his smile froze. Damn it. Are you going too far? The 2 girls are so beautiful. Wu Yunzi was proud of the number, but was severely defeated. He silently selected 2 dishes, and forced a smile. Zichen, look at what you want to eat. Just order it. If it's not enough, I'll add more. Compared to their side, Jiang Ning came a little earlier, and the waiter put on the charcoal fire. Do you need help grilling? The waiter asked. Most of the customers dining around were helped by the waiters to grill. In this day and age, they dared to charge 100 per person, and the service attitude was quite good. Tang Fu waved her hand. No. Wu Yunzi, who was at the next table, also refused the barbecue service. He grilled meat for Lan Zichen himself. Doesn't it show that he is good at taking care of people? Who can resist such an offensive? Although Jiang Ning had 2 girls to accompany him, how could they be as good at flirting with girls as he was? Fruit salad, fruit sushi, and other side dishes were served. Yang Sheng put the black beef on the grid above the charcoal fire. The beef was of good quality, with fine snowflake patterns. Tang Fu made a few fat beef with enoki mushrooms. The charcoal fire was strong, and the black beef was quickly roasted and sizzling. Yang Sheng picked up a piece for Jiang Ning, dipped it in a layer of dry ingredients, and wrapped it with lettuce. Jiang Ning took a bite, and the smell of meat, marinade, and dipping sauce mixed together. Yang Sheng, is it roasted okay? Fragrant. Jiang Ning said. He was not very good at grilling meat, so he rarely came to a barbecue restaurant to eat barbecue in his previous life, let alone being served by girls. This experience was really good and enjoyable. Just after eating the roasted black beef, Tang Fu saw this, and also put a roasted fat beef with enoki mushrooms on Jiang Ning. Wu Yunzi, who was next to him, had been paying attention to this side with his peripheral vision. At this time, he saw the 2 girls grilling the meat for him, and bringing it to his mouth in a friendly manner. Wu Yunzi's heart suddenly twitched. Damn, it hurts. Then he thought that he could only roast it for Lan Zichen to eat. The original sense of satisfaction disappeared without a trace. It was so damn unfair. Why do you do that? He was extremely unwilling and wanted to take his place. Tang Fu showed off the beef wrapped in enoki mushrooms that she roasted by herself. Jiang Ning, you eat it. It's delicious and very fresh. Jiang Ning said, put it there first. Tang Fu gave it to Yang Sheng again, asking her to taste it, and even dipped it in the dry ingredients. Yang Sheng took a small bite and chewed it carefully. Tang Fu asked expectantly, is it delicious? Yang Sheng swallowed it with difficulty. This idiot fed her before it was roasted, using her to test poison. Yang Sheng wiped his mouth and said straightforwardly, next time you bake it, eat it yourself, don't give it to us. Tang Fu wondered, why? What I bake is not delicious? Yang Sheng, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Tang Fu thought for a moment and said, tell a lie first. Yang Sheng said mercilessly, it's not delicious. Tang Fu was surprised. If it's a lie, does it mean that it's not delicious? She asked quickly, what about the truth? Yang Sheng, it's really not delicious. Chapter 584 Calculation. Jiuan Barbecue Restaurant. Grilled over charcoal, the palm-sized pork belly presents an attractive golden color, and the fat sizzles on the grill. Yang Sheng picked up the pork belly with tongs and asked, would you like it to be burnt a little? Jiang Ning, okay. Well, grill it for a little longer. Yang Sheng took out a pair of scissors and cut the fat and meat into strips. Not long after, the outside of the pork belly became even more burnt. Yang Sheng picked up a piece of pork belly that was still oozing with oil, dipped it in dry ingredients, put it on the lettuce, and then put half a garlic clove and a chili ring. After rolling it up, she handed it directly to Jiang Ning. She also introduced, by grilling like me, the pork belly can be grilled to be burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, without the greasy taste of fat. Paired with lettuce, it tastes delicious. As she said that, she turned the other pork belly over. Jiang Ning was amazed. Yang Sheng looked dashing, but she often clashed with others in class, and had a tough personality. Who would have thought that she was good at serving people? Jiang Ning enjoyed the meat that Yang Sheng helped him grill, and drank the grape juice that Tang Fu bought for him. The teriyaki chicken drumstick rice in the bowl was empty, and Tang Fu was useless, and helped him to fill the rice. He didn't have to do anything during the whole process, and he was mainly responsible for eating and drinking. In contrast, Wu Yunsky, who was at the next table, was sweating profusely while grilling meat, and he took out a tissue to wipe his forehead from time to time. He looked up and looked around the ceiling, wondering, isn't the air conditioner on? Why is it so hot? His evaluation of this restaurant fell to the bottom. Wu Yunsky's eyes were all in Jiang Ning's attention. Jiang Ning was too lazy to argue with him. After thinking about it, Jiang Ning calmly urged his spiritual power and raised the temperature of the charcoal fire in the other party's grill. The intense heat hit Wu Yunsky and almost roasted him. His unfamiliar barbecue experience was immediately useless. The violent charcoal directly burnt the beef. With a dark face, he removed the black beef worth dozens of yuan from the grid. The next table, Zhao Xiaofeng wrote on his mobile phone note, Wu Yunsky is a waste. He and Lan Zichen ate barbecue and burned the barbecue. He lost a lot of points. And you, Brother Shan, are always the same and wait for the other party to make a mistake. You are really smart. In fact, Zhao Xiaofeng also had an unexpected gain this time. He saw the girl that Brother Shan once liked, Yang Sheng. But he was hesitating whether to record and report. Once Brother Shan knew that Yang Sheng and Jiang Ning were together, Brother Shan would definitely be angry. Maybe Brother Shan would lose his mobile phone and tablet in anger. Forget it. Brother Shan only asked me to follow Lan Zichen and not to meddle in other people's business. Lan Zichen felt very distressed at this moment. She didn't come here to eat with a shameless face. She also wanted to pay. The more Wu Yunsky wasted, the more food she might have to order, and the more money she would have to pay. Maybe the total price of the meal would be as high as 400 or 500 yuan. Finally, after Wu Yunsky had burnt the lamb chops, Lan Zichen tentatively said, how about I do it? Wu Yunsky was embarrassed, and he said with certainty, there is definitely something wrong with the charcoal fire. It doesn't burn steadily. Don't you know how to grill meat? You will definitely not be able to grill it well. But he didn't refuse. After all, he had failed to grill meat, so it was a good opportunity for Lan Zichen to try and let her realize that it was not his fault but the charcoal fire. So, Wu Yangzi gave up the right to grill meat. It's not that Lan Zichen didn't know how to grill, she was just not very good at it. She picked up a piece of beef and put it on the grid. Seeing this, Jiang Ning withdrew his magic power. A few minutes later, Wu Yangzi finished eating the roast beef in silence, and his sunny face became gloomy. Lan Zichen also didn't say anything, because the current situation was a bit embarrassing. Wu Yangzi didn't understand why the whole world was against him. He looked at Jiang Ning at the next table, enjoying the care of two beautiful girls, and the other party was so at ease. Wu Yangzi's discomfort disappeared. Yes, Jiang Ning could be taken care of by the girls, so why couldn't he? So what's wrong with letting Lan Zichen serve me once? Wu Yangzi's mood improved again. So next, Lan Zichen was responsible for grilling meat. She grilled it by herself, and 3 people ate it. She was not good at grilling meat, so she was in a hurry. And Wu Yangzi was like a big boss, sitting there, not even knowing to pass a tissue. What's more excessive is that the meat that Lan Zichen had just grilled was eaten by Wu Yangzi before he had time to eat it. Lan Zichen felt a little aggrieved, and his impression of him dropped a lot. Wu Yangzi's appearance is handsome, but in the long-term relationship, the importance of appearance is not much. When people get along with each other, character is more important. No one wants to make friends with a person with poor character, let alone talk about a partner. Don't handsome young men who have countless fans still need to establish a persona? Once an accident occurs, causing the persona to collapse, countless people will immediately stop following him, of course, except for the brainless fans, who still like his brother, even if he kills someone and breaks the law. Lan Zichen is not brainless, she is a normal girl. A normal girl would never be happy in this situation. Zhao Xiaofeng is a master of observation. He keenly noticed this scene and recorded. Wu Yangzi is really not a good person. He actually asked Lan Zichen to grill meat for him. Lan Zichen's face was not right. Brother Shan, you are so predictable. Let the other party attack first, and sit behind the scenes to observe. Now, if nothing unexpected happens, Wu Yangzi is out. In the class 8 group, it is time to share food every weekend. Jiuo Kanan first posted the roasted chicken with dried beans that he ate in the village. Shan Kaiquan and Wang Langlang all showed their support for him. Cuiu posted the instant noodles he ate in the internet cafe. Lukaki was still her internet celebrity style Japanese food restaurant, with a photo that was almost unrecognizable. She asked Meng Xian to prepare a photo, and she took it back in shame. Meng Xian worked hard to practice photo editing. She originally thought that she was not much different from Lukaki, but it turned out that the other's skills had improved. Yang Sheng took a photo of barbecue. Liu Chuandao at Yang Sheng, are you alone? He had been frustrated several times by Yang Sheng and suffered a big blow, but Yang Sheng was a girl with too much damn charm. Liu Chuandao couldn't help but tease her. What if it worked? Huang Zhangfei didn't post his lunch, but posted a snow white puppy. Jiang Yanan, wow, so cute. Is it raised by the monitor's family? Meng Xian said, is this a Samoyed? It's so beautiful. Huang Zhangfei, yes, Samoyed, raised by a relative. Meng Xian, Samoyed has a very good personality. My family wanted to raise one before, but we gave up when we heard that it sheds a lot of hair. Yu Wen looked at the monitor interacting with other women and felt bad. Her relationship with the monitor had been stagnant for a long time. But even the current relationship is out of reach for other women. As a different kind of woman, Yu Wen has privileges. She wants to chat with the monitor, not in a group chat, but directly in a private chat. Monitor, do you like dogs? Yu Wen asked, ready to follow his preferences and extend the topic. Huang Zhangfei, I like them very much, but I can't keep one now. Yu Wen continued to ask, why? Because my parents don't have much time. If I keep a dog, I may not have time to walk the dog and take good care of it. Huang Zhangfei said truthfully. Yu Wen pondered for a while, and suddenly a light bulb flashed in her head, and a plan came to her mind. She typed, I know a kind of dog that can be kept without care. Huang Zhangfei, robot dog. Yu Wen, no, shy. Huang Zhangfei, what kind of dog is that? I haven't heard of this breed. Yuan was so shy that she mustered up the courage to hint, a 16-year-old dog. She wanted to say that she was a single dog. However, Huang Zhangfei didn't seem to understand the situation and replied, this dog can live to be 16 years old. It's amazing. After eating, Tang Fu took the initiative to pay the bill, a total of 380 yuan. Her family was well off, and she went traveling with Jiang Ning during the summer vacation. Later, she won a prize in the marathon. This amount of money was not much for her. When she was on the mountain, she didn't buy a glass of ice wine for 8 yuan, because she didn't want to be cheated. Today, Jiang Ning and Yang Sheng risked their lives to accompany her to climb the mountain, and she had to serve them well. Wu Yanzi and Jiang Ning had dinner at about the same time, and they paid the bill almost at the same time. Since he had burned a few pieces of meat, he spent more than Jiang Ning and the others, more than 420 yuan. Lan Zichen seemed to hear the scream of his wallet. After leaving the store, Jiang Ning went to Yishan to pick up the mountain bike, while Yang Sheng and Tang Fu took the bus home. Jiang Ning found an empty alley, activated the spirit boat, flew to Yishan, put the mountain bike into the storage bag, and then flew to the villa in Hukishan to take away the beef, mutton, and mushrooms that the chef had roasted, all packed in tinfoil boxes. He flew to Heba again, and rode the mountain bike home slowly. As soon as he arrived at the door of his house, Jiang Ning found a little door god guarding the door, staring at him sternly. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ning felt warm in her heart. It was still the same as before. Every time she went out, she always liked to play at the door. Obviously, Zhu Yuantang rarely ran to the door when he was at home. Hey, are you basking in the sun? Jiang Ning greeted with a smile. Zhu Yuantang raised his chin, first looked at him with contempt, and then snorted, you still remember to go home? After eating barbecue, of course I have to go home. Jiang Ning said as a matter of course. Zhu Yuantang had some fried rice at Chachu's house at around 10 o'clock. Hearing him say this, he was even more displeased. He ate alone without telling him, which was extremely hateful. Moreover, Zhu Yuantang knew that he and Yang Sheng had barbecue together. If he shared it with others, he would definitely not have the opportunity to pack it for her. Jiang Ning pushed the mountain bike and prepared to enter the house. Zhu Yuantang immediately stood up, spread his wings like a little rock, opened his arms, made a gesture of blocking the road, and shouted, this road is opened by me. If you want to pass through here, leave money for the road. Little bandit, right? Jiang Ning said happily. Huh, what little bandit? I'm the king of the mountain. Zhu Yuantang's attitude was arrogant. Jiang Ning, what should I do if I don't have money? Zhu Yuantang was full of majesty and said, I'll take you back to the village. Jiang Ning scanned Tang Tang with his spiritual sense and found a small red mark on her neck. He asked, what's wrong with your neck? Zhu Yuantang froze for a moment and said sternly, don't change the subject. Hearing this, Jiang Ning put down the handlebars. He took out a packed bag like a magician, turned around and went to Zhu Yuantang's house and put the bag on the table in the main hall. Zhu Yuantang was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect it, so she ran back to her own house. Now the offense and defense changed, and it was Jiang Ning's turn to guard the door. Zhu Yuantang wanted to rush in, but Jiang Ning opened his arms and blocked her way. Jiang Ning spread his arms and almost covered the entire door. Zhu Yuantang looked left and right, but couldn't find a gap. Unless she crouched down and got under his arms. Jiang Ning was waiting for this scene. As a result, Zhu Yuantang didn't dodge or evade and rushed towards him. Jiang Ning had no choice but to make way for him and even grabbed her to prevent her from falling. Hehe. Zhu Yuantang ran to the table and opened the bag. There was indeed grilled meat inside. Jiang Ning reminded, has Chachu eaten? Zhu Yuantang's happy smile flashed a little unnatural. Leave a box for her. Zhu Yuantang said. Jiang Ning naturally had no objection. Okay. While eating barbecue, Zhu Yuantang talked to Jiang Ning. My mother said that Changqing Liquid will hold a press conference soon. Jiang Ning, are you going to watch it? I'm not sure. Jiang Ning didn't care about the company's affairs. He basically left it to Xiao Shuangshan to take care of it and only occasionally made some requests. Oh, I heard that our school also has a quota. Zhu Yuantang ate a few pieces of barbecue, and his lips were shiny. Many people went to the teacher to ask how to attend the press conference. Ever since Changqing Liquid held a marathon, everyone knew that Changqing Liquid was rich. Also, it seems that we will have new neighbors moving in soon. Zhu Yuantang told him, isn't Dang Dang's house haunted? His grandmother came to the river this morning and is planning to sell the house. Zhu Yuantang was happy about the news. Although the naughty child Dang Dang was taught a lesson. What if she and Jiang Ning go to college together and Dang Dang moves back to wreak havoc? Jiang Ning, who are the buyers? A middle-aged couple. They look quite kind. Zhu Yuantang said. Jiang Ning didn't take it too seriously. If the neighbors who moved in were bad neighbors, he would just teach them a lesson again. Zhu Yuantang originally planned to leave a whole box of barbecue for Chuchu, but she didn't stop and opened Chuchu's box as well. She looked at the teasing look Jiang Ning gave her. Zhu Yuantang didn't choose to eat it all by herself and also took a piece to bribe Jiang Ning. Then, Jiang Ning's mouth was also greasy and Zhu Yuantang pointed at him and smiled. Now we are in the same camp. Finally, Zhu Yuantang took half a box of barbecue and went to find Chuchu next door with Jiang Ning. Chuchu, Chuchu. Zhu Yuantang broke into Chuchu's house. 1 minute later, Zhu Chuchu used chopsticks to bring the barbecue to her mouth and bit it gently. Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning stared at her while she ate. Tang Tang was fine. She was her good friend, but Jiang Ning's attention made Zhu Chuchu a little unnatural. Jiang Ning released her spiritual sense to observe and found that the small red mark on Tang Tang's neck had the breath of Chuchu. Jiang Ning asked Chuchu, Tang Tang, this looks like a strawberry mark. Do you know what's going on? As soon as the words came out, Zhu Yuantang immediately shouted, Chuchu, you agreed to keep it a secret. She didn't want Jiang Ning to know that she was calculated by Chuchu. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Hearing this, Jiang Ning's eyes moved around Chuchu's pink lips, which made Zhu Chuchu's face hot. After a while, Zhu Chuchu held back a sentence. Don't think too much, we are just playing games. Jiang Ning dragged out his voice. Oh. Chapter 585 Picking Up Things. Sunday, the first day of school. For students who have paid for the canteen of number 4 middle school will provide them with dinner today. At dinner time, students from the playground, dormitory, classroom, and all directions rushed to the canteen. Class 8 classroom. Che Wei was as still as a mountain, but the mountain was rushing towards him. In just 20 seconds, the 4 golden flowers surrounded Che Wei. Pang Jiao's thick big mouth was painted with cheap bright red lipstick. Not only lipstick, but also beautiful blush on her big face. She was really charming. Just one look made Che Wei feel sick and couldn't eat dinner. Oi, do you want to eat the delicious food made by others? Pang Jiao asked a shocking question. Che Wei thought to himself, can I not eat it? But he never dared to say this. Since the last physical education class, when he and Jiang Ning played badminton and had a leg cramp, he was rescued by the 4 golden flowers in full view of everyone. It seemed that from that day on, his colorful life turned gray. He was entangled by the 4 golden flowers and could not get rid of them no matter what. He lost his freedom from then on. Che Wei said with difficulty, I want to. Pang Jiao was obviously very satisfied. She covered her big mouth and laughed loudly, and then said, it's a pity that I didn't cook today. Che Wei breathed a sigh of relief and was extremely grateful. He could finally take a day off. This feeling of surviving a disaster was really too wonderful. Then, Pang Jiao added, but it doesn't matter. Fifi made 2 servings. Zhang Yifei, who had a square face next to her, took out 2 lunch boxes. Che Wei forced a smile. Haha, I actually brought snacks today, you see. As he said, he took out the plastic bag from the hole in the table and tried to save it. Pang Jiao snatched his plastic bag. We will exchange with you. Pang Jiao and Zhang Yifei left and went to the cafeteria to eat. Che Wei stayed in the classroom. When they left completely, Che Wei's face became gloomy. Che Wei had had enough of the insults and manipulation of the 4 golden flowers. The reason why he had not torn his face was because he could not beat them, even if he tore his face. But is it really so? I'm not a chess piece. I'm a chess player, a transcendental being. Do you really think I'm a pushover? He took out his phone clicked into the browser's favorites, and found the page about the criminal law. Che Wei's eyes flickered, and the criminal law regulations on the screen clearly showed that 30,000 yuan was the standard for filing a major case. Pang Jiao would always take away his snacks to force him to eat snacks. If he put 30,000 yuan into a snack bag and disguised it, then let Pang Jiao take it away, then Pang Jiao and the others could be eliminated at once and completely eliminate future troubles. He will return the shame of these days. The question now is, how to get 30,000 yuan quickly? The cafeteria was noisy. Jiang Ning carried 2 bowls and walked slowly to the soup place. Usually, the kind-hearted teacher Jiuo would help him finish the soup and put it on his small dining table so that Jiang Ning would be spared the hard work of personally doing it. Today is the weekend. Teacher Jiuo has no class and did not come to school, so Jiang Ning can only rely on himself and line up by himself. At this moment, he seemed to feel that when he did not help Zhu Yuantong, she felt lost in her self-reliance. There are 3 kinds of soup in the cafeteria today: pumpkin soup, Crucian carp bean sprout soup, and tomato and egg soup. Most students went to drink Crucian carp soup. After all, it sounds the most expensive. In comparison, there are fewer people queuing for pumpkin soup. Jiang Ning opened his consciousness and saw many familiar faces in the cafeteria. In the crowd, Pei Yujing was holding a stainless steel rice bowl and walking on the road near the cafeteria window. Her long hair fell to her waistline, and her face was expressionless and cold, making people dare to watch from a distance and not approach. 2 rows of tables away, Jiehao nudged Deng Xiang with his elbow. "Brother Xiang, what's wrong with you? Don't just look at me. Show your shameless spirit." Deng Xiang's eyes were greedy. After more than a year of high school life, the invisible concept of class was deeply ingrained in his heart. Pei Yujing, that's a girl from the experimental class. Although on the surface, and in his words, Deng Xiang does not take the experimental class seriously, but deep down in his heart, he still longs for it, because students in the experimental class can basically be admitted to a first-class university. If it is not that you can't be a good student, who would want to be a bad student? Deng Xiang, a former gangster, gradually faced the reality under the beating of high school life. He can no longer lead 7 or 8 younger brothers to fight in class 8 like he did at the beginning of the school. Fighting will be punished or even expelled. It is difficult for him to have a place on campus. Now money and grades are the mainstream of high school life. Don't you see that Duan Shigang, the boss of Tizhang who was so awesome, is still mediocre after going to number 4 middle school? Pei Yujing from the experimental class has a very heavy weight in his eyes. Don't you see that Shenzhou is such a capable person, but his girlfriend in the experimental class still cheated on him? Deng Xiang shook his head and said silently, "I'm waiting for an opportunity." Jiehao, what are you waiting for? Opportunities don't come by waiting. I'll take people to guard the evening self-study class and help you express your feelings. Deng Xiang, don't be like that. He said this, but when he looked at Pei Yujing's graceful figure and cold and beautiful face, he couldn't imagine how touching she would be if she became his girlfriend and showed her shy look. At this moment, a high school student holding a basket of steamed buns turned around from the window in a hurry, without even looking at the surrounding environment, and ran away, and ended up bumping into Pei Yujing's hand holding the rice bowl. Unprepared, the stainless steel rice bowl in Pei Yujing's hand slipped out of her hand, flew 2 or 3 meters, and hit the ground with a bang sound. People around her cast their eyes, and the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Pei Yujing's stainless steel bowl flew out upright, and due to the strong inertia, the stainless steel bowl rolled forward along the ground, rolling very fast. Pei Yujing stood there, being watched by so many people at once. She was panicked and extremely uncomfortable, but her expression remained calm. "Forget it, just fly away, I don't want the bowl anymore, and I don't want to eat." Pei Yujing thought so. She wanted to abandon everything and turn around and escape from the cafeteria. Giving up when encountering difficulties is exactly how Pei Yujing deals with things. Jiehao was paying attention to Pei Yujing. After seeing this scene, he watched the excitement like most people, and the stainless steel bowl was still rolling on the ground. Suddenly, he heard Deng Xiang next to him say, "The opportunity has come. Brother Xiang, you Jaehao turned his head and saw that Deng Xiang's face was more solemn than ever. If there are two choices about getting up, one is to cover the quilt and dream your unfinished dream, and the other is to lift the quilt to complete your unfulfilled dream. Which one would you choose? Deng Xiang slowly took off his coat, as if to unlock the limiter. Jaehao unexpectedly discovered that brother Xiang's aura had changed completely. That kind of unparalleled spirit was just like the 3 years of Iron middle school, when Deng Xiang rose step by step. Deng Xiang stomped his feet hard, his body tensed, and he rushed to the north without hesitation. Step, 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 run, run, run. The crowd was crowded, and Deng Xiang was like a cheetah, turning into a phantom, shuttling through the prosperous world. The stainless steel bowl rolled from south to north, and Deng Xiang also ran from south to north, forming two parallel lines that never intersected. Deng Xiang turned, jumped, and passed through the gaps between the students. He looked at the broken bowl rolling in a parallel line with him, and he actually had a sense of fate. Just like in the movie, on a stormy night, on the viaduct, a black Maybach drove a girl to the airport. Half an hour later, she would fly to a foreign country. The boy rushed in from the old town in the heavy rain, running wildly in the rainy night. He had to get to the airport before the plane took off, and then tell his beloved girl in person, saying those 3 words, "I love you." He couldn't miss it. Once he missed it, it would be a lifetime. At this moment, Deng Xiang's spiritual power reached the extreme, and his speed was faster, like a phantom wind. The bowl was right in front of him, within reach. Deng Xiang held the dining table with one hand, and with a handsome flip, he stepped into the path of the broken bowl rolling. At this moment, 2 parallel lines intersected, and fate intersected for the first time. The invisible spotlight enveloped Deng Xiang, and the students in the cafeteria gave their eyes to Deng Xiang. At this moment, he was the brightest existence. "I'm here for the appointment." Deng Xiang finally arrived at the other side. He stretched out his hand, bent down, and tried to grab the bowl. Will a miracle happen? Jiang Ning had just filled 2 bowls of pumpkin soup and walked towards him. He happened to see a stainless steel bowl on the ground, rolling and making a crisp and harsh sound. Countless students were watching the broken bowl. When the bowl was about to roll to Jiang Ning's feet, he smiled slightly, stretched out his foot gently, and hooked the edge of the bowl with the tip of his shoe. Then, he lifted it up lightly, and the rolling stainless steel bowl flew up steadily and landed on his shoulder. The whole process took only 2 seconds, and the movement was particularly graceful. Jiang Ning continued to move forward, calm and unremitting. The students around were stunned, and many girls showed surprise on their faces. How handsome, how fast does it take to react? It's not just the movement that is handsome, but also Jiang Ning's calmness. Deng Xiang reached out and grabbed it. He turned around in astonishment, and saw only Jiang Ning's unreachable back. "I failed." Deng Xiang was incredible. On the way back with the bowl, Jiang Ning met Pei Yujing. "Take it, wash it and you can use it again." Pei Yujing was stunned, and took the bowl back from his shoulder. Deng Xiang covered his chest and staggered. It was so painful. He had so many expectations, but before the final victory, they were all denied. When he slowly walked back to the small dining table, Jaehao was surprised. "Brother, you are amazing. With so many people watching, you can actually run through half of the cafeteria chasing a bowl." Deng Xiang looked unhappy and interrupted. "Don't mention this again." The first evening self-study class of class 8. English teacher Chen Haiyang walked into the classroom. The former bald teacher now has a full head of black hair. As Xiao Shuangshang's former English teacher, Chen Haiyang is very responsible in teaching. He once asked Xiao Shuangshang to be the representative of the English class. Now Xiao Shuangshang is the boss of Changqing Liquid. After a word of explanation, Chen Haiyang can get a bottle of Changqing Liquid for free every month. Because of the increase in hair, Chen Haiyang looks much younger. His personality is not as strict as before, and he can occasionally make jokes for everyone. "Classmates, please open the compulsory 5. Hearing his words, the classmates in the class were stunned. The first evening self-study class after the start of school. Is it a textbook class? Generally speaking, except for Gao Hishui, few teachers teach new classes in the evening self-study. Since Chen Haiyang said so, other students should open the textbooks honestly. Everyone turn to the first page and take a closer look at the name of the person who wrote the textbook. Chen Haiyang's voice was loud and spread throughout the class. Everyone was a little confused, but they did it anyway. Soon, a classmate found Chen Haiyang's name in the list of teachers who participated in the compilation. Suddenly, the students were in an uproar. Everyone knew that Chen Haiyang was very strong. So strong that Yazhou No. 2 middle school personally poached him, but this was still expected. After all, there was a teacher from No. 4 middle school who was poached by a famous school in the capital. But to be on the list of textbook writers, he must be a top teacher. The students, led by CUIU, immediately boasted. All kinds of compliments rang out in the class. At this time, Chen Haiyang pressed his palm down, and the classroom suddenly became quiet. Chen Haiyang said, "You didn't expect that he and I have the same name. Classmates, teacher, you are a joke." After Chen Haiyang's operation, the class atmosphere became active. Chen Haiyang did not give a lecture. He handed out a test paper and asked everyone to study on their own while he played with his mobile phone on the podium. During this time, Chen Haiyang also asked his classmates to borrow a data cable to charge. Jiang Ning was close by and donated the data cable. The first class was over. Zhu Yuantang was called to the office by the teacher, apparently to fill out some forms. While she was away, Chen Xiaoyu became Jiang Ning's temporary deskmate. She gave Jiang Ning a few tangerines and ate them while peeling them. "Jiang Ning, do you know Pei Yujing?" Chen Xiaoyu didn't understand. She was just a bystander. "Count carefully. How many times has Jiang Ning helped Pei Yujing?" The first time was when she fell during the sports meet. The second time was when she slipped and fell in the cafeteria. And the third time was when her bowl was knocked away by someone. Chen Xiaoyu didn't understand. Why was Pei Yujing so fragile? Jiang Ning did know him in his previous life, but they just didn't talk much in this life. He said, "I don't know him." Chen Xiaoyu teased, "You have helped her many times. A hero saving a beautiful girl." Jiang Ning, forget it. Chen Xiaoyu didn't let go. If I were her, I would definitely remember you." Seeing her gossiping attitude, Jiang Ning's mind moved and said, "Indeed, next time I go to her house for barbecue, give me a few bottles of drinks." Che Wenyi was happy when he heard this. He was very unhappy with Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning had a good relationship with Bei Yuxia and the twins. He was also lucky at the small dining table. Eating at the same table with so many girls was simply his fantasy. Che Wenyi is now entangled with the 4 golden flowers, which is not unrelated to Jiang Ning. At this moment, he caught the mistake in Jiang Ning's words and immediately attacked. "Oh, right. Why don't you go to eat barbecue tonight? Go and try it. If they can give you a drink, I will buy all your barbecue for you." Che Wenyi's tone was full of disdain. How great is he? Isn't it just picking up a broken bowl? As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Yujing appeared at the door of the class. Her face was still cold. Under the gaze of many classmates, she plucked up the courage to shout, "Is Jiang Ning here?" Then, she handed the drink in her hand to Jiang Ning and thanked him sincerely. After Pei Yujing left, Jiang Ning asked Che Wenyi, "Why don't you speak?" Chapter 586 A Little Talk. Che Wenyi went out for a walk, but his back was particularly embarrassed, almost fleeing in panic. Chen Xiaoyu said in an unhappy tone, "No responsibility. Bad character is one thing, but lack of integrity is even more annoying." Little did they know that CUIU, Duan Shigang and Liu Chuandao, let's not comment on their character for now, but in terms of keeping their promises, they lost the bet to Yang Sheng, and they could obviously deny it, but they all chose to fulfill it. Jiang Ning smiled. "It doesn't matter, I didn't expect him to fulfill it." Chen Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Ning's calm demeanor, and the light in his eyes became even brighter. In contrast, he and Che Wenyi are completely different. Thinking of this, Chen Xiaoyu peeled the sugar orange. "Eat, you eat." Jiang Ning returned the favor and gave Chen Xiaoyu the drink that Pei Yujing gave him. The preparatory bell rang, and the students returned to their seats one by one. Because they had just finished the weekend, the students could not adapt to the rhythm of class, so the noisy sounds in the classroom became louder. Those who played basketball, played songs, shouted, and watched movies in the chaos were all mixed together. Geo Hishuo's huge body cast a shadow in the corridor outside the classroom. His face was as gloomy as the shadow, and his eyes were full of black light that was ready to devour anyone. Because he was too big, he could not hide anywhere, so the students in the classroom saw him. One person passed the message to 2 people, 2 people passed it to 4 people, and the originally chaotic classroom quickly became quiet. After Geo Hishuo stepped into the classroom, there was no sound. He looked at the students who were as silent as a cicada and sneered, "Look at you, look at you." Geo Hishuo's stern personality and extremely deterrent appearance easily calmed the entire class. No one dared to challenge his majesty in person. "Are you here to study? What's wrong?" I can hear the noise inside from outside the classroom, because I have a loud voice. Liu Chuandao laughed, "Ha ha ha, you can't hear it once you come in." After this, many students held back their laughter. Geo Hishuo roared, "Get out." Liu Chuandao was as if pardoned. He quickly squeezed out from behind Pang Jiao and happily ran to the back row, to stand in the punishment. Geo Hishuo looked at Liu Chuandao, then at Duan Shigen in the last row of the classroom, and Wu Zhaoqi who was dozing with a basketball. He was wondering why there was always a troublemaker after a while. Geo Hishuo was in a bad mood. He threw the textbook on the desk. As a result, he unexpectedly found that a mobile phone was charging on the podium. The number 4 middle school usually uses multimedia computers in class. Since the computer has a USB port, it can be used for charging. Geo Hishuo often heard that some students secretly used computers to charge. Today he caught them. Geo Hishuo's dark face was actually a little excited and cruel. It's time to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. He bent down and pulled out the data cable, then took the phone in his hand. With a gloomy face, he questioned the whole class. "Whose phone is this? Stand up honestly." The classmates in the class looked at each other, and no one spoke. "I'll ask one last time, whose phone is this?" Geo Hishuo's temper became more and more irritable. Still no one claimed it. "You'd rather not claim your phone than be punished, right? Okay, as you wish. Okay, no one admits it, right?" Geo Hishuo's face suddenly darkened, and his bullseye balls burned with anger, as if devouring everything. He shouted angrily, "Don't blame me for smashing it." Geo Hishuo waved his hand violently, and the phone fell like a brick, hitting the concrete floor heavily with a crisp sound. The originally intact phone was hit violently and split instantly. The back cover flew out, the battery collapsed, and the screen shattered. It was a horrible sight. Dong Qingfeng looked at the phone with a slightly strange expression. Not only him, but the whole class was stunned. Geo Hishuo didn't notice anything wrong, and the act of smashing the phone as he said consolidated his majesty. Looking down at the students, who were as quiet as quails, he thought the whole class was intimidated by him. Geo Hishuo's eyes became even colder, and his whole body exuded a strong aura that made people dare not approach. Geo Hishuo took a deep breath. "No one admits it yet, right?" He held the data cable with both hands and pulled it hard, and the data cable broke. Jiang Ning was heartbroken. "Oh, my data cable, you died miserably." After dealing with the phone, Geo Hishuo quickly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened, and said as usual, "Okay, let's start the class now." He just opened the textbook and prepared to give a lecture. Suddenly, English teacher Chen Haiyang hurriedly appeared at the door. When he entered the door, he deliberately wiped his hair and said with a smile, "Teacher Geo, I'm sorry, I forgot my phone on the podium. I came back to get it." Chen Haiyang took 2 steps and found the remains of the phone on the ground. He didn't expect the seriousness of the matter at this time. He looked at the expressions of his classmates and half-jokingly said, "What's going on? Who was caught playing with a phone in class by Teacher Geo? It was broken. What a pity." Chen Haiyang just felt that Geo Hishuo was a little irritable. As teachers, they wouldn't be like this. But this kind of thing has happened in number 4 middle school. As a strict teacher, Chen Haiyang also hates students playing with their mobile phones in class, although they won't smash them on the spot. But once they find out, they will be confiscated and handed over to the academic affairs office. Students won't get their mobile phones for half a semester. After that, he was ready to go to the podium to get his mobile phone back, but he didn't see it. Chen Haiyang asked the students, "Has anyone seen my mobile phone?" Shanziro, who was sitting in a special seat next to the podium, pointed to a pile of debris on the ground and told him, "Teacher Chen, that's your mobile phone." Chen Haiyang was stunned. "Ah, what did you say? My mobile phone?" Chen Qian replied, "Yes, Teacher Chen, you heard it right, that's your mobile phone." Chen Haiyang quickly turned over the debris and vaguely recognized that it was indeed his mobile phone. Gao Hishui was also stunned. "Damn, I broke it by mistake." He cursed in his heart. Then he looked up at the students, who were trying not to laugh. Gao Hishui was extremely embarrassed and even resentful. He asked angrily, "You clearly knew that this was Teacher Chen's phone. Why didn't you remind me?" I just stuttered and didn't have time to remind him. Dunking Feng, my tonsils are inflamed. Yuan, my stomach hurts. In short, everyone had their own reasons, and the whole class became a large-scale self-proof meeting. A week later, at night, 7 o'clock. Hujin Real Estate is a modern urban life complex that integrates culture, landscape, leisure, commerce, ecology, and entertainment. Hujin Community is the main community of Hujin Real Estate. It is located in a prosperous area in the city. There are 3 lakes in the community, with a water area of 220 acres, known as a 3-level scenic spot. Recently, the residents in the community have been miserable. The fountain square in the center of the community was originally the proudest place for the residents of the entire community. Every weekend, there are cool fountain performances here, and countless people stop to watch. But now, the fountain square has become the happy hometown of the aunts. Accompanied by the cool and exciting rhythm, nearly 100 aunties twisted their bodies and swayed to the beat of the music, so happy. In front of the audition group, a huge speaker vibrated, and the sound penetrated the entire building in the community, and penetrated into the eardrums of all residents. "Damn, these aunties are really damned." Che Wen's eyes were vicious. Yan Xianpeng said, "That's why we have room to make money." This group of aunties danced square dance in the fountain square every day, and the music was very loud. It's okay to dance at night, but the key is that there is another wave in the morning. Every morning at 5:30, they started dancing on time, which seriously affected the sleep quality, physical and mental health of the residents in the community, and made them resentful. The conflict broke out several times, and the property management had no way to deal with it. Who dared to mess with a group of old ladies? Who dared to touch them lying on the ground? Even the upper level mediation was useless. The aunties packed up their things and retreated. After the upper level left, they came back and continued to have fun. The residents in the community could only swallow this breath. After all, ordinary people have no way to deal with such things. How can you deal with hundreds of aunties? But Hujin community is a mid to high-end community after all, and there are many wealthy residents in it. Some time ago, a boss was woken up by square dancing in the morning. He went up to argue and was sprayed with saliva in the face by the aunties. The boss was furious and spent money to find a way to deal with this group of aunties. Yan Xianpeng happened to learn about it and took on this paid task. Yan Xianpeng shouted, "Brothers, it's our turn." After that, he pushed a cart with gongs, drums, suona, and cymbals tied with red ropes. Yan Xianpeng is invincible in force and can beat 10 aunties by himself, but now society is civilized and he can't use force at all. So he chose an unethical method. The aunties turned on the speakers to dance square dance, and he beat the drums, gongs, and discs beside them, and the two sides bombarded each other from a distance. The effect was outstanding, and the boss was very happy, and even rewarded Yan Xianpeng 200 yuan more. As Yan Xianpeng waved his hand, several people behind him followed. Behind him were not only Che Wei, Zhang Kai, but also Shen Zhu. Since Shen Zhu was cheated on, he has figured out the truth of life. He put down his status and joined Yan Xianpeng's money-making team. He honestly accumulated capital and prepared to make a comeback. Huang Yaosu also came. He came to change his poor family and help his parents solve their problems. Miro Zhe also came. He came to transform himself, become a better self, and meet Yan Ni. Che Wei wanted to save up 30,000 yuan to get rid of the 4 golden flowers. There is also Wu Zhaoqi, who is not doing it for money, but purely to hone his basketball dance. When the aunts saw Yan Xianpeng and his group of evil people, they immediately squeezed over, staring and yelling, "You are a motherless thing. You deserve to go to hell in this life. You bastard." The aunts cursed very badly and wanted to spit. At this time, Zhang Kai rushed to the front, showed his ID card, and output to the extreme, "A bunch of old things. Watch me. I'm a minor. I will kill you directly if I force you. It's not against the law to kill you." After the quarrel, Zhang Kai and Huang Yasu played drums, Mao Zhe was responsible for playing the disc, Shenzhou played the suona, Wu Zhaoqi danced on the drums, and Che Wei led Wu Zhaoqi and asked him to disturb the local area with his magical dance. Ancient musical instruments versus modern sound, a war was triggered. The whole community was in chaos. Unlike the chaotic city, the river dam at night is like a quiet painting. The gentle evening breeze blows, and the riverside is shining with silver waves, flowing slowly. A few hundred meters away, there is a row of bungalows. Jiang Ning, the pond is ready. Let's go fishing tomorrow. Leaving this sentence, Boss Yang left with satisfaction. On the small round table in the room, the grilled skewers and the iron plate exuded an attractive aroma. Zhu Yuantang took a big bite. The little goat was killed that day. The meat was particularly tender, and the charcoal fire and seasoning made her squint slightly. Delicious, delicious. Here, you try it too. Zhu Yuantang handed the skewers over. Jiang Ning bit off a piece of meat, and Zhu Yuantang took it back to eat. "Are you going fishing tomorrow?" she asked. "Go. Anyway, I have nothing to do." "Then I'll go too." Talking and watching a movie, soon a plate of grilled skewers was finished. Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning tacitly didn't ask Chuchu to share. After eating, Zhu Yuantang wiped his mouth. Aunt Gu walked to the door. As soon as she saw her mother, Zhu Yuantang immediately shouted, "Mom, I want to eat popsicles." Aunt Gu glanced at her and said, "I think you look like a popsicle." Zhu Yuantang immediately pouted. "Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat every day." Aunt Gu scolded her daughter, then looked at the greasy look on her lips, hating her for not fighting back, and left a message. "I looked at the weather forecast. Tomorrow the weather is pretty good. You wash the sheets and quilt covers and dry them in the Sunday." After saying this, Aunt Gu turned around and left. Zhu Yuantang's face sank. "Jiang Ning, do you feel that my mother is like an NPC in the game, who gives me tasks as soon as I get close to her?" Jiang Ning agreed. "Indeed, but you must complete the tasks she gives you." Zhu Yuantang wanted to refute to prove her uniqueness, but hesitated and held back. She glanced at Jiang Ning and asked, "Do you think my mother is the head of the family?" "Jiang Ning, isn't it?" Zhu Yuantang smiled mysteriously, revealing a bit of cunning. "You will know who is better tomorrow." "Oh, I'll wait and see," Jiang Ning said. Seeing Jiang Ning's unconvinced expression, Zhu Yuantang didn't care. Tomorrow, she will let her mother know how powerful she is. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuantang moved closer to Jiang Ning, her petite and soft body pressed against Jiang Ning, as if looking for a sense of security. "Jiang Ning, the farmhouse next door to us is quite famous. Xiao and the others talked about it today. Well, Boss Yang is doing a good job. Not only does he have barbecue, he also built a strawberry garden, and now he has a fishing pond." Jiang Ning counted. Deng Qingfeng and the others said that they are going to bring people to dinner. Zhu Yuantang said. There was talk. At first, it was Meng Xian who was talking, and Kao-kun listened in. As a result, Deng Qingfeng made an invitation, and Kao-kun's face turned green. Thinking of this scene, Jiang Ning found it quite interesting. If they came to a farmhouse, it would be even more interesting. Zhu Yuantang whispered, "I think Uncle Yang's dishes are so expensive." After saying that, she felt a little embarrassed. After all, she had just finished eating the barbecue sent by Uncle Yang. Zhu Yuantang buried her little head in Jiang Ning's shoulder to avoid embarrassment. Her hair brushed across Jiang Ning's cheek, itchy, and also brought a kind of intimate touch. Jiang Ning rubbed her hair. "It's a bit expensive." The soft and warm breath blew on Jiang Ning's neck, and Zhu Yuantang's silver bell-like laughter came out. He recommend a book, The Infinite Canteen of the Universe. Xiao Dai Zhao's new work of infinite flow. Xiao Dai's production must be a boutique. Original infinite flow food article of collection. Plain exploration. plus opening a store, operation, light-hearted and humorous, refreshing and interesting. Unemployed college student Molu accidentally picked up Leo Wang, an alien mechanical life form with superb cooking skills in the park, and started a road to partnership and entrepreneurship. Through insect eggs, you can travel back and forth between different universes, collect all kinds of strange ingredients, run restaurants, and conquer the taste buds of many diners in the multiverse. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587, The Old Person Who Has Not Been Taken Care Of, 2014. This day is Sunday. As an employee of Changqing, Aunt Gu rarely did not work overtime. She was resting today and planned to make some delicious food for her daughter at noon to replenish her body. In the early morning of late autumn, the sky was slightly bright and a row of bungalows were shrouded in a light morning mist. The breeze brought the moisture of the Hushu River, making the air slightly cool. In such a peaceful time, Zhu Yuantang's bedside alarm clock rang, and the pink alarm clock swung desperately, vowing not to stop until she woke her up. Although it is now the era of smartphones, people are used to setting alarms with their mobile phones, but Zhu Yuantang still follows the old tradition and continues to use her small alarm clock. Zhu Yuantang closed her eyes in the quilt, groped with her little hand, found the small alarm clock, and turned it off. In mid-November in Yazhou, the night temperature is about 10 degrees. People have become dependent on the quilt. In this weather, it takes a certain amount of perseverance to wake up from the warm quilt. Zhu Yuantang originally planned to fall asleep again, but the scene of last night emerged from her mind. Last night she was eating and drinking at Jiang Ning's house, but her mother came in and told her that she would wash the pillows and quilts at home tomorrow, squeezing her freedom. Zhu Yuantang boasted in front of Jiang Ning, showing off her dignity as the head of the family. Now, it's time to show her strength. This is why I set the alarm on weekends. Mom, I want you to know how powerful I am. Zhu Yuantang's eyes sparkled. 2 minutes later, Zhu Yuantang broke through the morning mist and knocked on her mother's door. Bang, bang, bang. After a few noises, Zhu Yuantang broke into the room. Aunt Gu was sleeping in a daze and was suddenly awakened. She saw a familiar little figure in a daze. The next moment, Zhu Yuantang shouted, "Mom, it's late. I'll wash your pillows and quilts." As she said that, she took away the pillows and removed the quilts in front of her mother's confused expression. Before leaving, she smiled innocently. "Mom, don't worry about me. You go back to sleep." An hour and a half later, wisps of smoke rose from Zhu Chachu's house. Accompanied by the fragrance, Zhu Yuantang ran to her house for a meal. As soon as she stepped into the kitchen door, she saw Jiang Ning as expected. Zhu Yuantang was used to it and did not express surprise, but complained, "Chachu, I'm so tired." Zhu Chachu was surprised. Obviously, she was responsible for breakfast, and Tang Tang was only responsible for eating. Why was she tired? How dare she say that? However, Zhu Chachu asked, "What's wrong?" Zhu Yuantang, "I got up this morning and washed the quilts and pillows at home. I was so tired." Zhu Chachu thought it was very rare. She said, "Isn't Aunt Gu resting today? Why do you have to wash it?" Now Changqing Guy's work is easy. If Zhu Chachu's mother is on vacation, Chachu rarely works at home, not to mention Tang Tang. Aunt Gu can take care of all the housework. Zhu Yuantang complained, "My mother told me to do it." Zhu Chachu washed her hands. "Okay, let's eat." Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning sat at one side of the dining table, with Chachu sitting opposite them. Zhu Yuantang drank rice soup and winked at Jiang Ning, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, her eyes blinking, looking naughty. She boasted to Jiang Ning in a low voice, "I got up very early today on purpose and went to my mother's room to collect pillows and quilts. Didn't you see my mother's expression? Ha ha ha. She was so happy." Her mother, who usually punished her, was teased by her today. Zhu Chachu, who was opposite her, also heard it. She thought that this was not a loss of 1,000 to kill 1,000 enemies. What was there to be proud of? Zhu Yuantang was arrogant for a few minutes, and suddenly a familiar figure walked into the kitchen door. Aunt Gu was holding a plate, her face full of love. Zhu Yuantang immediately restrained her pride. Her strong vigilance made her extremely cautious, wanting to see what her mother was going to do. Aunt Gu looked at Jiang Ning, then at Chachu, and finally at Tong Tong, and said, "I washed some strawberries. Come and have some." As she said that, she found a stool and sat down next to her daughter. Zhu Chachu quickly stood up and served Aunt Gu a bowl of rice soup. "Aunt, there is a lot of rice, you should eat some too." She also brought a pair of chopsticks. Jiang Ning touched a strawberry. The strawberry in her hand was very unique. Unlike the traditional red strawberry, this strawberry was light pink, even close to white, and looked very unripe. Zhu Yuantang had just framed her mother in the morning, so she was worried that her mother would harm her. She was paranoid. She looked at the strawberry carefully and concluded, "It's not ripe, you can't eat it." This must be that her mother deliberately took the unripe strawberries to retaliate against her. Did she think she was so greedy? It's ridiculous. The more Zhu Yuantang thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. Yes, it must be like this. Zhu Chachu had never eaten this kind of strawberry before, and was also a little hesitant. Jiang Ning recognized it. It was not that the strawberries were unripe, but that this kind of strawberry was called Dangsu strawberry, which was white with pink inside. Compared with ordinary strawberries, the flesh was softer and more juicy, and the taste was fragrant and smooth. It had no disadvantages, except that it was a little expensive. Jiang Ning took a bite and ate it as usual. Seeing that Jiang Ning reacted normally, Zhu Chachu tasted it lightly, and then took a second bite, and a third bite. Zhu Yuantang felt that the two would not lie to him, so he also moved his mouth. "Aunt, you eat some too," Zhu Chachu said. Aunt Gu was still smiling. She also took a strawberry, and was about to put it in her mouth. At this moment, her hand shook deliberately, and the strawberry fell to the ground. Zhu Yuantang lowered his head, and saw that the surface of the pink and white strawberry was stained with some dust visible to the naked eye. Rural people don't have so many requirements. They can still eat it, after picking it up and washing it. Aunt Gu bent down to pick it up, and stuffed it into her daughter's mouth. Zhu Yuantang was alert and dodged immediately, shouting, "Mom, you really want to take revenge on me?" Fortunately, she was very smart and successfully escaped her mother's trap. As a result, Aunt Gu's hand was halfway extended, and the movement suddenly stopped. She looked at her daughter carefully, and suddenly sighed. "I thought you were a child. I forgot that you have grown up." As she said, she took the strawberry, and walked out of the door leisurely. Zhu Yuantang was left sitting on a small stool, her little face panicked. "Mom, did you feed me directly when I dropped something on the ground when I was a child?" However, she shouted, but did not get a reply from her mother. When Zhu Yuantang thought of the unclean things she ate every day when she was a child, she felt that the strawberries in front of her were not fragrant. She hurriedly ran out to find her mother to verify, but she didn't want the strawberries. Jiang Ning and Chachu were left in the room. Jiang Ning asked, "Could Aunt Gu control Tong Tong before?" Zhu Chachu bit off the strawberry. "Yes." Not long after the meal, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Boss Yang next door found Jiang Ning's residence and invited him to go fishing in the pond. Jiang Ning agreed. Before leaving, Boss Yang looked surprised because the usually clever little girl was leaning on the sofa with her head down, feeling particularly depressed, as if she had suffered a blow. But he didn't care and turned away. Today, he not only called Jiang Ning, but also several guests came to fish, and there was Yang Fen's father-in-law. He is a son-in-law, and his father-in-law is a big boss who owns factories and companies, with a net worth of hundreds of millions. In the past, although he was not looked down upon by his father-in-law and mother-in-law, he was not slapped in the face by his father-in-law, and served tea and water every day. But as a son-in-law, he worked in his father-in-law's company, and only he knew the taste. So he used the money and connections he had accumulated over the years to jump out of the company and open a small farmhouse. Whether it was the money he made or the degree of freedom, it was much better than staying in his father-in-law's company. But Yang Fei still respected his father-in-law very much. No, when he heard that his father-in-law was coming, he hurried to the river dam to greet him. Jiang Ning's Zhu Yuantang looked pitiful. She was afraid that she had eaten something unclean before. No, can your mother harm you? Jiang Ning was speechless. You can't tell at ordinary times that she thinks a lot. Jiang Ning packed up and took Zhu Yuantang to the east pond to fish. Zhu Yuantang called Chachu, who was studying, out on the pretext of relaxing his eyes, to go fishing together. On the way to the east pond, Jiang Ning was empty-handed, and Tang Tang behind him was carrying 2 fishing rods and a bucket. Zhu Chachu was holding 3 small stools. She looked at the steady Jiang Ning in front of her, and the joyful Tang Tang, and couldn't help but recall last winter. At that time, she came to the river dam as a guest for the first time, and they also went fishing together. Tang Tang and Jiang Ning competed in fishing, and finally lost miserably. It was Jiang Ning who gave her some of the fish. Thinking of this, Zhu Chachu's eyes fell on Jiang Ning's back. When she met Jiang Ning for the first time, she felt that he was like a big brother next door. He was very good to Tang Tang, and the picture of the two getting along was particularly harmonious. This surprised Zhu Chachu. She didn't expect that Tang Tang actually met a good friend of the opposite sex and they could play so well together. Zhu Chachu was surprised, but she didn't think that they could develop to what extent. Now a year has passed. It is completely beyond her expectations. Jiang Ning, let's catch all the fish in Uncle Yang's fish pond. Zhu Yuantang said arrogantly. Let me emphasize that I'm the one fishing, not us. TSK. Zhu Yuantang curled his lips, a little dissatisfied. Why are you so clear? 400 or 500 meters east of the bungalow, through a row of trees, the pond appeared in the sight of the 3 people. This pond is oval in shape, about 30 meters long and 15 meters wide. The water is clear and reflects the blue sky and white clouds. The sun at this time is not arrogant or impatient, bringing just the right warmth. By the pond, several men and women fishing look particularly leisurely. There is a middle-aged man wearing sportswear and a loose temperament, enjoying the leisure of fishing alone. A pair of urban beauties dressed very exquisitely, sitting by the pond, fishing absent-mindedly. There was also a young man with curly hair, a cigarette in his mouth, and fancy clothes. He was very close to the 2 urban beauties. While fishing, he was chatting on his phone, showing the big Apple icon on the back of his phone from time to time. He was using the latest iPhone 6 Plus. Jiang Ning and his friend's arrival attracted the attention of several people, especially Zhu Chachu, who had a cold and attractive appearance. The young man with a cigarette in his mouth was obviously amazed, and his eyes were reluctant to move away. Jiang Ning looked at the young man and found him very interesting. Because this young man looked familiar to Jiang Ning. Last year, he was using electricity everywhere to practice the 9 heavens divine thunder body tempering technique, and the young man in front of him secretly opened a small factory, allowing Jiang Ning to use a lot of electricity. The curly-haired young man was Yanbo, who once opened a small factory and secretly discharged sewage. Later, he had a blind date with Jiuo Ran. At the same time, he also dated a girl from a technical secondary school. In his previous life, Jiuo Ran was implicated by him and was caught by the girl's parents and left the 4th middle school sadly. In this life, Jiang Ning exposed it in advance, causing Yanbo to be beaten by the girl's parents, suffering a concussion and several broken ribs. Since then, Jiang Ning has not seen Yanbo again. Who would have thought that he would appear here today? Actually, it is not surprising to think about it. Yanbo had secretly set up a black factory nearby before, so it is normal for him to come here. When Jiang Ning just returned, he was determined to integrate into the secular world, and he did things in a gentle way, so he did not do anything to Yanbo. Now, Jiang Ning is more integrated into the secular world, his mentality is calm, and he will not care about the other party. However, when he thought of this thing actually wanting to date Jiuo Ran, Jiang Ning was secretly unhappy and prepared to teach him a lesson. After arriving at the pond, Zhu Yuantang was much quieter because of the presence of outsiders. Jiang Ning looked at her and whispered, "You are a bully at home." Zhu Yuantang glared at him fiercely. Jiang Ning cleared the weeds by the pond, put the small stool away, and then swung the fishing rod and hooked the fish into the pond in a very chic manner. Not far away, the middle-aged man on the outdoor folding chair was stunned when he saw such a casual fishing posture. "Isn't that a fake bait? Are you here to make fun of me, young man?" You are insulting fishing. Countless thoughts popped up in the middle-aged man's mind, and he felt it was outrageous. However, he lived to this age, so he naturally didn't meddle in other people's business, so he didn't say a word. In contrast, Yanbo held a cigarette in his mouth and cast his eyes here from time to time. If it was an ordinary beautiful girl, it probably wouldn't be like this, but Zuchachu's appearance was one of the top ones. Girls of this level, in the same environment, it is normal to look at them twice. Yanbo is in his 20s this year. His good family background and extremely low education have made him unscrupulous. He likes girls of 15 or 16 years old. The word tender is the only word. Although he paid a lot for it, Yanbo's ribs hurt when he thought of the experience of being beaten. That pain made him lose a lot, and he was honest for more than a year. But the idea of liking a 16-year-old girl has not changed to this day. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang each took a fishing rod to fish, while Zuchachu was reading an English book on the side, and the years were quiet and good. Yanbo felt itchy, and he walked over here with a cigarette in his mouth. When he was about 5 or 6 meters away, Jiang Ning said, "I can't smell any cigarette smoke." Yanbo paused, and took a good look at Jiang Ning. He and Jiang Ning had met once, but it had been more than a year since they met, so he didn't recognize him. Yanbo suddenly smiled, and with a senior's attitude, he looked down on him and said, "Are you a student?" Jiang Ning ignored him. Yanbo's face flickered, and he felt uncomfortable, but he didn't show it. He didn't look angry at all, but shook his head and laughed. Only students dare to say such things. You will understand when you enter the society. How can you be qualified to point fingers at others? Jiang Ning still ignored him. After seeing this, Zuchachu silently moved her stool and got closer to Jiang Ning. Yanbo saw this scene and felt even more unhappy. He smoked a cigarette and smiled. "Is she your girlfriend?" Chapter 588 Extreme Struggle in the Fish Pond. Yanbo is a social person. He once opened a black factory and managed more than a dozen workers, giving orders every day. He thinks that he is far superior to high school students like Jiang Ning in terms of vision and ability. So when talking, he doesn't care about meat or vegetables, and directly asks if it's his girlfriend. No matter whether Jiang Ning answers yes or no, he has a way to play it, and then by comparison, let this beautiful girl know what kind of person she is. How to quickly establish an impression in front of a girl, that is of course comparison. Stepping on the same sex is the most effective method. Yanbo knows this well, although he is bullying the weak. However, when Zuchachu heard these words, she frowned slightly. Facing the impolite person, Zuchachu didn't say anything and didn't care about him. Huh? Jiang Ning picked up the fishing rod. "My sister who eats at the same table with me every day. What do you think?" Zuchachu looked at Jiang Ning in surprise. "When did I become your sister?" Although she disagreed in her heart, she did not refute. As smart as she was, she knew that Jiang Ning must have his own intentions. It's okay to call her sister once. On the contrary, Yanbo's eyes widened, and his face changed when he heard this. It turned out that all the hostility he had created before was in vain. They are a pair of siblings. I have done a stupid thing. Yanbo cursed in his heart. He was very embarrassed now. He wanted to pick up a sister, but ended up saying bad things to her brother. This made it much more difficult. However, this girl's appearance was so amazing. She was countless levels better than the girls from technical secondary schools he had dated before, and it was worth him to continue to please her. Yanbo was a man of society after all. He laughed twice and quickly put out his cigarette. His smile was a little warm. "Brother, haha, I didn't think it through. It's wrong to smoke in public. Let me treat you to lunch today as an apology. The food at the farmhouse is pretty good." Jiang Ning looked at him and commented with a superior attitude, "You are a man of talent." Yanbo felt very uncomfortable when he heard this tone, but who can blame him for being the sister's brother? "Damn it, I'll trouble you when I get the hang of it." Yanbo swallowed his breath. Zuchachu's mouth curled up slightly, feeling funny. The young man who was full of society and disgusting just now was actually taught a lesson by Jiang Ning as an elder. But the other party couldn't refute it. After thinking about it for a while, she understood Jiang Ning's confidence. It turned out that Jiang Ning's trump card was her forget it. Let him do it. Anyway, it's right. Zuchachu let him do it. She looked at the English words while paying attention to the situation. Jiang Ning stared at the pond. A crucian carp swam slowly. Its scales were light blue, similar to the color of the water, as if it had merged with the water and was indistinguishable from it. As the fish's gills opened and closed, it inhaled oxygen, providing a constant source of power. The fish's eyes remained alert, looking around and flapping its tail from time to turn. Jiang Ning urged his spiritual power, and his invisible big hand opened and covered the carp pond. He didn't even look at Yanbo. Forget about eating. I'm going to catch some fish for lunch. This was said loudly, and all the fishermen around heard it. The middle-aged man in sports casual clothes and a loose temperament almost laughed out loud. The young man is quite confident. Looking at the fake bait he used, he didn't even make a nest, and his unfamiliar technique, he wanted to catch enough fish for a meal. It's a fool's dream. However, the middle-aged man was broad-minded and understood that many young people nowadays think they are geniuses. This is normal. If young people have no passion and vitality and only know how to cheat and play tricks every day, that would be terrible. Ideals are beautiful, but as for reality, middle-aged people are ready to laugh at the joke. Just at this moment, a fish took the bait. The middle-aged man saw the opportunity and quickly reeled in the rod. The fish was pulled out of the water and kept wagging its tail in the air. As the distance got closer, the middle-aged man reached out to grab the fishing line and took off the fish. It was a crucian carp, which kept wagging its tail in his palm. Jiang Ning, there are really fish in the pond, Zhu Yuantang said. She looked at the crucian carp in the middle-aged man's hand. The fish looked quite big. A nearby urban beauty asked, is this fish half a catty? The middle-aged man heard this and had a faint sense of complacency on his face. Zhu Yuantang said, no, just over 2 teals. The young woman was surprised. Such a big fish is only over 2 teals? Zhu Yuantang, if I caught it, it would be 5 teals, and others would be over 2 teals. The middle-aged man was about to brag about 5 teals, but was stopped by the little girl's words. He admitted, it is indeed over 2 teals. It's true. The young woman thought about it and asked, 2 teals is so big. I heard that someone can catch a crucian carp of 4 or 5 teals, which is half a catty. How big is that crucian carp? The middle-aged man was about to estimate the size and tell the young woman. Men, more or less, want to show off their knowledge and cognition in front of young women, especially the 2 urban beauties, whose looks are above average. Although I don't want anything to happen, this kind of limelight is the instinct of human nature. The little girl spoke again. How big is a crucian carp of 4 or 5 teals? It's simple. It's as big as 2 crucian carps of 2 teals. Young woman, do you think I'm stupid? As they were communicating here, Yanbo had something in mind. Let's not talk about anything else. Just based on the boy's technique just now, it was simply funny to think of fishing. Since Yanbo was injured, he spent several months recuperating, and the rest of the time he was not busy with work. He used to work in a black factory. It was dangerous, but he made a profit of several thousand yuan a day, and he had saved hundreds of thousands of yuan. He was not short of money at all. He drove around and traveled. Yanbo, who had nothing to do, knew about hobbies like fishing. He hated reading, but it didn't mean that he was not smart. Whether it was making money or picking up girls, Yanbo was like a fish in water. He was good at fishing. When the girl's brother couldn't catch any fish, he would catch a few more, give them a free gift, and get some favor, right? At least they wouldn't be disgusted anymore. After getting closer, he found an opportunity to invite the girl out. With his Yanbo skills, wouldn't he be able to quickly win her over? At that time, what would this boy be? Yanbo's words counted. He deeply understood that many girls dared to rebel against their parents and family for the people they liked. After confirming this, Yanbo returned to the original route and found the place where he had made the nest. His temporary patience was just for a better enjoyment. Not long after, Boss Yang brought a 70-year-old man to fish. The old man was broad and fat, with a serious face and fast steps. His spirit and demeanor were completely different from those of ordinary old men. Boss Yang helped him put away the folding chair, served him on both sides, and then gave each person who was fishing a fruit box. Zhu Yuantang forked the fruit to eat, occasionally feeding Chu Chu and Jiang Ning a piece, and looked over at the old man. The old man's name was Tang Yaohan. He saw a little girl looking at him from time to time, so he said, "Little girl, do you want to learn fishing too?" He spoke with full energy and a very loud voice, which scared away all the fish in the fish pond. Zhu Yuantan shook her head. She was looking at the snack box next to the old man. Tang Yaohan didn't know. He continued, "Fishing is a job of patience. You have to sit still. Young people like you, if you want to catch good fish, you need to practice well." When he spoke, there was a kind of momentum of taking advantage of his seniority. Tang Yaohan himself did not realize that the hundreds of employees under him usually spoke in this tone during meetings, and the employees had to listen with a smile. He used to work in engineering and had a wide network of contacts. He once cut the ribbon for the completion of a new factory building, and the city leaders personally supported the event. Tang Yaohan was used to being high and mighty. After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang asked, "Grandpa, you are very good at fishing, right?" Tang Yaohan did not deny. "Let's not talk about anything else. In terms of patience, ordinary people can't compare with me." While the two were chatting, Jiang Ning gently lifted the fishing rod, and the water surface flashed with silver white light and suddenly rose. A crucian carp struggled hard, flapping its tail, splashing water, and the sunlight refracted colorful light. Jiang Ning shook the fishing line gently, and the huge crucian carp jumped over, and Jiang Ning grabbed it casually. "Wow, 6 keels." Zhu Yuantan shouted, and she judged the weight of the crucian carp at a glance. At the same time, the middle-aged man nearby, the two urban beauties, and Yanbo and the others all cast their eyes over. The calm middle-aged man immediately lost his composure after seeing this scene. What the hell? How come the fish he caught is bigger than mine? Didn't he use a fake hook? He felt a little absurd. A 6-liang crucian carp was really not small. Jiang Ning took off the crucian carp and threw it into the bucket casually. Yanbo in the distance felt a sense of urgency. He had to start exerting his strength. What if the young man caught too many fish? Wouldn't it make him look incompetent? If he missed this opportunity, it would be absolutely difficult to repair the relationship. Tang Yaohan praised, "This young man is patient and can sit still, so he can catch big fish." Hearing others praise Jiang Ning, Zhu Yuantang was very happy. With a curved mouth, Jiang Ning continued fishing. 20 minutes later, Jiang Ning took off the 5th crucian carp and threw it into the bucket. The middle-aged man began to doubt his life. Is something wrong? It's so good to fish with a fake bait. He couldn't find the relaxed atmosphere on his body. His brows were tightly furrowed, making him want to change the fake bait. Yanbo even changed the place to fish. After Jiang Ning noticed it, he spread his spiritual sense, found an opportunity, urged his spiritual power, and gathered it in the middle of the pond. The situation changed instantly. Suddenly, Yanbo shouted, "It's hooked." The next moment, he pulled the fishing rod. On the other side, Tang Yaohan was also shocked. He felt a huge force coming from the fishing rod, and he quickly grabbed the fishing rod. Although Tang Yaohan was nearly 70 years old, he usually ate well, was broad and fat, and was comparable to an old man doing fitness in the park. His strength was no worse than that of the young man, and even slightly better. When he pulled the rod, Tang Yaohan felt that the fish was struggling hard. "Big fish, a big fish." Tang Yaohan's voice was loud, and everyone present heard it. The people around were all paying attention. Tang Yaohan said, "This kind of big fish is the easiest to get off the hook. If you want to subdue it, you must be patient. You can't pull it hard, otherwise it will easily break the line and the rod. You must reel the fish in slowly." As he said, he began to demonstrate the technique. "Look, you should use the 8-figure fish reeling technique like me to reduce the direct confrontation with the fish. You must overcome hardness with softness." The young woman who had asked about the weight of the crucian carp before was puzzled again. How heavy is a fish that takes so much effort? The middle-aged man said, "I estimate it to be more than 10 pounds. It's a big guy." "Ah, a fish weighing more than 10 pounds can be so powerful?" The middle-aged man said, "There is a saying that goes, a kilogram of fish requires 3 pounds of force, but in fact it's more than that, because there is an angle between the fishing rod and the water surface. After the fish is frightened, it moves forward, forming a lever principle with the fishing rod and line. For a 1-pound fish, you must exert 10 pounds of force to subdue it. Tang Yaohan couldn't speak anymore. He looked extremely solemn. All his attention was focused on the big fish in the water. He had no time to take care of anything else. Boss Yang was very surprised when he saw this scene. How come he didn't know there was such a big fish in the pond? Although it was strange, he always paid attention to his father-in-law's situation and was ready to help. On the other side, Yanbo was also pulling frantically. He stepped on the ground tightly, competing for endurance. He must catch this big fish. If he uses this big fish to give away a gift, the effect will be excellent. What he is fishing for now is not only the fish, but also the beautiful girl. The situation is getting more and more tense. 10 minutes later, old man Tang Yaohan's forehead was full of sweat, and he didn't bother to wipe it off. Compared with the harvest, this sweat is simply not worth mentioning, because the struggle of the big fish in the water has weakened a lot. What a hearty fish playing. Tang Yaohan pulled the rod again, and suddenly, his hands felt much emptier. He quickly retracted the rod, and took a closer look. He found that there was another hook on the hook. Tang Yaohan raised his head, and looked at the young man on the other side. He was stunned for a moment, and finally understood something. Yanbo looked at the broken line, then at the old man on the other side, and he also understood something. They pulled at their limit for 10 minutes, and it turned out that it was because the atmosphere around the hook that hooked the other party suddenly became extremely awkward, like a silent stage. Everyone was watching this scene, and even the fucking sunlight was much softer. Zhu Chuchu couldn't bear to watch it. This silence and awkwardness lasted for 3 minutes, and Zhu Yuantang couldn't hold it anymore, and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. In the quiet field, she was the only one laughing. Zhu Yuantang laughed twice, and realized that it was not good, so she covered her mouth and laughed quietly. Yanbo was silent, and the 10 minutes of fierce confrontation became a joke. The initial excitement, now thinking about it, is only embarrassing. He took out a cigarette from the jacket pocket of his shirt to smoke, hoping to relieve his inner melancholy and embarrassment. He just took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, and suddenly, the phone rang. Yanbo took out his iPhone 6 Plus from his trouser pocket, and just as he was about to answer the phone, the cigarette box fell into the pond. This is a box of cigarettes, very expensive. Seeing that the box of cigarettes was about to be soaked by water, he quickly stuffed his phone into his jacket pocket and bent down to pick up the cigarette box. Unexpectedly, the jacket pocket was too shallow, and the phone slipped into the pond and sank quickly. Yanbo couldn't stand it anymore. He felt that the whole world was against him. The strong grievance made him helpless and furious. He shouted, "Fuck it." As a result, the cigarette in his mouth fell into the water again. Yanbo was stunned and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Chapter 589 Reminiscence. By the pond, a few fallen leaves drifted down with the wind, falling on the water surface and creating ripples. Not to mention Yanbo, Boss Yang's father-in-law Tang Yaohan was also greatly stimulated. From great joy to great sorrow, and then to embarrassment, after learning the truth. The drastic mood swings, according to old man Tang, hurt his internal organs. On the contrary, happiness is always built on the pain of others. Jiang Ning picked up the fishing rod, and a carp weighing more than 2 pounds broke through the water and soared into the sky. Jiang Ning urged his spiritual power and deliberately added some light effects to it. Several times the sunlight was absorbed by the fish scales, and as the fish tail swung, it radiated an extremely dazzling brilliance. At this moment, all the people around the pond were dazzled, just like in the ancient online games. After defeating the world boss, the legendary golden weapons exploded, which were extremely dazzling and eye-catching. Today's staple food is here. Zhu Yuantang was excited, and she was already thinking about what to eat for lunch. Boss Yang silently changed the fishing line for his father-in-law. Yanbo sat by the pond, watching the scene silently. The double stimulation made him feel more stressed. However, he had run a factory after all, so he was mentally strong. Yanbo let out a sigh of relief. He wanted to make an excuse, saying that there were no fish in the fish pond, but when he thought about the young man's harvest, this excuse might not work. So he said, "I haven't fished for a long time, and I'm not used to the feeling. I'll try my luck by the river." As he said that, Yanbo walked towards the parking lot. He was not worried about Jiang Ning and the others leaving, because all the people who could come to fish near the fish pond were Boss Yang's guests, so they must have lunch at the farmhouse at noon. Yanbo didn't want to waste time anymore, so he decided to try another way. He started his newly bought BMW and drove to the city. Jiang Ning fished by the pond for a while, until 10:30, when he picked up the bucket and returned with a full load, surrounded by Tong Tong and Chuchu. After seeing this, Tang Yaohan used his habit of teaching him, "Young man, you have no patience. Sit a little longer, maybe you will get more." Jiang Ning, enough. Tang Yaohan shook his head, "You are still too young to sit still." Zhu Yuantang praised, "Grandpa, you are still patient. You can stay for a whole morning without catching any fish." Tang Yaohan was so angry that he had no words to reply. Downtown, the second floor of Lanma Plaza. Shenkinj, Jiang Yanan, and Yuwen had just finished shopping in a boutique. The small commodities in the store were not cheap. Shenkinj didn't buy any of them on the pretext that she didn't like them. Jiang Yanan bought a bottle of nail polish, a few hairpins and ornaments. When she paid the bill, she spent more than 100 yuan on these things alone. Shenkinj was secretly surprised, but she didn't show it on her face. Although she had been studying in the city for more than a year, her parents were still working in coastal cities. Thanks to the development of the times and the economic boom, the efficiency of the factory was getting worse and worse, and her parents' wages had even dropped a little. Her monthly living expenses had not increased for more than a year. In this life, without Jiang Ning's blood transfusion, her living conditions had declined a lot. When she was with Jiang Ning before, Jiang Ning would buy her a meal, pay her phone bills, etc. to share the burden. After visiting the boutique, they went to the third floor to grab dolls. Unfortunately, facing this gambling machine, Jiang Yanan and Yuwen each spent 20 yuan, but in the end, all the money went to waste, and they didn't catch a doll. Yuwen was angry and wanted to destroy the doll machine. The boss must have set it up like this on purpose. The hook is so shaky, who can catch a doll? Jiang Yanan said, "Yeah, unless you have very good skills. You can't catch it, even if you have good skills." Shenkinj said that no matter how good the skills are, they can't withstand the shaking hook. She saw through this, so she didn't waste money at all. Jiang Yanan was not on the same side as Shenkinj. She said, "No, Jiang Ning is very good at catching dolls. He can catch one every time." After hearing this, Shenkinj subconsciously asked, "Where did you hear that?" On Zhu Yuantang's questions space. She has posted many times and showed off many dolls. I also asked her in private chat, and she said that Jiang Ning caught them. At this point, Jiang Yanan fantasized, "It would be great if someone could help me catch dolls." She didn't know how much money was swallowed by dolls since she was a child. If she could have a powerful boyfriend to help her get revenge, that feeling would be so great. Imagine that she and her boyfriend went shopping in the mall and caught a bunch of dolls, and her hands couldn't hold them all, while the girl next to her tried her best to catch a doll. Just thinking about it, her vanity exploded, right? Jiang Yanan's unintentional words planted a seed in Shenkinj's heart. She wanted to continue asking Jiang Yanan about the questions dynamics posted by Zhu Yuantang, but if she asked in this way, wouldn't it seem that she was very concerned about Jiang Ning? Especially, Jiang Yanan and Yuwen now knew that she and Jiang Ning used to go to the same school. The lower one's origin, the less one wants others to look down on them. Shenkinj didn't ask, because she could check Zhu Yuantang's space directly later. "Kiki is here. She said she's at the Phoenix Gold shop on the first floor. Let's go." Jiang Yanan took out her cell phone. Going down again. Yuwen was unhappy. They had just reached the third floor. The three girls quickly went downstairs. As soon as they entered the gold shop, they were greeted by bright lights and elaborate displays. In the glass counters were all kinds of gold jewelry, rings, and necklaces, shining brightly. The most common thing in the mall was the gold shop. As a high school student, Shenkinj came in to see it. As for buying it, she never thought about it, because these jewelry were not necessities and the prices were beyond her reach. Lukaki stood next to a young man, and a uniformed clerk was explaining the products to them. Lukaki saw the three girls and smiled brightly. Lukaki deliberately asked the sisters to come over. Although their relationship was good, they also had a comparison. She wanted to show off in front of her sisters. Shen Qinji clearly saw that Lu Kiki had a gold ring on her finger. Swipe the card. The young man said cheerfully. The waiter swiped away 1,200 yuan. Shen Qinji was secretly shocked when she heard the price. After buying the gold ring, Lu Kiki came over with a smile, stretched out her finger, and showed it to the sisters. Hey, you bought it too fast. Can you help me see if it looks good? Gold is something that humans like by nature, not to mention that it is worn on the finger of a young girl, so it is naturally beautiful. Yuan and Jiang Ning praised it out loud. Shen Qinji is different from the two girls. She is thoughtful and can easily see through Lu Kiki's thoughts. Lu Kiki asked them to comment after buying the ring, which was nothing more than showing off. Shen Qinji forced a smile and said sincerely, Kiki, your fingers are beautiful. This plain ring is simple and beautiful. It is especially suitable for you when worn on your hand. Lu Kiki's face was full of pride. The man next to her also showed that kind of complacent smile. He showed off his financial strength and won the recognition of the girl's good friends, which also made him feel very happy. Yuan touched Lu Kiki's fingers, looked at them for a while, and suddenly said, the gold ring is beautiful, but Kiki, your wrist is more beautiful, white and clean. It will definitely look better if you wear a bracelet. After these words came out, Lu Kiki had not yet responded, and the man next to her looked a little unnatural. Gold rings are not expensive. 1,000 can be done. If it is a gold bracelet, it will cost tens of thousands. Lu Kiki knew that the other party would not buy it for her. She kept smiling. I want to buy a gold bracelet after I get married. And what's the point of wearing a gold bracelet as a high school student? Jiang Ning's personality was not as direct as Yuan, she said. In fact, the jade pendant worn on the wrist is also beautiful. Chen Xiao and Zheng Lu's are very good. A few people talked and chatted, and walked all the way to the food area on the 4th floor. With the sisters' treat, it was naturally no longer a small shop, but a Chaoshan beef hot pot restaurant. At the dinner table, Lu Kiki and the others were chatting, and Shen Qinji didn't say much today. She took out her mobile phone and planned to check her questions space. The phone Shen Qinji uses is an Oppo dual-core phone she bought when she graduated from junior high school. It is an Oppo R821T with a dual-core CPU, 512GB RAM, and 4G internal storage. Its configuration is already outdated. The years around 2014 were the years when mobile CPUs developed most rapidly. New Android flagship phones became stuck a year after being purchased. It is precisely because of these years that people have a stereotype that Android phones will become stuck after a few years of use and are far inferior to Apple. Although this is indeed the case, in 2017, with the emergence of Qualcomm's first generation Snapdragon 835, the first generation Xiaomi 6 debuted, and Android phones have been able to compete for 3 years since then. When Lu Kiki saw her sister's phone, she took out her newly bought iPhone 6 and placed it on the table, revealing the obvious logo. Jiang Ning, Kiki, did you change your phone? Lu Kiki smiled reservedly. The previous one was too laggy. That one is still laggy? I remember that phone can rotate the camera. It cost more than 3,000 yuan. Yuan was surprised. Lu Kiki, I still like Apple. It takes good pictures. As she said that, she showed the phone to her sisters. Yuan and Jiang Ning played with it for a while and were surprised. The pixels are really good. The screen looks so comfortable. There are not many people in our class using it, right? Quite a lot. The class monitor, Deng Qingfeng, Bei Yuxia, Jiang Ning all use it. Lu Kiki explained. She felt that a new iPhone made her worth step into the top of class 8. Jiang Ning's is 6 Plus. I heard it is the top version. Lu Kiki even said he won the marathon prize last time. It's not easy to buy an iPhone. Yuan's tone was envious, but it was a pity that she didn't have the ability to earn that money. Shen Qinji also touched the iPhone 6, a little envious. After all, she always thought that the appearance of the iPhone was very beautiful. If she could own such a phone, it would be just a fantasy after all. Even if Jiang Ning doesn't rely on marathons, he should be able to afford it. His grades are so good, he has received scholarships, and his grades are also very good. The three girls started chatting around Jiang Ning. Shen Qinj listened to them talking about the familiar yet unfamiliar name. She quietly withdrew from the topic and became a bystander. She used to study in the town and thought that Jiang Ning was average looking, not tall, and his grades were slightly better. Compared with those talented students who like to make trouble and show off, he is actually far behind. Now, unknowingly, he has become a boy that girls talk about behind their backs. Especially Yuan, who used to be hostile to him, has changed her attitude, not to mention Jiang Yanan, who would mention him whenever she caught a doll. Even Lukiki, who thinks highly of herself, according to Ma Shicheng, often throws her boyfriend out to fight, as if he were Pokemon, and Lukiki, who has gathered the advantages of all her previous boyfriends, and synthesized a super perfect boyfriend, is no exception. Jiang Ning, who has good grades, marathon champion, magician, and doll catching master, seems to have been missed by herself. That day, she was injured, and was recovering in the infirmary. Jiang Ning went to see the joke, and Shen Qinj almost collapsed. She hated Jiang Ning. Thinking back, she seemed to have done something even worse to Jiang Ning. I remember that winter of the first year of junior high school, Jiang Ning rode a bike to play with her. Because there was a lot of snow on the ground, he accidentally broke his leg. He went to the old Chinese doctor in the village to apply plaster. The old Chinese doctor also lent him a cane to help him walk. On the way back, she saw that he was limping, and it was very funny. She deliberately hung a heavy school bag on his cane, and watched him walk in a mess. At this moment, Shen Qinj even blamed herself in the past. If she had been better to Jiang Ning at that time, this mentality did not accompany her for a long time. You shouldn't blame yourself in the past. Blaming yourself in the past is equivalent to denying the present. After all, she now may be blamed by the future. While the few people were chatting, Shen Qinj found Zhu Yuantang's questions number from the friend list. Shen Qinj originally wanted to click directly into Zhu Yuantang's space, but that would leave traces. If Zhu Yuantang was more careful, he would definitely find her visit record. Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning are so close. If she shared with Jiang Ning, he might be able to guess something. Shen Qinj's forehead numbed when she thought of the consequences. However, if she wanted to know more information, including grabbing dolls, she had to click into Zhu Yuantang's space. Shen Qinj's yellow diamond has expired. The last time she opened a yellow diamond was to peek into Jiang Ning's space, and this time it was to see Zhu Yuantang. The idea of being a thief came to her mind. Shen Qinj looked around with guilt. Seeing that Lukiki and the others were still chatting and no one was paying attention, she was relieved. Regardless of the thoughts of being a thief, she spent money to open a yellow diamond, and her whole body felt light. Now, she finally doesn't have to worry about it. Shen Qinj took a deep breath and stopped her trembling heart. She suddenly clicked her finger. Now, she came to explore Zhu Yuantang's dynamics. The next second, 7 big words appeared. The owner has set permissions. Shen Qinj's heart stopped shaking, but her hands were. River Dam. Yanbo deliberately drove back at 11:30. He didn't catch any fish, so he simply went to the vegetable market and bought 2 top quality blackfish, intending to say that he was lucky and caught them. Yanbo got out of the car and went straight to the farmhouse, where he saw Boss Yang sitting in the sun at the door, chatting with the old man and cracking melon seeds, looking very leisurely. Yanbo stretched his head to look into the yard. The 2 young women who went fishing in the morning and the middle-aged man were all there, but the brother and sister were missing. He felt something was wrong and asked quickly, "Boss, where are the brother and sister who went fishing just now?" Boss Yang didn't quite understand what he meant and wondered, "No brother and sister came to fish?" Yanbo estimated that the other party didn't know them, so he simply described, "It's the boy who caught several big crucian carps, and there was a girl. They are brother and sister. Oh, yes, there is also a short girl." After saying this, Boss Yang understood, but didn't understand. He was confused. "You said brother and sister. They are not brother and sister?" Yanbo stopped and asked, "Not brother and sister?" "Boss Yang, they are neighbors." "What brother and sister? Who told you that?" Yanbo thought about it and realized that they did not look alike. He finally understood that he had been fooled and cursed in his heart. "Fuck, I was fooled." Chapter 590 revealed. It was almost noon. a bungalow on the river dam. Jiang Ning sat on a small stool at the mouth of the earthen stove. He took a piece of firewood, put it into the stove, and let the flame burn. It was late November, and the temperature dropped. It was a pleasure to light a fire in this weather. The oil in the iron pot above the earthen stove was heated. Aunt Gu picked up the carp cut into oval shapes. The fish body was wrapped with a layer of starch. It looked like a string of fish instead of a fish. She threw the carp into the oil pan. Suddenly, the oil and water boiled and made a hissing sound. When the fish meat was fried, Aunt Gu served the fried carp. Zhu Yuantong, who was learning cooking next to her, smelled the fragrance of the fish meat and shouted, "Mom, I'm hungry." Aunt Gu glared at her daughter and scolded, "Eat, eat, eat. You just know how to eat all day long." The stern tone and extremely fast speaking speed made Zhu Yuantong curl her lips and secretly dissatisfied. Aunt Gu took out the pre-squeezed tomato juice from the juicer. This was squeezed from tomatoes picked by Jiang Ning from Huqi Mountain. It had a rich and tempting sweet and sour taste. Zhu Chuchu, sitting on a small bench, could almost imagine how wonderful it would taste when she drank it. Aunt Gu used tomato juice with white sugar, white vinegar, etc. to make a simmer. The aroma drifted away. Finally, Aunt Gu poured the boiled tomato sauce on the fried carp, and a squirrel fish dish was ready. Outside the door, Yan Bo learned about Jiang Ning's residence from Boss Yang. He cursed in his heart. How long has it been since he was so unhappy? The last time he was like this was when he opened a small factory and the power lines were cut off. Yan Bo walked over angrily, ready to confront Jiang Ning. As the distance got closer, he suddenly smelled a fragrance, and Yan Bo almost drooled at the first whiff. What smells so good? This fragrance is much better than the one cooked by Boss Yang's chef. Yan Bo stood at the door and stretched his head to look into the small courtyard. At this time, Jiang Ning came out of the house. When Yan Bo saw this young man, his face changed. He never expected that he would be fooled by the other party, especially since the other party was just a high school student. It was a very embarrassing thing for Yan Bo. He thought that with his social experience, it was easy to deal with a student, but he didn't expect that the other party was so scheming. However, Yan Bo admitted that the main reason was that the girl was too beautiful, which made him lose his composure and believe the other party's words. Yan Bo dragged his tone. "Brother, you are not honest. It is obviously your girlfriend. Why do you say she is your sister?" While questioning, Yan Bo also asked about the relationship between the two again, because he felt that the relationship between the two might not be ordinary, and only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. His thoughts were clearly seen by Jiang Ning. Once a man pursues a girl, his IQ often decreases in a step-by-step manner. Jiang Ning smiled and said, "She and I are neighbors, and we play together every day. She often comes to my house to play games at night. I'm older than her, so is there anything wrong with calling her sister?" As he said that, he looked at Yan Bo in surprise. Hearing this, Yan Bo's heart suddenly sank, especially when Jiang Ning said, "I go to his house every night to play games." Yan Bo is an adult, so the angle and content he associates with are naturally adult-oriented. Is it really just playing games for a girl to go to a boy's room every day? For a moment, he looked confused. Now he finally understood what the relationship between the two was. They lived close to each other and were neighbors. They played together every day. Isn't that what childhood sweethearts are called? The difficulty of poaching increased by more than one level in an instant. Yan Bo even doubted, can I resist the bond between them? Yan Bo tried to stay calm and thought that childhood sweethearts were unlikely to last long, so he still had hope. Just thinking about that pretty girl who had such a good relationship with other boys, Yan Bo felt very unhappy and wished that Jiang Ning would be hit by a car and die. No one could get his hands on the girl he liked. In the past, even if Yan Bo was looking for girls from technical secondary schools, he would only look for clean girls. The reason why he liked Jiuo Ran was not only because she was beautiful and a regular teacher, but also because she had never been in a relationship. It was precisely because of his own tricks that Yan Bo understood the relationship between the two sexes very well, so he paid special attention to the girl's history. Seeing that he was silent, Jiang Ning moved his eyes and saw the plastic bag in his hand and asked, "What's in your bag?" Yanbo was going to give the blackfish as a gift. After all, he was going to pursue the girl's sister. Now that he knew the truth, he would never give it to her. Yanbo pulled out the plastic bag and showed the blackfish in the bag. He looked up and boasted, "After leaving the pond, my luck suddenly turned. I caught 2 blackfish. They were not big, only about 2 catties." Facing his rival in love, Yanbo naturally had to pretend. He was old, and he couldn't be worse at fishing than a high school student, right? Although the fish he caught was 2 catties, the other party caught carp, and he caught blackfish. It was obviously not the same level, and the gap was obvious. Jiang Ning said bluntly, "Did you buy it at the vegetable market?" Yanbo's lie was exposed, and he was stunned. Then he became angry and asked, "Why do you say that I bought the fish? It was obviously I caught it. You are allowed to be lucky, but I'm not allowed to be lucky, right? If you don't give me an explanation today, I will compete with you." Yanbo's attitude was aggressive. The anger of having his lie exposed made his dignity feel like it was trampled on. At this moment, he was particularly angry. Because of the loud noise, 2 girls, Zhu Chuchu and Zhu Yuantong, came out of the kitchen to watch the fun. Yanbo caught a glimpse of this scene and became even more excited. His fragile dignity drove him to continue. "You can't catch a blackfish, but you can't conclude that I can't catch one, right? Brother, you are narrow-minded enough. You can't stand seeing others do well, right?" Yanbo hit again. At this moment, he felt that he was just like a contestant in a junior high school debate competition. A thorough scolding made the boy feel uneasy. He even felt that there was a layer of light around him, and he was arguing and pointing out the world, and writing passionately. At this moment, Yanbo vaguely noticed the eyes of a beautiful girl not far away. "Is this your childhood sweetheart? Look at his true face." Yanbo found a long-lost sense of vanity that justice defeated evil. Jiang Ning looked at his bluffing and cowardly appearance and said slowly, "Who would use black plastic bags to pack 2 big blackfish?" Although Jiang Ning's voice was not loud, it was particularly clear. Zhu Yuantang cheered. "The boss who sells fish in the vegetable market likes to use black plastic bags the most because black plastic bags are the strongest and are not easily pierced by fish fins and tails." Yanbo's momentum weakened all of a sudden, and he cursed in his heart. "Damn, why do you know this?" His face changed repeatedly, and finally he insisted, "Is it okay for me to like black plastic bags? I'm a low-key person." Jiang Ning looked at the black plastic bag in his hand again. Yanbo subconsciously closed the bag, fearing that the other party would find some other clues. When Aunt Gu went out, there were only 3 familiar people in the yard. She asked, "Who was shouting just now?" Jiang Ning said nonchalantly, "The guests of the farmhouse next door have been sent away. Aunt Gu, wash your hands and eat." There were a total of 4 dishes at noon: squirrel fish, braised crucian carp, yellow beef, and a lotus pond stir fry. Especially the fragrance of squirrel fish, which drifted to the farmhouse. Yanbo ate the blackfish in his mouth and felt that it was not fragrant. After eating, the afternoon sun was still warm. Boss Yang took a chess set outside and played chess with his father-in-law while basking in the sun. After losing 3 games in a row, Tang Yaohan shook his head and sighed. "Why are your chess skills getting worse and worse?" Boss Yang took the opportunity to flatter. "It's not me who is getting worse, it's your chess skills that are improving too fast." Yang Fei is no longer working in his father-in-law's company, but many of the connections in the farmhouse are related to his father-in-law. Besides, he is his elder after all, so he always speaks politely. Tang Yaohan taught, "You are still too young and impatient. For chess, you have to be patient and study slowly. Come on." He started to preach his patience theory again. Yang Fei had a headache. Tang Yaohan taught his son-in-law a few more moves, and Yang Fei listened carefully to his experience. Yang Fei had a general idea of his father-in-law's chess skills. He was 1 level better than the old man who played chess in the park, and he was an amateur master. This skill was definitely enough, and ordinary people could not beat him at all. After all, it was not so easy to meet a professional chess player in reality. Teacher Khan next door was also basking in the sun and cracking melon seeds. With Teacher Khan's 20-year teaching career, he could see at a glance that the old man was not an ordinary person. The clothes and momentum were there, and the stinky old man spoke with a bull nose in the sky, and he was so arrogant that he couldn't do it. Teacher Khan's eyes moved, and he made an idea. You want to play chess? Why don't you try to find Xiaogu's daughter? That little girl is very good at chess. After hearing this, Boss Yang looked at the door of Sister Gu's house and saw Zhu Yuantang sitting on a small stool. How old is she? Boss Yang shook his head and didn't care much. Teacher Khan added fuel to the fire. Don't look at her young age. She is a strong chess player. Tang Yaohan originally disdained to argue with young people, but when he thought about fishing in the morning, the little girl said something that touched his heart before leaving. Even though Tang Yaohan was a big boss and had a tolerance for others, he was still very angry. He glanced at his son-in-law. You ask her to play 2 games. I want to see the level of young people. Yang Fei felt very troubled. There was no way. The father-in-law always kept his word, so he had to go to Sister Gu's house. 2 minutes later, Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning came to the door of the farmhouse, and Zhu Chuchu also came to watch the fun. Tang Yaohan sat there motionless, with a masterly demeanor. He just raised his eyelids and said to himself, I usually play chess in the company. From the marketing department to the factory, no one can beat me. Zhu Yuantang, so awesome. Tang Yaohan smiled, like an old lion on the grassland. Although he was old, he was still full of authority. The next second, Zhu Yuantang said, could it be that they don't dare to beat you? What if they beat you, and you fire them? Tang Yaohan's smile became stiff. He looked at the little girl, cleared his throat, and said in a loud and hearty voice, if they can beat me, not only will I not fire him, but I will also reward him. You are the same today. If you can beat me, I will let Xiao Fei pick a gift for you later. Tang Yaohan has been a boss for many years, and his words are final. Zhu Yuantang, okay. Jiang Ning, Chuchu, did you hear me? Zhu Chuchu, who was joining in the fun, had a very deep understanding of Tang Tang's chess skills. She looked at the old man with sympathy. He is so old, I'm really afraid that he can't stand the stimulation. Yanbo did not leave, but stayed in the farmhouse. Not only him, but also the previous fisherman and the 2 young women came to watch after hearing the noise. Yang Fei helped to set up the chessboard, and Tang Yaohan read, it is a good thing for young people to play chess more. Chess cultivates people's patience and perseverance. He acted calmly. In their circle, Tang Yaohan was considered a chess master and rarely failed. As for this little girl, he didn't take it seriously. Many young people's chess skills are outstanding among their peers, but once they meet the older generation like them, they often lose miserably. Young people scratch their heads and can see 5 steps of chess, which is good enough, but when they are old, they can easily see 7 or 9 steps. Zhu Yuantang chose the red side and started to move the flag. The first few rounds were very dull. Zhu Yuantang played very fast, with his chariot and horse in parallel, showing his sharp edge. Tang Yaohan shook his head and taught him, young people are most impatient, but they don't know that chess is about patience. Only with enough patience can you wait for the opportunity. After a while, Zhu Yuantang's chariot and horse combination jumped left and right, like a fish in water. On the contrary, Tang Yaohan's chess pieces stuck together, unable to move. Tang Yaohan spoke less, frowned, and thought hard. After a while, Tang Yaohan looked at the missing she and fell silent. Zhu Yuantang kindly reminded, Grandpa, why don't you find a chance? I'm going to kill you. After a while, Tang Yaohan looked at the only Jiang left on his chessboard, and then looked at the little girl's complete chariot, horse and cannon, and his eyelids twitched. Or it was his son-in-law Yang Fei who couldn't bear it anymore and spoke to end the game. Teacher Khan next door was satisfied, and had been unhappy with the stinky old man for a long time. In the second game of chess, Tang Yaohan did not repeat his great principles. Zhu Yuantang still used attack instead of defense, at most using flanking to contain the opponent. She gave old man Tang enough time to slowly eliminate his chess pieces one by one, letting him patiently look for opportunities. But old man Tang could not find any opportunities at all. 3 more games were over. Seeing that the father-in-law's voice was hoarse, he was probably about to lose and was furious. Yang Fei could not let them play anymore. He raised the thermos cup and pretended that his hand slipped. Suddenly, he did not hold it firmly and dropped it on the chessboard, smashing all the chess pieces. Tang Yaohan felt relieved. He actually felt relieved. It was finally over. But for the sake of face, he still acted very angry and taught his son-in-law a lesson. "What's wrong with you? You messed up my chessboard. I was about to win this game, but you disturbed me. How can I play now?" Yang Fei hurriedly said, "I didn't hold it firmly. I didn't hold it firmly." Zhu Yuantang smiled innocently. "Old man, don't panic. You can still play. I remember the position of the chess pieces." As she said that, she restored the chess pieces to the position they had just been placed. Tang Yaohan's face turned green. Chapter 591. Planning for Revenge. In front of the neatly arranged chessboard, Tang Yaohan looked embarrassed. As the boss of a company with hundreds of people, he usually dealt with dignitaries. He had not been ridiculed like this for a long time. After a few seconds, Tang Yaohan recovered. He worked in engineering in his early years and led people to grab jobs. Later, he got involved in niche fields and became bigger and stronger. His mentality was top-notch. He took 2 more breaths and his expression finally returned to normal. He couldn't hold his face and was unhappy in his heart. He simply took another shortcut and educated her. "Little girl, are you in junior high school?" Jiang Ning said. "She is in the 2nd year of high school." Tang Yaohan understood. He frowned and was quite majestic. He emphasized his tone. "High school is the stage where you need to study hard. You spend so much time indulging in chess instead of studying hard. You are not doing your job properly. Do you understand?" He said words for the other party and watched the little girl's reaction. If she dared to refute, Tang Yaohan would immediately bring out his granddaughter from the experimental class of number 4 middle school and suppress her fiercely. Zhu Yuantang said, "I'm the best in the whole school." Tang Yaohan's words were stuck, and he was choked. His expression was shocked and angry. Jiang Ning advised, "Tong Tong, I've told you many times, don't play chess with old men. If you lose, can you afford to pay for it?" In recent years, the social impact of being cheated by the elderly has been great. Zhu Yuantang thought of the consequences. Her eyes shrank, and she pecked her little head, saying that she would never do it again next time. In his words, he meant that Tang Yaohan was an old man. Tang Yaohan was so angry that he asked, "Which high school are you from?" "Yuzhou number 4 middle school." Tang Yaohan knew number 4 middle school better. His granddaughter was a student in the experimental class of number 4 middle school. Thinking of this, he could still educate her. "No, 4 middle school is much worse than number 2 middle school and number 1 middle school in the city. Although you can get the first place in number 4 middle school, don't think you are great. You should look further ahead and compare yourself with that Tsinghua and Peking University classes in number 2 middle school." Jiang Ning, she is the first in the city. Tang Yaohan choked, and Yang Fei hurriedly brought a cup of tea to his father-in-law. Seeing this, Zhu Yuantang was afraid that, if she stayed any longer, she would have to pay compensation, so she hurriedly took Jiang Ning and Chuchu home. Yan Bo stared at Zhu Chuchu's back. He couldn't find a chance to talk just now, so he could only watch, anxious but helpless. However, he did not gain nothing. At least he had learned the news that they were students of number 4 middle school. Thinking of number 4 middle school, Yan Bo immediately recalled that last year, he and Guo Ran had a blind date, and then the parents of the technical secondary school girl he hooked up with came to seek revenge, and he was beaten up in public. Not only was he injured, but the relationship with Guo Ran also fell through. It's not easy. Yan Bo was worried. At this moment, he saw that the little girl walked halfway and turned back. Zhu Yuantang ran to the chessboard, hesitated, and asked embarrassedly, "Uncle Tang, does the gift you said still count?" Before the start of the game, Tang Yaohan said that, if he could win, he would give a gift. Without waiting for Uncle Tang to reply, Jiang Ning said, "The old man is obviously a big boss. How could he not keep his promise?" You are worried and run back. Being provoked by this, Tang Yaohan held his breath. "Don't worry, I will definitely give you a gift." Thank you, thank you." Zhu Yuantang went home happily. When their backs disappeared, Tang Yaohan asked his son-in-law, "Do you know what gift can show your thoughtfulness and make her happy after receiving it?" Yang Fei thought for a while and said, "Game console. If I give her this, Her parents will definitely not let her play it, Yang Fei said. Tang Yaohan shook his head. Not crow enough. Yan Bo said sinisterly, give her tutoring materials. As soon as this was said, Tang Yaohan slapped his thigh and shouted, okay, this is it. Go buy me teaching materials for various subjects in high school, according to the standard of 3,000 yuan. Drive back, and I want it this afternoon. After hearing this, Yang Fei felt that this method was simply lacking in virtue, but there was no way. The father-in-law was angry. Yang Fei picked up his mobile phone and called his assistant Li Liang, asking him to buy high school teaching materials. Li Liang worked as an assistant in his father-in-law's company. He was good at socializing and mixed in all the circles in Yazhou. He first called the famous teacher he knew in the ZHINHUI and asked for a list of teaching materials. He then took the list to the Federation of Industry and Commerce to meet the boss of the teaching materials, Boss Wu. After more than an hour, and Sub drove to the river dam. Tang Yaohan stood up, and Yang Fei pretended to help him. No need to help, I'm not that old. Tang Yaohan pushed away his son-in-law's hand and walked like a dragon. Zhu Yuantang was playing games at the door. Hearing Tang Yaohan's hearty voice, little girl, hey, you can't refuse to admit your age. The gift I promised you is delivered to you. As he said, he walked to the trunk of the SUV and opened it, only to see that it was piled with dense teaching materials. Tang Yaohan's smile was particularly strong, and his current level of refreshing was no less than winning a sales channel. Zhu Yuantang was also stunned when he saw the tightly packed teaching materials. She herself didn't need them, but Chachu liked to do exercises the most, so she quickly waved her hand and motioned Chachu to come and look. Zhu Chachu looked at these supplementary teaching materials, and her eyes were full of joy. Supplementary teaching materials are very important in high school. Only when you see more and more types of questions can you use them flexibly, but the price of high school supplementary teaching materials is very expensive, at least dozens of yuan per book. The supplementary teaching books in front of her are very complete, and there are many materials mentioned by the teachers in the class. In the past, Chachu felt a little distressed when buying them. Zhu Yuantang happily accepted the gift. Tang Yaohan was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. When he turned around and went back to the farmhouse, his steps were trembling. Seeing that his son-in-law was still standing there in a daze, without any expression, Tang Yaohan was furious and said, why don't you come and help me? Yang Fei? Question mark? Didn't you just say that you don't want to help? You are so difficult to please. In the afternoon, school is about to start. Che Wei walked alone on the long street in front of the school gate. Looking around, he saw restaurants, shops, bookstores, and various snack stalls, with people coming and going, and it was bustling and lively. However, Che Wei felt that the world was vast. As a freshman in high school, he always had an inexplicable expectation for school, looking forward to the start of school. Because the school had girls he played well with, teachers who took care of him, and an environment where he could thrive. At that time, Che Wei felt that he was a trendsetter in number 4 middle school, and the times should follow him, and he would be happy forever. Until that day, his class 6 was disbanded. He drifted to class 8, and everything changed. Everything he was proud of was not worth mentioning in class 8. Bai Yuxia, whom he liked, ignored him, but had a close relationship with Jiang Ning. The teacher he admired didn't pay much attention to him, but gave Jiang Ning snacks. Because he was unhappy with Jiang Ning's personality, he went to play badminton with him, but was stuck with Pang Zhao and the others. What was even more inexplicable was that all the girls who had a good relationship with him avoided him. Che Wei was puzzled. However, these things could not defeat him. He wanted to roar at fate. He could take back what he didn't have, everything. Che Wei was surrounded by the 4 golden flowers in reality, and lost the possibility of meeting girls, but he was not a chess piece, but a chess player outside the chessboard, an existence outside the 3 realms. So during this period, Che Wei met a girl from number 4 middle school through the people nearby on questions. Che Wei's appearance was above average, he was good at chatting, and he was also a senior, which made the cute girl's favor for him increase dramatically. And this afternoon was the time they agreed to meet. When she thought of the cute selfie sent to her by the junior girl, Chae Wei's numb heart beat a little, which was for love. Confused Chae Wei, with the guidance of the beacon, he knew where he should go. He walked, and finally stopped and looked up, to see the store's sign, Hibiscus Milk Tea. The small fresh wooden plaque makes this store and the surrounding stores present a completely different style. From the outside, the decoration has a retro style. No matter how the milk tea tastes, or how much it costs, little girls like this kind of shop the most. This shop is where Chae Wei and his schoolmate are meeting. Before that, Chae Wei turned to the jewelry store next door, and chose a silver lady's bracelet, which cost him 27 yuan. Recently, Chae Wei has been working part-time with Yan Xianpeng every day. Although the money he saved is still a long way from 30,000, he can afford these expenses. I'm at the milk tea shop, sitting in front of the bar. I'm the one in pink. Where are you? The schoolmate sent a message. Chae Wei, I'll be there soon. He put his phone in his pocket and gently pushed open the door of Hibiscus Milk Tea. He had a smile on his face and clear eyes, looking sunny and handsome. Chae Wei was ready to give him an excuse to give him the bracelet. He said that he bought too many things and the gift from the boss was very beautiful, but he couldn't wear it himself. Thinking of this, Chae Wei's eyes moved, and he saw the girl in pink clothes in front of the bar. Double eyelids, small round face, fair skin, bangs, and a very pure appearance. Chae Wei was healed all of a sudden. In the past, Chae Wei had very high standards, and only the existence of Bai Yuxia could make his heart beat. But after staying with Pang Jiao and the others for a long time, Chae Wei was blinded. As the saying goes, if you haven't seen a girl for 3 years, you will find an old sow beautiful, and Chae Wei at this moment has such a mentality. Especially the bar in front of the schoolgirl. There are 2 cups of milk tea, which shows how considerate she is. Such a good girl, how can you miss it? Chae Wei's smile became more sunny. He looked at the schoolgirl looked at him, their eyes intertwined. The air in the Hibiscus Milk Tea shop seemed to rub out lightning. The schoolgirl seemed to be electrocuted, and lowered her head shyly. Chae Wei saw that the schoolgirl was shy, and his index finger moved. He took the bracelet, and took a step forward. Suddenly, a thunderous roar sounded. Oi, how do you know I like Hibiscus Milk Tea shop? Chae Wei's body reacted instinctively. He turned his head, and saw Pang Jiao, Zhang Yifei, Li Shengnan, and Wang Yanan pressing on a fragile small table 3 meters away. Especially Pang Jiao, her more than 200 pounds of fat pressed on the wooden table, which was actually funny like Lubu riding a dog. Wang Yanan, oh, Jiao, tell him that you like to drink hibiscus milk tea. Oi is really thoughtful. Pang Jiao was so excited that she pressed the table hard, and her body bounced up, and the legs of the wooden table trembled violently. Pang Jiao drove over, and was about to talk to Oi, but suddenly caught a glimpse of a girl in pink clothes and ordinary background, looking at Chae Wei. In an instant, Pang Jiao was jealous. She walked between the 2 of them, and blocked the girl's sight. Wang Yanan took Li Shengnan and Zhang Yifei to the girl. Wang Yanan put on an arrogant attitude. I warn you, don't hook up with my sister's boyfriend, otherwise you will be in trouble. The schoolgirl had never seen such a villain combination before, and she was so scared that she stuttered. I didn't. Wang Yanan glanced at her. The schoolgirl couldn't stay any longer, and ran out of the milk tea shop. Chae Wei looked at this scene with bloodshot eyes. He spent a lot of effort for this schoolgirl, but it was ruined like this. He clenched his fists in anger. Then, he let go silently. Bear it. Because of his action, Pang Jiao found the bracelet in his hand. Wang Yanan said that this must be prepared by Chae Wei. So Pang Jiao shyly snatched it, and put it on herself, but her arms were too thick, and she couldn't wear it at all. Pang Jiao roared, and broke the metal chain. The broken parts fell to the ground, like Chae Wei's broken heart. It took half an hour for Chae Wei to get rid of Pang Jiao. He did not go back to school, but walked towards the distant crossroads with a gloomy face. On the way, he met Bai Yuxia, who was still as beautiful as ever. However, Bai Yuxia was walking with Jiang Ning, who was pushing an electric car. The 2 talked, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Chae Wei passed by silently from the dim light. This scene made him more determined in his inner thoughts. Chae Wei couldn't wait any longer. He would make Pang Jiao pay with blood next week. No, this week. He wanted her to die. Let her drop out of school. Che Wei no longer pursued the huge amount of 30,000 yuan. As long as 3,000 yuan was enough, as long as Pang Jiao took 3,000 yuan from him, he could destroy Pang Jiao. In order to implement the plan smoothly, Che Wei could not put the money in the bag, even if he had it, because it would be too easy to be exposed. Although Pang Jiao was stupid, Wang Yan'an among them was not stupid. Then, Che Wei could exchange the money for other items of equal value. He just bought a bracelet and suddenly thought of gold. If he exchanged 3,000 yuan for gold, it would have the same effect. Che Wei calculated the money in his hands. He had made more than 1,000 yuan in the past few days. With his own pocket money, it was almost 15,000 yuan. As long as he sold his mobile phone and replaced it with a cheaper one, he would have enough for 3,000 yuan. Che Wei walked quickly. After a while, he arrived at a gold shop. At the door of the gorgeous and majestic gold shop, a student in school uniform with an honest face was eating a cold roll. Che Wei glanced at the other person. It was Shan Zhao from the class. He didn't care. However, when Shan Zhao saw him, he greeted him. Che Wei, are you here to buy something? Che Wei was in a bad mood, but as a classmate, he still responded, well, ask about the price of gold. Shan Zhao smiled honestly. If you want to ask about the price of gold, just search it online. The price of gold in brand stores is very expensive. Even after the reduction, it will be reduced to 350 yuan per gram. What is reduction? Che Wei had never bought gold. Shan Zhao said, gold reduction is a sales method used by merchants to give discounts. Merchants give you a certain amount of money off for every gram of gold, based on a certain proportion. Seeing that he seemed to know a lot, Che Wei became interested in chatting with him. If there was someone who knew the business leading the way, his efficiency could be higher. Chapter 592, Discussion in the Corridor. Shan Zhao explained very professionally, and Che Wei benefited a lot from communicating with him for a while. For example, if you value the return of money in the later stage, you must not buy gold jewelry with a fixed price. If you don't ask him in advance, Che Wei will at least pay a few hundred yuan more. Che Wei bought gold to frame Pang Jiao, but it doesn't mean that he will completely give up the 3,000 yuan. Only those who have earned money personally know the difficulty of life. Che Wei has worked part-time to make money these days, and has deeply experienced this. Afterwards, when he catches the evidence of Pang Jiao robbing him, he will take the gold back and sell it for money to recover. Whenever Che Wei asked, Shan Zhao would answer and explain it to him in detail from simple to profound. He looked at Shan Zhao's honest appearance and couldn't help feeling ashamed in his heart. He had despised Shan Zhao more than once in his heart, thinking that the other party was dressed in tattered and old clothes and looked very low. At first glance, he was the kind of student at the bottom of the circle. In contrast, he was a child of destiny in the eyes of female classmates and teachers. Now, as soon as they met, Che Wei was immediately moved by his honesty and loyalty. No wonder Shan Zhao had such a good reputation in the class. It turned out that he was such a righteous man. Even though Che Wei was a chess player who was detached from the world, he also recognized this kind of friend. After learning the inside story of the gold shop, Che Wei calculated his savings and decisively gave up his current shopping plan. He now planned to buy a second-hand mobile phone as a backup and then sell his own mobile phone. He looked at the sky in the west. The days in November were not long. At this time, the sky had darkened. The sunset glow in the sky was like a sea of fire, burning the world, just like Che Wei's current mood. The anger hidden in his heart will eventually ignite everything and burn all those who have hit him. Those who insult me, I will return 100-fold. Those who help me, I will never let them down. Che Wei firmly believed, and his eyes, when he looked at Shan Zhao, were much gentler. Do you understand smartphones? Shan Zhao knows too much. I'm going to buy a cheap second-hand phone. Do you have a way? Che Wei asked. Shan Zhao, come with me. I know a very conscientious store. They have all kinds of second-hand phones from 100 to several thousand. This is the cheapest around. For the latest Redmi phone, others add 300. They only add 150. Okay, then take me to have a look. Che Wei agreed. Don't employ people if you doubt them, and don't doubt people if you employ them. This is his code of conduct. Shan Zhao hesitated, looked in the direction of the school. Dinner is coming soon. I paid the fee at the small dining table. Che Wei patted him on the shoulder. Watch the phone with me first. I'll treat you to a crispy chicken chop rice set later. Chicken chop rice is a new store opened in number 4 middle school. Fried chicken chop with ketchup and shredded potatoes on rice. If it was in the future, many people would have been tired of it, but it is relatively fresh in this day and age. Shan Zhao agreed, and the two walked along the street to the west, where there were several digital mobile phone stores. Looking at the cars on both sides, Shan Zhao sighed. In fact, the cheapest is not these mobile phone stores, but a person in our school. Che Wei was puzzled. Who? He is quite capable. Shan Zhao spit out 2 words. Shenzhou. The price of Shenzhou's second-hand mobile phones is the cheapest in Yuzhou because he has channels, buys a large amount of goods, and students are not so greedy, so the profit margin is not large. Che Wei was stunned. It turned out to be that thing. He and Shenzhou have a grudge. Haha, he is so capable, but he was still easily crippled by himself. He also carried the title of a Green Forest hero. Thinking of this, Che Wei was secretly pleased. The two walked to a big storefront. Che Wei subconsciously looked inside and saw a beautiful figure that attracted attention. The beautiful figure must be more than 1.75 meters tall, wearing a light brown windbreaker, jeans and white shoes. For some reason, Che Wei saw a sense of luxury from the back of this girl. In contrast, the clothes and dress of another girl next to her were pure ordinary students. Okay, it's done. The young shop owner handed over the phone. Li Shi took a look at the film without any bubbles and praised, good craftsmanship. The shop owner felt relieved when the beautiful woman praised him. He said a few more words. In fact, you don't need to use a soft film. Tempered films are now well made. It feels better after applying it. Li Shi refused. Tempered films are heavier than soft films. I don't like them. She paid 10 yuan for the labor fee. The shop owner was a good businessman. He saw that the girl was well dressed and well spoken, and that she was definitely not short of money, so he introduced her. The iPhone 6 series has arrived now. I have all kinds of colors here. Would you like to take a look? Li Shi held the 5S in one hand. I think the 4.0 screen size is just right. The shop owner extracted the selling point and introduced. The 6 series takes better photos, and the front aperture is a little bigger, so selfies look good. All the girls who bought from me before praised the 6 for its good photos. Li Shi looked calm and confident. She said, don't care whether they have 6 or 6 Plus. Even if I use an iPhone 4, the photos I take are better than this. This was said very arrogantly, but the shop owner stared at her face and had to admit that it was true. After all, the most important thing in taking photos is the person. Che Wei walked up. As a student of the same number 4 middle school, he had some impression of Li Shi, but they had no intersection. When he heard this, he forced himself to resist the urge to refute. After all, there was a real monster in his class. That woman was so good at editing photos that even Bayuxia, who used the original photos, could only barely compete with her. It was the first class of evening self-study. In Chen Haiyang's class, Gao Hishui accidentally dropped his phone last week and sent it back to the factory for repair. He only had a keypad phone left. Smartphones are addictive, not only for teenagers, but also for the middle-aged and elderly. Chen Haiyang, who didn't have a phone, hated Gao Hishui so much. But as a senior teacher, he couldn't teach Gao Hishui a lesson, so he could only swallow his anger. When people get older, they don't consume like young people. If their phones are broken, they won't buy new ones, as long as they can be repaired. They just use a keypad phone to make do. It was still evening self-study. Chen Haiyang held the newspaper, and it seemed wrong, no matter how he looked at it. He could accept it before, but now compared with the paper newspaper and the today's headline software, it's nothing. It's too boring. He couldn't bear it anymore, so he put down the newspaper and looked at his classmates. There were all kinds of students, some studying hard, some sleeping, some humming, some being absent-minded. Chen Xiaoyu had a puzzled look on her face, and she would look down at the hole in the desk from time to time. Chen Haiyang was unhappy himself, and when he saw those happy classmates, he became unhappy too. His face turned serious, and he suddenly said, "Many classmates, there are so many books piled up in front of his desk. What is their intention? Can't I understand?" As soon as he said this, the classmates restrained their actions a lot. Cuiu silently put away the mobile phone that was playing the movie. Duan Shigen retracted his head, and Zhang Kai put away several hundred yuan bills and stopped counting. Chen Haiyang was quite satisfied with this. Since his hair grew back, he was no longer as stern as before. At this time, he advised, "You know, sitting in my position, I can see everything you do clearly. What you can see, I can see, and what you can't see, I can also see." Chen Haiyang passed the message to educate the classmates to demonstrate. At this time, Chen Xiaoyu raised her head. She believed it, as if she had grasped hope. "Is it true?" Chen Haiyang, "Haha, if you don't believe me, go to the podium and take a look." Then Teacher Chen, "Can you help me find the math test paper? I can't find my test paper, and the next class will start." If she can't find the test paper and is discovered by Gao Hishui, she will definitely be punished to stand. How terrible. She looked into the eyes of the English teacher, full of expectation. When Chen Haiyang heard this, the teacher's demeanor on her body collapsed instantly. In the end, it was Jiang Ning who found the test paper for her with a glance of his spiritual sense and saved her from being punished. During the break of the second class, Jiuo Kanan took off his coat and went to the playground to run with his good brother Shan Kaiquan and Mao Zhe. Unlike the other two who made spontaneous progress, Jiuo Kanan has always been a foil. He didn't run hard. After running 2 laps with them, he strolled around the playground to look at beautiful girls. Sometimes when he saw a beautiful girl, Jiuo Kanan could not help but have the urge to ask for her contact information, but his inner timidity stopped him. So, beautiful shadows appeared and disappeared. Occasionally, Jiuo Kanan would walk, and occasionally he would have an illusory dream. He dreamed that one day he was walking on the road, and his firm and elegant, handsome, and extraordinary heroic figure was seen by a beautiful girl, and then a sweet and ambiguous journey began. But those things are just fantasies after all. Jiuo Kanan looked at a man and a woman in the distance. In his judgment, they were definitely a young couple. He looked at the young couple and couldn't help asking himself, wait a few years later, will he be like now, hugging a girl and walking in the night? The big break was almost over. Shan Kaiquan and Mao Zhe ran 8 laps around the playground, and their physique became stronger, while Jiuo Kanan gained an impetuous heart. Obviously at the best age, Jiuo Kanan was always inexplicably melancholy. With such a mood, he walked back to the classroom, and then an unusual scene appeared. Meng Xian was standing next to his seat, rubbing her hands on his clothes, as if she wanted to rub his coat completely into her body. Jiuo Kanan saw this scene, and felt a chill inexplicably. His legs and feet couldn't help but tremble. Wasn't she the girl Kao-kun liked? Why did he suddenly touch my coat? Could it be her? Jiuo Kanan couldn't help but burst out a bold and colorful idea in his mind. If she likes me, should I give up, or accept it, and then compete with Kao-kun? Jiuo Kun intended to retreat, but the dignity of a man made him stand firm. I have thousands of brothers, what should I be afraid of? Thinking of this, Jiuo Kun's belief became stronger, and a new him grew out of the old him. At this time, Meng Xian finally took her hand off his coat. She touched Tang Jing's neck, and Tang Jing screamed, and almost jumped up. Meng Xian laughed happily, her voice raised twice. I told you, Jiuo Kun's coat must be electrified. You still don't believe it. Seeing this, Tang Jing quickly pretended to put her hand on Jiuo Kun's coat, and the 2 young girls made a mess, and the laughter rang out, and even the air became happy. Jiuo Kun watched for a while and laughed too. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. On Wednesday morning self-study, Che Wei was the last one to step into the classroom. He had just come back from playing drums in Hujin community, and his body was very tired, but there was an unconcealable joy on his face. After working for more than 2 hours, he got 100 yuan, and finally made up 3,000 yuan in savings. So much so that he, who didn't like to laugh recently, actually showed a smile when facing Bayuxia. But Bayuxia didn't care. She had seen too many strange boys since she was a child. Maybe yesterday he swore that he would never talk to you, and then today he came to you shamelessly. Bayuksha always watched everything with interest as a bystander. Che Wei was so excited today that he even took the initiative to have breakfast with Pang Jiao and the others. This action was difficult for his friend Jiang Ning to understand. Was Che Wei ready to give up? That was not possible. Jiang Ning felt a chill when he thought of the scene of Che Wei being oppressed by Pang Jiao. He found an opportunity, called Che Wei out of the classroom, and advised him, "Oi, you can't give up. Why don't you struggle again? You can learn fitness from me, strengthen your body, and change your destiny." After that, Jiang Ning posed for fitness and showed his biceps. Che Wei just smiled, and he asked back, "If you face Pang Jiao, what are your chances of winning?" Jiang Ning looked around the corridor. No one was paying attention. He thought for a while and said, "I'm 30% to 70% with her now." Che Wei, who's 70%? Jiang Ning felt a little aggrieved. He witnessed the scene of Pang Jiao fighting against Liu Chuandao. Whether it was defense or attack power, she was a very powerful existence. He said frankly, "She is 7, but just give me time." Che Wei interrupted him. "What if Li Shengnan and Zhang Yifei are added?" Jiang Ning shut up. The atmosphere was silent for half a minute, and Jiang Ning said, "If it is Jiang Ning, maybe it can be done." Even though Jiang Ning was one of the culprits who made his good friend fall into nightmares, Jiang Ning recognized and respected the other party's fitness achievements. They are people who play fitness and dare to admit that the other party is strong. "You are awesome. You are awesome. There is no need to be fancy." Jiang Ning bench press 140 kilograms, which is definitely a master level. Jiang Ning stayed in class 8 for a while and found that the classmates in the class seemed to be very interested in Jiang Ning. Cuiu, Pang Jiao and others, who are usually arrogant, stay away from Jiang Ning. Che Wei heard Jiang Ning's words and couldn't help but sneer. What's the use of being able to fight? In the eyes of others, no matter how good you are at fighting, you are just a jumping clown. Advanced people often like to move here. Che Wei pointed to the position of the head. His smile gradually became more prominent. "Only by moving here can we kill him with one blow." Jiang Ning was puzzled. "Do you have any tricks?" While the two were talking, Shanzio came with a simple smile. Che Wei also smiled. "Shanzio, I'm sorry to bother you at noon." He planned to go to the gold shop at noon today and buy gold jewelry worth 3,000 yuan. Shanzio rubbed his hands and said enthusiastically, "No trouble, no trouble." Chapter 593 True Face. When the school bell rang at noon, the atmosphere of the originally quiet campus changed immediately. Dense crowds of students walked out of each teaching building, poured into the corridors and stairs, and finally gathered in the square. The huge crowds of people moved to the school cafeteria. Che Wei stood in the east corridor of the second floor, looking down at the grand scene of the crowd heading west. He picked up the can and raised his glass to the air in front of him and seemed to be raising his glass to the people downstairs. A strong sense of pride emerged on his face. This kind of pride was not cultivated overnight, but the spirit cultivated after countless times of perfect control of everything. "Shanzio, let's go to the cafeteria to have a meal together later," Che Wei said lightly. It's strange to say that he used to be full of resistance to eating at the small dining table, so he was always coerced by Pang Jiao and others. But in recent days, he took the initiative to go to the cafeteria to eat every day, and Pang Jiao no longer coerced him, as if she treated him as a tamed dog. How ridiculous. Che Wei shook his head. They would never think that he was not a well-behaved puppy, but a wolf king who would never bow his head. Shanzio stood shoulder to shoulder with him, overlooking the grand scene of the campus. He was a little embarrassed. "Let's go quickly, otherwise there will be no seats later." Che Wei pretended for a while and realized that there were many people in the cafeteria. He thought about it and had to buy gold next, so he decided, "Let's go. I'll treat you to braised pork ribs." Shanzio did not agree immediately. He thought for more than 10 seconds before replying. "I had a chicken chop rice with you the day before yesterday, and today you treat me to braised pork ribs. It's too expensive. Let me treat you." Che Wei was stunned, almost thinking he had heard wrong. He moved his eyes to Shanziro and saw the old school uniform jacket on him. The style of the school uniform of number 4 middle school was very ordinary, and only students from poor families wore it every day. Shanziro wore a school uniform every day, which was definitely not acting, but even though he was so poor, he was still willing to treat him to a braised pork ribs rice for 18 yuan. What a heroic spirit. What a simple quality. Such a simple character touched Che Wei, and he wanted to say, "I'll treat you." However, he stopped. Che Wei was cold and cautious by nature, and it was not easy to become his friend. His eyes moved, and he asked back, "Are you really going to treat me?" You know, the last time he treated Shanziro, it was because he was late to go to the cafeteria for lunch. He was late again at noon today, so he should treat him. Shanziro took out 3 crumpled bills from his pocket, 120, 110, 15, and a few coins. He was honest and simple. "It's just enough to eat, and I can buy 2 cans of Coke." Che Wei couldn't bear it, but he wanted to test Shanziro, so he sighed and said, "Thank you very much, I don't have much money left after buying gold this time." After that, Che Wei stared at his expression, trying to find a trace of displeasure. As long as there was a trace of displeasure, it proved that Shanziro was just being polite and hypocritical. However, Shanziro's innocent smile was so genuine that no one could find any fault with it. "It's okay, I'll treat you." Che Wei was relieved. The two went out together. On the way, Che Wei was a little confused again. Shanziro had never asked him why he sold mobile phones and bought gold. Why doesn't he ask about my gold? Soon, the suspicious Che Wei felt that it was good. He didn't like others to pry into his affairs. He liked people who kept their mouths shut. It was cloudy in the afternoon. Che Wei walked into class 8 with a bag. His expression did not change much from before, but there was a trace of imperceptible gloom hidden in his eyes. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, he saw a huge figure squatting at his seat, waiting for his arrival. Bayuxia, who was at the same table, and Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantong, who were at the back table, were all gone. At this moment, the whole world seemed to have only her, a huge boss waiting here. Is it finally here? Che Wei said to himself. It's time to end. Che Wei firmly believed in his heart and stepped forward. He still smiled forcedly as before and greeted reluctantly. Pang Jiao, why are you sitting in my seat? Pang Jiao asked back, why didn't you have lunch with us at noon? Anger was brewing on her face, like a volcano that was about to erupt, blowing up everything around and destroying the whole world. But Che Wei no longer lacked the courage to fight the world. He was a chess player outside the chessboard, enough to overlook the existence of the whole world. Just flick your hand gently to reverse everything and subvert everything. Come on, come on. I'm no longer afraid of you. A strong blood burned in Che Wei's heart. The angrier he was, the calmer and more composed he was. At this moment, his acting skills reached their peak. He seemed a little scared, as if he was afraid, and he stuttered a little, dealing with it, because a girl said she would treat me to a meal, and gave me snacks. As soon as these words came out, Pang Jiao's big face suddenly turned gloomy. Che Wei, the one in her pocket, was actually seduced away by another girl. It seems that Wang Yanan must be dispatched. However, before that, her strong palm grabbed the lunchbox in Che Wei's hand. Che Wei was ecstatic. He shouted, no, no, that thing is very important. I'll taste the food for you to see if it's spoiled. Pang Jiao roared. Che Wei was shocked and hesitant. You can't take it. It's very expensive. Pang Jiao roared. You dare to resist. She pretended to raise her arm and suppress with force. Che Wei was startled and dodged quickly, as if he was intimidated by Pang Jiao's power. In the end, he could only watch as his lunchbox was taken away by Pang Jiao. This was the scene seen by the people around him. Qiang Li was furious. Is there still any law? Is there still any law? He wanted to punch Pang Jiao hard. But when he saw Pang Jiao's face covered with acne and closed mouth, he didn't know how to start. He didn't wear gloves. Cuiyu and Meng Jiui watched the fun happily. Anyway, it wasn't their bad luck. They just wanted to be happy. People like Du and Shigang and Liu Chuandao thought Che Wei was a waste. The two wanted revenge, but they had no chance. Zhang Kai, a man who was greedy for money, was not willing to be an enemy of Pang Jiao. Che Wei didn't care about the reactions and inner thoughts of these people. What he cared about most were the girls in the class, Bai Yuxia, Xin Yaoling, Jiang Ning, and Meng Xian. They watched this scene, revealing all kinds of reactions. Some watched with indifference, some felt sorry for him, and some looked down on him as well. Che Wei cared a lot. He wanted to tell them all his wise plans, to restore his perfect image. But he couldn't do that now. He had to endure. He needed a shocking reversal, and then change everything. After school in the afternoon, it was just an ordinary evening. The air was a little dull, the sky was overcast, as if it would fall at the next moment, and it was suffocating. Everyone knew that a heavy rain was coming. The classmates were a little irritable, and many people didn't bring umbrellas. In such an environment, with the sound of sirens, a police car drove into the gate of Yazhou No. 4 middle school. The students in the snack street outside looked back one after another. In the Malatang restaurant, Linzada, who was eating a bowl of old-fashioned vegan Malatang for 7 yuan, wondered, something happened in our school? Zhuang Jian, who ate the vermicelli in big mouthfuls, his head was full of sweat due to the spiciness, and he did not forget to take a bite of the sesame bun with pork tenderloin. He did not even wipe the sweat off his face, and said directly, who knows, anyway, it has nothing to do with me. As he said, he picked up the rice wine cup and drank it. Even though he did not care about his image at all, the etiquette instinct he developed since childhood made him indescribably handsome when he ate. The daughter of the spicy hot pot boss frequently cast her eyes on him, her ears slightly red, and she even planned to give him a free glass of rice wine. At a table not far away, Wu Yunzi and Shang Wanqing were sitting together. Recently, he has suffered setbacks in love, and has always been unable to make an appointment with Lan Zichen, but it doesn't matter, he has a good sister now. However, what made Wu Yunzi uncomfortable was that during the meal, Shang Wanqing actually looked at the boy over there from time to time. What's so great about him? Wu Yunzi felt impatient. Shang Wanqing retracted her gaze, and said to him, hey, I feel so sorry for you. Wu Yunzi's mood improved a little, but he was still indifferent. It's good that you know. Shang Wanqing, I really want to make spicy hot pot for you, but I don't know how. I see they make it very delicious, so I want to learn how to make it for you in the future. Wu Yunzi had not expected that she actually had such an idea, and the anger in his heart disappeared without a trace in an instant. It turns out that everything she did was for me. So, when Wu Yunzi looked at the boy again, he felt much more comfortable. The police car drove all the way to the school gate. The security guard stopped the police, but the students were very willing to call the police, and even Director Wang of the security department came, but he still couldn't stop them. In this situation, Che Wei met with the police. He showed a sad and resentful expression, and said the words he had prepared long ago. I bought a gold ring today. I was going to give it to my mother after I got home, but it was snatched away by my classmate Pang Zhao. I asked her for it, and she threatened me with force. Che Wei thought of the years when he was exploited by Pang Zhao and his accomplices, and his heart was extremely aggrieved. It is said that men don't shed tears easily, but they just haven't reached the point of being sad. Che Wei originally just wanted to act, but the more he thought about it, the more sad he felt. Tears welled up in his eyes. My mother loves me very much, treats me very well, and gives me the best food. When our family was not well off, she bought a pound of crayfish, peeled the shrimp tails for me to eat, and she ate the shells. But such a good mother has never had a gold ring. I have been working part-time every day to make money, and I have been frugal. Finally, I bought a gold ring today, and was going to give it to my mother, but it was ruthlessly snatched away by Pang Zhao. Please punish her severely, and help me get the gold ring back. Thank you, thank you. Che Wei burst into tears, and choked up when he spoke. However, the old policeman who led the group had a calm expression and little reaction after hearing this. There was no other way. People who have been engaged in this industry have seen too many tragedies and all kinds of human conditions. Besides, they will not easily believe what a person says, and they need evidence for everything. Well, go on. Another young policeman took a pen and recorded the whole incident. Her name is Pang Zhao. Wait, do you mean she is a girl? The old policeman found something suspicious. His sharp eagle-like eyes swept over Che Wei. This boy was of normal height and weight. How could a girl snatch his gold ring? Chae felt trembling all over when he was swept by his eyes. He had been an old policeman for many years and had interrogated many criminals. At a glance, he felt invisible oppression. Chae was also not an ordinary person. He was willing to overturn everything and block everything to overthrow Pang Jiao. He also had a very terrifying belief. Chae, yes, she is a woman. The old police frowned and thought about the case in front of him. After half a minute, he still didn't believe it, so he asked, "Can you find Pang Jiao?" Chae, she is eating in the cafeteria and will be back in class in a few minutes. The old police, wait for her in the classroom, is it okay? A few minutes later, after the old police saw Pang Jiao's figure clearly, he finally accepted the fact. He admitted that ordinary boys really couldn't resist her. At the same time, the head teacher Shan Qingrong, the grade group leader director Yan, all came, and even a vice principal. It was a big deal for the police to enter the campus. Especially Director Yan's serious face, even more serious, afraid that something would happen. She was the one who stole my gold ring. Chae identified the murderer. When Pang Jiao saw the police and saw Chae arrogance, even if she was stupid, she knew that Chae was serious. Pang Jiao roared, "Get out, who took your ring?" The old policeman silently wiped the saliva on his face. He looked at Pang Jiao and then at Chae. "Where is the evidence?" Chae hurriedly said, "You stole it. I came to school at noon, and you stole my food in front of the whole class. My classmates can testify to this." Duan Shigen was afraid that the world would not be in chaos, and he was the first to speak up. "I saw it. Pang Jiao stole Chae food." Kyang Li spoke up for his friend. "Yes, more than once. Many times Chae brought things to the class, and Pang Jiao took them away immediately. Good. The time, the place, and the people are alright. How can I lose?" Chae eyes burst out with lasers, stabbing Pang Jiao, as if to burn her to death. Pang Jiao was furious. If it weren't for the police and a group of teachers in front of her, she would have wanted to smash Chae to the ground. "Cuiu responded. Pang Jiao not only robbed Chae things, but also forced him to eat that. Meng Gui, it's that kind of very dirty and disgusting thing." As soon as this was said, the whole audience was in an uproar. The vice principal looked at Director Yan, and Director Yan looked at Shan Qingrong, the head teacher of class 8. Shan Qingrong didn't know who to look at. Chae thought of the food cooked by Pang Jiao, and couldn't help but retching. The school leaders present had very ugly faces. They actually forced students to eat that kind of thing. Once the news leaked out, it would be a big deal. The old policeman remained calm, but the look he gave Pang Jiao was much colder. "Too much." Wang Yanan complained. "What did she force you to eat?" "Jiao kindly cooked for you, but you are so picky." Shan Qingrong breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be food. Fortunately, Chae continued to add, "She always steals my things, not only my snacks, but also my meals and rings. Today she took my ring away. I repeatedly stressed it, but she still didn't want to return it to me." The old policeman asked Pang Jiao, "Is it true?" "Pang Jiao, I didn't steal his ring." Chae shouted angrily, "You dare to quibble? Just wait." He was emotional. "It's in her desk hole, follow me." He was excited. He had hidden the ring box next to the lunch box before, which looked inconspicuous, so he could avoid being suspected by Pang Jiao. He waited for a long time, and finally waited until this moment. Chae ran to Pang Jiao's desk hole, and fished out a bag. "It's over. Everything is over." Chae turned around slowly. He saw the classmates around him, the school leaders, the police, and Pang Jiao, who was as angry as a wild boar. Chae's facial muscles couldn't help but spasm. It was unparalleled excitement. In front of everyone, he shouted, "Let me reveal your true face today." The next second, swish, he ripped open the plastic bag. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594. The opportunity has come. Swish. Che Wei was so excited that he tore the sturdy plastic bag with both hands. Under the great force, it broke instantly. A bunch of scattered items fell out. Lunch boxes, chopstick boxes, key pendants, and a palm-sized brown cloth small square bag. Che Wei picked up the small square bag and walked quickly to the school leaders and police. His body was shaking because of the violent fluctuations. He took a deep breath and kept taking deep breaths. He couldn't stop shaking no matter what. Even his jaw was shaking. The chess player who used to be aloof from the world did such a thing in front of everyone for the first time. He finally finished this journey. When he walked in front of the police, he looked angry, using anger to cover up the trembling. He raised his hand and showed the small square bag to the people around him. "This is it. She stole my gold ring." Che Wei and others gathered in the back row of the classroom. In the front row, Chen Xiao and Jiang Ning whispered, "The police are here. It's so serious." Although he had seen police cars and police on the road before, it was still relatively rare for them to appear around him and involve his interpersonal relationships. Zheng Lu said, "If Pang Jiao and the others do things like this every day, sooner or later something will go wrong." She saw the evil deeds of Pang Jiao and the others. Although Che Wei had brought it upon himself, their oppression was really a bit cruel. If Che Wei had been silently enduring it, it would be fine. Once it exploded, the consequences would definitely be extraordinary. The old policeman glanced at the small square bag. Che Wei immediately opened the box and pointed, "Gold ring." As he opened the box, a golden ring appeared in front of everyone. The current gold price is more than 200 yuan per gram, so the 3000 yuan gold ring looks very big. With this weight, it can even be made into some hollow bracelets. The whole audience was surprised. It turned out to be a real gold ring. Especially Shan Qingrong. His face was ugly. Such a big gold ring was bigger than the one he bought for his wife. Now the class he was in charge of had such a bad impact. Shan Qingrong wanted to slap Pang Jiao in the face. The person involved, Pang Jiao, screamed, "I didn't know there was a gold ring in it." The old policeman glanced at the gold ring, then looked at Pang Jiao and said in a deep voice, "So, did you rob him? I didn't know there was a gold ring in his bag." Pang Jiao argued. At the critical moment, Wang Yanan stepped forward. Jiao Jiao was framed. She didn't know Che Wei would put a ring in the bag. At her command, Li Shengnan and Zhang Yifei stepped forward at the same time, using heavy eyes to oppress Che Wei, trying to force him to submit as before. But Che Wei had already prepared to fight to the death. He shouted, "When you robbed my things, I stopped you loudly, saying that the things in my plastic bag were very important, and the whole class can testify." Qiang Li, yes, Che Wei did say that, but Pang Jiao and the others didn't give Che Wei a chance. Pang Jiao suddenly roared, "Ah!" The old policeman's eyebrows jumped, and he said sternly, "Shut up. I told you to be quiet." Director Yan also roared. Pang Jiao roared, almost wanting to eat them alive. Now there are witnesses and evidences. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, the fact that she robbed other people's things has been confirmed. Her resistance seemed so powerless in front of the official agencies. Bei Yuxia whispered, "She's finished." She didn't expect that Che Wei would hand over her classmate to the police personally. Bei Yuxia didn't comment on Che Wei's character, but she had already made plans in her mind. Next time when she assigned seats, she would try to avoid each other as much as possible and not have any intersection. Chen Xiao, is it really over? Will the school expel them? Jiang Ning didn't say anything. Bei Yuxia glanced at Jiang Ning and explained, high school is not a compulsory education stage. If they commit such a thing, they will be expelled without a doubt under the circumstances. Jiang Ning said casually, "Just watch." Bei Yuxia didn't understand. Although she believed Jiang Ning, with the development of the incident to this point and the testimony of the whole class, it would be difficult for anything to change. However, Bei Yuxia has always been relatively tolerant towards Jiang Ning. She smiled lightly, and the dimples at the corners of her mouth were looming, adding a bit of playfulness. "Then let's make a bet." As for the bet, well, an ice cream cone. Her slender fingers tapped on the table, making a slight tapping sound, and her expression was a bit playful, as if everything was under her control. Jiang Ning's spiritual consciousness flickered over her, and he said nonchalantly, "Can you eat ice cream today? It's a little cold." Bayuksha's eyes were blurred for a moment, and her pure face added innocence, and she was a little surprised. How does he know that I can't eat ice cream recently? The old policeman looked at Shan Qingrong. Let's take her to the police station tonight, and you notify her parents to come over. This is calling the parents. Pang Jiao's shock and anger dissipated a lot, replaced by fear. Che Wei spoke again. He pointed at Zhang Yifei, Li Shengnan and Wang Yan'an, and said loudly, not only Pang Jiao, they also participated in it. If Pang Jiao is the mastermind, they are accomplices. Che Wei is now fighting a desperate battle. He has made up his mind to make a big fuss. Old policeman, is it true? Kang Li cheered. It's true. The whole class is a witness. Well, notify their parents by the way, said the old policeman. Shan Qingrong didn't say anything. Director Yan handed over a sentence. Can we go out and talk? Che Wei had some social experience. When he saw this scene, he immediately realized that Director Yan was going to make a big deal out of a small matter. Che Wei had already had the idea of completely killing Pang Jiao. He said with a cold face, talk here if you have anything to say. Director Yan glared at the student. It was definitely a bad influence for the school to have policemen come to the door. Shan Qingrong sighed. Oh, what's going on? It happened in his class. What is the monitor doing? Pang Jiao was about to be taken away. Preacher Liu was as excited as Che Wei. If there were no policemen and school leaders around him, he would even want to sing a song, then jump onto the podium and perform a dance for his classmates. It was so cool. Pang Jiao was going to get out of here. His dark days were over from now on. Preacher Liu picked up the water cup and took a gulp. This cup was for freedom. He drank one cup after another. This cup was to bid farewell to Pang Jiao and his sad years in the past 2 months. I'll take you away, thousands of miles away. Preacher Liu spread his body, sang and drank tea. Freedom is so beautiful. The people in class 8 had suffered from Pang Jiao for a long time. Duan Shigang, Wu Zhaoqi and Song Sheng were extremely excited. Duan Shigang decided to have a barbecue in the evening. Wu Zhaoqi practiced fancy shots to reward himself, and Song Sheng decided not to practice legs tonight and challenge the bench press. There was another person at the scene who was very confused. Tang Jing looked at the scene in a daze, and it was unbelievable. She had been planning hard and planned Huang Yasu first, preparing to use this as a spear to attack Pang Jiao fiercely. However, before she could do the first step, Pang Jiao had been knocked down. Damn. Pang Jiao, can you not be such a waste? Tang Jing was very frustrated and even felt funny. She had just walked out of the novice village and the Demon King was knocked down. She immediately lost her goal and was in a daze. At this time, Huang Yasu in the back row said, Tang Jing, I really have something to do in the evening. After school, I don't want to eat fried skewers. In fact, Huang Yasu didn't want to owe her too much. It was because he didn't want to owe favors that he carried tools with him and became a beggar-free existence. Without Pang Jiao's restraint, Tang Jing looked at Huang Yasu's dark face again and frowned instantly. You are useless. Tang Jing said truthfully in her heart. She said coldly, you can go if you want. After saying that, she didn't even look at Huang Yasu and changed her attitude like turning over a book, extremely ruthless. Huang Yasu thought he had angered the other party and was very strange. From now on, Pang Jiao's fate was doomed. Many students had a sense of magic. Was the small Jinhua team that had brought disaster to class 8, was unmatched and no one dared to mess with, wiped out? Cuiu wanted to recite a poem to express his feelings at the moment, but after holding it in for a long time, he couldn't utter a single word. The young policeman next to him picked up a small sealed bag and said to Che Wei, let's collect the gold ring first, it's evidence. Finally, it's this step, the last step. Che Wei's breathing was a little disordered. He quickly pinched the gold ring with 2 fingers and handed it to the police tremblingly. The arc of his palm trembling was very large because he felt that it was just a formality now. As long as the police determined the value of the gold ring, they would put Pang Jiao on trial and let her be executed. As for the price of the gold ring, Che Wei had the invoice in hand. He bought the gold ring that Shan Zhao had made a guide for, which was very affordable. After buying it, He burned it with a lighter and went to a store that opened a gold shop recycling business to weigh it. It was exactly the same. Ha ha ha. Che Wei wanted to laugh up to the sky. Pang Jiao, die. Because he was too proud, when Che Wei handed the ring, his fingers shook too much, and he accidentally shook the ring off. The ring slid to the concrete floor like a meteor, making a crisp sound that made people's heart palpitate. Che Wei hurriedly leaned over to pick it up, but the next moment, his movements froze, and he could only stretch out his hand, trying to pick it up, but he didn't know where to start. The originally serious atmosphere in the classroom turned into silence at this moment. The whole classroom was filled with incredible looks. Only Wang Lang shouted, "Oh no, Oi, your gold ring is broken." Before the second class of the evening self-study class, the loudspeaker outside the campus sounded. On November 19, 2014, Pang Jiao, a student from class 8 of grade 2, repeatedly snatched Che Wei's lunchbox and repeatedly forced Che Wei to eat spoiled food, causing Che Wei to be depressed. His behavior seriously violated the school management system and caused extremely bad influence. He should have been expelled immediately, but considering that Pang Jiao had been brave enough to do good deeds in school, it has been decided to give Pang Jiao a disciplinary punishment of staying in school for observation. His accomplices, Zhang Yifei, Li Shengnan, and Wang Yan'an, were also given demerits. I hope other students will learn from this. The notice sounded 3 times as usual. The whole school was shocked. In class 16 of grade 1, Wu Yunzi said happily, "I'm dying of laughter. Just by hearing the name, you know that it is a boy being forced by a girl, right?" He looked at Lan Zichen and her deskmate, shook his head, and laughed without disguising. For a man to end up like this, it is enough. As a man, Wu Yunzi despised the other party. If he were in that situation, he would be able to deal with the other party honestly. Lan Zichen said, "Maybe there is something unspeakable." Wu Yunzi leaned against the desk. "It's just cowardly." Luo Jun from class 11 was bragging and chatting in class and suddenly heard this notice, and he stopped moving. Good brother Gute said, "Oh no, Luo Jun, you actually saved Pang Jiao." The notice stated that Pang Jiao's punishment was reduced because she had made meritorious contributions in the past. If she had not saved people before, she might have faced a heavier punishment than being kept in school for observation. The punishment of staying in school is already very serious. The observation period is generally half a year. During this period, the school will observe the student's behavior. If the performance is not good or there is another violation of discipline, it is very likely to be expelled from school. A more serious punishment than staying in school is direct expulsion. As soon as Gute finished speaking, he immediately noticed that his good brother Luo Jun's face was not right. He immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing and accidentally opened Luo Jun's scar. As expected, the mouth is the source of trouble. However, there is still a chance to make up for it. Gute hurriedly tried to save it. Ha ha ha, I was wrong. It was not you who saved Pang Jiao, but Pang Jiao who saved you. Half a minute later, Zhu Yan was relaxing in the corridor and suddenly heard a classmate shouting, "Class monitor, come quickly, Luo Jun and Gute are fighting." Unlike the chaos in other classes, class 8 was unusually quiet. Class teacher Shan Qingrang stood on the podium, feeling a little fortunate that the gold ring was fake and the impact was not great. Otherwise, he would not be able to sleep well tonight. In this incident, even if the ring was not fake, everyone could see that it was obviously Che Wei who framed Pang Jiao. After the ring was broken, although Che Wei wanted to find the invoice and continue to testify, he could not find it. Considering that he was a victim and showed depression on the spot, and his classmates testified that he was miserable, the police did not pursue his responsibility. The school dealt with Pang Jiao and others. Shan Qingrang said, "I hope everyone will learn a lesson from this incident. I don't want to see similar incidents happen again." Because of the loss of the gold ring, Che Wei, who was depressed, finally raised his head and looked at Pang Jiao and others whose faces were as black as big eggplants. Pang Jiao was staring at him straight. Her big eyes were extremely scary. Che Wei shivered and complained, "Class teacher, what if they retaliate against me?" Shan Qingran looked at Pang Jiao and said mercilessly, "Don't worry, as long as they dare to retaliate against you, I will expel her immediately. Don't worry." Shan Qingran comforted the victim. That's good, that's good." Che Wei was relieved. Although he failed to completely kill Pang Jiao, he almost killed them. The punishment of staying in school for observation. Priest Liu, who was in the cage, suddenly moved his eyes. Che Wei's heroic act of exposing the truth today deeply inspired him. And now, Pang Jiao is at her weakest. Can he take advantage of the opportunity? As the saying goes, you can't get a tiger cub without going into the tiger's den. So he took a risk, poured a layer of fire, and completely eliminated Pang Jiao. Priest Liu had an idea for this. During the break, he found Du and Shigang, and went to the corner of the playground together. The two lit a firework, and puffed out smoke in the silent night. Priest Liu said, "Gangzi, my sack is ready, come with me to beat up Che Wei tonight." Chapter 595 True and False. Night. The sky was covered with a thick layer of clouds, like a huge grey curtain, and the air was filled with dullness and depression. Small garden. I'm completely disappointed with this world. Che Wei's face appeared grey in the dim light. Why? I bought a real ring. Why did it break? Che Wei's tone was full of resentment. Originally, he expected that Pang Jiao would be expelled, and he would get his ring back, but now, both goals have not been achieved. Pang Jiao was only punished with observation at school. Che Wei's heart was bleeding for the 3000 yuan ring. Jiang Ning sat on the bench, listening to his words. Even if Che Wei was against the whole world, he would still stand on Che Wei's side, because no matter what Che Wei's character was, he had never harmed him, and the two were true friends. Jiang Ning analyzed rationally, it's not easy, mainly because no one knows at present when the ring was swapped. I heard classmates discuss it, and there are several theories. One is that it was swapped by the jewelry store, and you bought a fake. Che Wei asserted, "Impossible, the store I bought it from is a well-known jewelry store in Yazhou, and many people buy their wedding golds there, so the quality is guaranteed. And they have cameras in their store throughout the process. They will never take such a big risk for a gold ring." As soon as he finished speaking, a call came in. Che Wei quickly answered the call, and after responding a few words, he put down the phone and said, "The police called, they checked the video. There is no problem, I bought a gold ring." Jiang Ning said, "The second discussion is that someone else swapped the ring, such as Pang Jiao, or someone else. By the way, does anyone else know that you bought a gold ring?" Che Wei fixed his eyes, and said in a low voice, "Shan Jiao." Jiang Ning and Che Wei looked at each other and doubted. He can't get rid of suspicion. After all, he knows the style of the ring, and is the most convenient person to switch it. Che Wei also doubted it, but he smiled bitterly and said, "I bought a plain ring. There is no style at all." Jiang Ning, what is a plain ring? Che Wei explained to him, "A gold ring with a plain ring is just a bearing." Jiang Ning was stunned. Does anyone buy this kind of ring? Che Wei showed off his knowledge. Then you are wrong. Plain rings are the most popular rings. They are simple and generous, simple and pure, and you will never get tired of looking at them. He gave Jiang Ning some selling points, and what's more, looking at Jiang Ning's eyes, that were suddenly enlightened, Che Wei felt a sense of refreshment in his heart. This is the feeling of showing off with knowledge. Jiang Ning said, "Even if it is a gold ring, it is still not easy to find a gold ring of the same size. Shan Jiao can't get rid of suspicion. Did you let the police question him?" Che Wei shook his head. "I didn't suspect him at the time. I thought it was Pang Jiao who switched the rings. Now think about it, it doesn't seem right. Pang Jiao has been on campus. It's impossible for her to get a fake ring like this by chance." Jiang Ning said, "From this point of view, Shan Jiao is the biggest suspect. Damn, he looks honest, but I didn't expect that he would be the one who stole the ring. You can't judge a person by his appearance." Che Wei's face changed. He had a very good impression of Shan Jiao in the past 2 days. From the moment he ate the ribs, he recognized Shan Jiao. Subconsciously, he didn't want to doubt it. However, when so many doubts were placed in front of him, he had to doubt Shan Jiao. "Any other speculations?" Che Wei asked again. Jiang Ning glanced at him cautiously, paused, and said, "Now some classmates in the class think that the ring was swapped by you. After all, Che Wei's method was obviously aimed at actively framing, and all the classmates in the class saw it clearly. Everyone doesn't know so many details, and some people with ulterior motives are more inclined to believe that Che Wei used a fake ring to frame Pang Jiao. Although it doesn't make sense when you think about it carefully. After all, even if it is a frame-up, a real ring will be used, not a fake ring. However, when you hate someone, you don't need to understand so many reasons, just output malice is enough. People who spread rumors on the internet and those netizens who are bewitched, do they care about the truth of things? No, they just need an outlet to vent. Che Wei, fuck, have I become a villain? Jiang Ning looked at him sympathetically, thinking, you were a clown before, and now you are a clown with a vicious mind. What are you going to do next? Jiang Ning asked. If you have any trouble, feel free to come to me. I don't have any other skills, but I have a lot of strength. Jiang Ning clenched his fist to show his strength. Che Wei was moved when he saw this, and then he thought of the lost gold ring, and his mood instantly became depressed. He clearly bought the gold ring, and clearly put the gold ring in the small square bag, but it disappeared, leaving only a fake ring. Losing precious things is a very depressing and powerless thing. Sometimes he even wondered if the thief would have a change of heart and suddenly return his gold ring. However, no, his gold ring was still lost. At this moment, Che Wei wanted to kill the person who stole his ring, and the little affection he had for Shan Zhao disappeared without a trace in an instant. From now on, he would kill his relatives for the sake of justice. Thinking of this, Che Wei suddenly came up with a bold idea. There were rumors that there was a thief in the grade before, and Liu Chuandao once vowed to catch the thief, but in the end it was nothing. Could that thief be Shan Zhao? Shan Zhao's superficial simplicity and honesty were all disguised. Everything was to cover up the truth of the theft. Yes, that's right. Che Wei's eyes shone brightly, and there was great joy on his face. If he could catch this thief in his grade, he would become a hero and wash away all negative factors. Shan Zhao thinking of that simple and honest face, Che Wei's heart suddenly became fierce. Sorry Shan Zhao, let you be my stepping stone. Che Wei's depressed heart began to beat again, because of great expectations. The gold ring would be lost and found, and his lost face would also be found, and he would reach the peak. Napoleon would suffer a Waterloo, but I would not, because I'm a chess player who is beyond the whole world. Che Wei looked up at the lights of Class 8 on the second floor. He took a firm step, as if he wanted to conquer the whole world. Suddenly, his mobile phone vibrated. Che Wei took out his mobile phone casually, and it was an unfamiliar number. Oh, do the police have new clues? Che Wei slid the screen to answer. Che Wei, this is Shan Zhao. A familiar voice came from the phone. Ha, you dare to come to my house? Che Wei couldn't help laughing. However, the next moment, his expression froze. Shan Zhao said, after we bought the gold ring at noon, you were worried, so you found a store to identify the weight of the gold. I suddenly found out today that there were a lot of complaints about that appraisal shop. 3 months ago, they had a customer complain that the store had replaced the gold and deliberately deducted the weight. I seriously suspect that there was a problem with your gold ring during the appraisal. Che Wei paused. Hearing the news, he didn't know whether he should be happy or sad for a moment. On the playground, the two were still discussing strategies. Do you want to do it? Liu Chuandao stared at Duan Shigang. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Duan Shigang sat on the grass, looking up at the gloomy dome. He could not see the moon or the stars. Liu Chuandao followed his gaze, and also saw the deep night. He clenched his fists. It's a good sign. A good sign. Pang Jiao is now punished with observation. As long as we beat Che Wei tonight, everyone will think that it was Pang Jiao's revenge. Liu Chuandao's hatred for Pang Jiao reached its peak. Tonight, he would enforce justice on the heavens, and beat Che Wei hard. Although Duan Shigang hated Pang Jiao, he was out of danger now, and was not so anxious. However, he had also been bullied by Pang Jiao, and suffered too much pain from being pinched by Pang Jiao, from being stifled by her bad breath, and from having saliva sprayed on his face. He must avenge these grudges. However, everything has to follow a rule, and must be planned slowly. Duan Shigen lit a cigarette and smoked it leisurely, watching Liu Chuandao anxiously. Finally, he spoke, "We can fight." Hearing this, Liu Chuandao was overjoyed. "Then we will go directly to him at night, put him in a sack and start fighting, and then we will withdraw after the fight." Duan Shigen suddenly asked, "Then how do we know which way Che Wei will take, and when he will take that way, and when should we take action?" Liu Chuandao was stunned. He really didn't think about this. He just thought that Pang Jiao was in trouble now, so he quickly put a sack on Che Wei and beat him up and put the blame on her. Duan Shigen smoked another cigarette leisurely and said, "It's easy to say, but it's not so easy to implement it. But I have a way, don't worry." Duan Shigen said calmly. He picked up the phone and made a call. "Hey Ozzy, help me keep an eye on Che Wei from class 8 of senior 2 tonight. Find out his route and where are convenient to put him in a sack. After you're done, meet at Sister Ma's barbecue tonight. You can order whatever you want." "Okay, done." Duan Shigen put down his phone and said, "Hey Ozzy used to be the one in charge of surveillance in Tizhang. He is very skilled." Liu Chuandao was shocked when he saw this scene. So professional. "Brother gang." Duan Shigen said calmly, "That's nothing, just a small matter." Then he said, "But even a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. You've been beaten by Pang Jiao, right? You know what it feels like?" Duan Shigen asked. Liu Chuandao frowned, lost in memories, and said, "That was a very heavy force and a little unusual from ordinary fists." Duan Shigen said, "So don't hit him with your fists, knock him down, and kick him with your feet, and wrap a towel around your feet. It's almost there. It would be better if it could be improved a little more, so that Che Wei will be convinced that it was Pang Jiao who did it." Duan Shigen always felt that it was not perfect enough. Liu Chuandao pondered for a while, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. "I know someone in the class who is good at ventriloquism. He can imitate Pang Jiao's accent." Duan Shigen turned around. "Who?" Liu Chuandao. "Shang Wei." Duan Shigen puzzled. "Huh? How do you know?" As for this girl, Duan Shigen only knew that she was very introverted and usually kept silent in class. Compared with Bei Yuxia and Shenkinj, she was just like a blade of grass. At this point, Liu Chuandao laughed out loud. "I found her account on Kuaishao." Duan Shigen, "She may not be willing to help, right?" Liu Chuandao stretched out his claws and held them loosely. He sneered, "If she is unwilling to help, I will tell her little secret." After that, he suddenly clenched his claws into a hard fist. Duan Shigen found that this badman really lacked great virtue and had no martial ethics at all. He actually threatened a little girl. However, those who achieve great things do not care about trivial matters. Duan Shigen said, "I seem to have seen her on the playground. Let's go and ask her." The last class of the evening self-study class. Xin Yaoling was guarding class 8 on the podium. The peaceful years some time ago made Xin Yaoling relax a lot. Who would have thought that class 8 would not explode, but once it exploded, it would lead to a big event, and even the police came to the door. Xin Yaoling really wanted to go back to the beginning of the school, the days of fighting. No matter how hard he fought, he would not attract the attention of the class teacher and the grade group leader. Xin Yaoling was a little anxious, because she realized that the head teacher was not satisfied with her. Is her career as a class monitor over? No. Xin Yaoling wanted to struggle a little bit. She swept her eyes across the classmates, and suddenly found that Shang Wei in the first row was a little abnormal. She was actually shedding pearls. That's right, she seemed to be crying. It was terrible. Xin Yaoling had to pay attention to the physical and mental health of the classmates. Now it was class time. Xin Yaoling thought that Shang Wei was introverted, and it was not good to comfort her in front of the whole class. Xin Yaoling planned to talk to her after school. The bell for the end of the evening self-study rang, and the classroom suddenly became chaotic. The students who had been in class for a day were ready to go back to rest. Xin Yaoling was just about to show concern for Shang Wei, but Liu Chuandao and Duan Shigen called her out. Xin Yaoling was about to stop him, but heard Liu Chuandao say in a greasy voice, "Class monitor, what do you want me to do, so late at night? Do you like me? Ha ha ha." After that, Liu Chuandao and Duan Shigen left, taking Shang Wei with them. At this moment, Xin Yaoling had bad thoughts in her mind. She knew exactly who Liu Chuandao was. This male classmate almost chased all the girls in the class. Once he couldn't catch up with Jiang Yanan, Yang Sheng, Bai Yuxia, and Shen Qinj, he immediately changed his target. It was absolutely amazing. If poor Shang Wei fell into his hands, would she have a good ending? It is a duty to protect the vulnerable female classmates in the class. Xin Yaoling's eyes moved, and suddenly she noticed Zhang Kai, who was about to go out in the last row of the classroom. She quickly stepped forward and stopped Zhang Kai. "Can you do me a favor?" Zhang Kai scratched his ears. "I'm busy." Although Xin Yaoling is very beautiful, Zhang Kai only has money in his eyes. Can a woman be as beautiful as money? Ridiculous. Squad leader Xin Yaoling didn't work for nothing. She took out 50 yuan and said, "Do me a favor." Zhang Kai stopped and took the money with a warm smile. "Hey, squad leader, just tell me what you want. Talking about money is so cliché." Chapter 596. Amazing. After the evening self-study, school was over. There was a slight sound of thunder in the distance, and the air was filled with a damp smell. Everyone knew that a heavy rain was coming. However, the raindrops did not fall for a long time. Xin Yaoling stopped in the corridor and looked up at the sky. The sky, which was already dim, became even darker, and there was no trace of the moon or stars. She handed Zhang Kai 50 yuan and asked him to keep an eye on Shang Wei. Putting aside his character, she was quite confident in Zhang Kai's ability. She learned from many classmates that Zhang Kai was the former sports committee member of class 8. He had a very good physical fitness and was a quasi-sports student. He was one of the strongest in the class. Xin Yaoling sighed in her heart. In fact, when it comes to the strong in the class, Jiang Ning is the talent she recognizes the most. Unfortunately, as the class monitor, she can't drive him at all. Xin Yaoling thought of Jiang Ning's figure. He went home very early today, leaving more than 20 minutes early. This was a special approval from the head teacher, and she couldn't control it at all. In contrast, Zhu Yan, the monitor of class 11, managed the entire class in an orderly manner. If it was Zhu Yan, she would be able to handle the chaos of class 8 with her ability, right? Xin Yaoling imagined other people's lives, but some people's lives were destined to be unimaginable to her. Che Wei was angry, his eyes flashed, and his footsteps were like the surging waves. At this time, he was not alone. Shan Zhao was also by his side. Of course, Che Wei was worried about Shan Zhao now, so he called Qiang Li. As soon as the three of them finished class, they rushed to their destination, the gold shop, without delay. Shan Zhao reminded, "Will the shop be closed at this time?" Che Wei's footsteps suddenly stopped. Since he learned that there was something wrong with the gold shop, he wanted to catch the other party, take back the gold ring, and then let them get the punishment they deserved. In a hurry, he didn't consider whether the other party was closed at all. After all, it was past 9 o'clock in the evening. "Shan Zhao, I have the contact information of the shop owner. Let's call and ask now." Che Wei was about to make the call when he suddenly remembered he has heard our voices before. In order not to alert the enemy, let's call someone else. He motioned to Qiang Li, "You do it." Qiang Li immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed the number. Soon, the call was connected. Qiang Li pressed the speaker. "Boss, what time do you close at night?" A voice came from the receiver of the mobile phone. "I usually close at 10 o'clock. Do you have anything to do?" Qiang Li, No, I'll just ask." After that, he hung up the phone. Che Wei calculated the distance. There is still time. Let's set off now. After that, the three of them hurried on their way again. On the way, Shan Zhao said, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have recommended this shop at first. I didn't expect it." Qiang Li said beside him, "You really shouldn't have recommended it. I feel that 9 out of 10 goldsmith shops are shady, and the last one is even shadier. When they make jewelry for you, you can't see it, and they just swallow a little gold from you. You can't see it. I don't understand. You bought gold in a regular store. Why do you still go to the goldsmith shop?" After hearing this, Che Wei's face was a little dark. It was he who suggested going to the goldsmith shop to inquire about the recycling price and compare it, but who knew that the gold was shady? Shan Zhao didn't let Che Wei feel embarrassed and took the responsibility. I didn't investigate it well. Seeing this, Che Wei felt indescribable in his heart. He felt that Shan Zhao was good, but he also felt that Shan Zhao might have swapped his ring. The two thoughts intertwined, making him unable to distinguish the world. In the end, the three of them didn't speak and hurried on their way silently. Shan Zhao still smiled foolishly. With his skills, he actually had 10,000 ways to get it, and no one would suspect him after he succeeded. This is due to countless successes, which build up confidence. But unchanging success is too boring. Life always needs some excitement to make him feel the joy. Just like after countless successes, he returned to the scene and observed the victim's impotent rage. Just like now, he deliberately made Che Wei's heart twist and turn, and his blood rushed. Under the dark clouds, the long night street of number 4 middle school was dimly lit. Shan Zhao walked steadily, sometimes crossing the bright lights, and sometimes crossing the dark under the lights. The light and shadow intertwined on his face, adding a bit of weirdness to his silly smile. Beside the long street, under the eaves of the shop, a boy who was less than 1.7 meters tall, thin but capable, was holding a string of starch sausage and moving quickly. The shell of the starch sausage was fried to a charred color, and a layer of cumin and chili powder was sprinkled on the surface. It was fragrant when you took a bite, and the taste was indescribable. However, Jeheo did not indulge in the deliciousness of the starch sausage. He never forgot his mission tonight, which was to help Duan Shigang and others investigate Che Wei's movements. He ate the starch sausage while hurrying on his way naturally, and no one discovered his intention. Not far away, Tang Jing had a stiff face and pestered Huang Yazhu. Yazhu, I'll treat you to spicy hot pot. After she said this, she felt so embarrassed. Originally, she planned to treat Huang Yazhu to food today, but the police came to the class to find Pang Zhao, and all the evidence was laid out. Seeing that Pang Zhao was about to be executed, she gave up Huang Yazhu directly. As a result, Hu knew that Che Wei's silver wax gun head had a problem, and failed to kill Pang Zhao in one hammer. Tang Jing was so angry. Since Pang Zhao was not dead, her plan had to continue. Huang Yazhu looked at Tang Jing, who was very difficult to understand. She was still disdainful in the afternoon, and now she started to treat him to dinner again. Girls are so complicated. I can't see through it. I really can't see through it. Huang Yazhu scratched his head. At the school gate, on the east side of the snack street is Zhaohu's spicy hot pot restaurant. This spicy hot pot restaurant is doing very well because of its cheap price and strong taste. Lin Zida, Zhuang Jianhu, Wu Yunsky, these children from wealthy families have all come here to eat. At this time, Jiang Ning was sitting at a table for 4 in the restaurant. He had come to eat when this restaurant opened in his previous life, but at that time, the restaurant only had fried rice, fried noodles, and fried vermicelli, but no spicy hot pot. Until later, the business of this restaurant became increasingly bleak, and the boss made a bold attempt to add spicy hot pot, which became popular from then on. Jiang Ning came here to eat last month and chatted with the boss. He mentioned it casually, which opened up new ideas for him and made this spicy hot pot come into being ahead of time. At this time, there were not only Jiang Ning, but also 2 girls, Zhu Yuantang and Zhu Chuchu, sitting in the seats. Jiang Ning went home more than 20 minutes earlier today just to pick up Chuchu. It was not considered a pickup. After all, Chuchu did not take his electric car. Chuchu, this spicy hot pot is delicious, very spicy and refreshing, even better than the one in our town. Zhu Yuantang blinked his sparkling eyes, his little face full of expectation and enthusiasm, and solemnly recommended this store to her. Zhaohu's spicy hot pot is an old-fashioned spicy hot pot, 7 yuan a portion, with kelp, vermicelli, green vegetables, and pickled bean curd, all vegetarian dishes, put in the boss's homemade soup pot. There is no risk of cross flavor. Eat spicy and delicious. Cannot stop. In the previous life, this store was very crowded, often with long queues. He didn't like to queue, so he often came here to eat spicy hot pot before the evening self-study class, and then stepped on the last deadline to return to the classroom under the serious gaze of the security guard at the door. At that time, he invited Shen Kinj to Zhaohu's spicy hot pot more than once. However, in her previous life, Shen Qinj loved to serve spicy hot pot and looked down on this kind of spicy hot pot. Even if she ate spicy hot pot, she would eat in a shop like the Zhangliang spicy hot pot in later generations, not the sloppy old-fashioned spicy hot pot. Okay, boss Hu shouted. Zhu Chuchu left her seat and walked to the front. She was dressed very well today, wearing a floral skirt and a denim jacket. One was as gentle as water, and the other was straight and stylish, achieving a combination of hardness and softness. She bent down slightly and picked up the steaming spicy hot pot. The light in the store showed bright warm colors. The girl's waist was smooth and weak, like a swaying willow, and her carefully carved side face was even more breathtaking. Not only did she look amazing, Zhu Chuchu was also first class at doing her job. She held a spicy hot pot bowl in each hand, with a light and graceful posture, and steadily brought the bowl to Jiang Ning's table. Zhu Yuantang also brought a bowl, and Jiang Ning took chopsticks. The three of them ate at the same table. After a while, the boss's daughter made 3 servings of sesame cakes with pork loin, and gave them to Jiang Ning with a smile. Big brother, have some cakes. Thanks, Humei. Humei was very pleasant to talk about, and she was very happy to see Jiang Ning. Unfortunately, every time he came to eat spicy hot pot, he would always bring beautiful girls to eat, and there were always 2 of them. However, this did not affect Humei's gratitude to him. Her parents were in business, and she often came to the store to help. Humei was a junior high school student in Xinjiang Experimental Middle School. At this age, she knew the bleakness of her family's business, and knew that life was not easy. If it weren't for this big brother coming to eat some time ago, and reminding her parents, I'm afraid her parents' store would have closed down, and returned to the days of selling things on the roadside, and being chased by the urban management. Although Jiang Ning just mentioned it casually, even if he didn't mention it, according to the normal trajectory, Humei's family would have put spicy hot pot on the shelves in a month, but in the eyes of Humei's family, he was definitely a great benefactor. Zhu Chuchu took a bite of a sesame seed cake and tasted the hot spicy hot pot. She ate it with relish. Because it was spicy and hot, her face was rosy, and it looked like water dripped when she pinched it. This was the scene Tang Jing saw when she walked into the store. She looked at Jiang Ning, who was enjoying the spicy hot pot in the store, and then looked at the line in front of her. Tang Jing felt very indignant. It turned out that Jiang Ning ran away early and came here to eat spicy hot pot. Can I report him? This thought popped up in Tang Jing's mind. Even if reporting is useless, right? Jiang Ning is the second in the grade, and Zhu Yuantang, the first in the grade, is protecting him. The line in front of the spicy hot pot is very long. Lin Zida is standing at the bottom of the stairs, holding a torch ice cream in his hand, eating it with great relish. Li Shi looked at the long line and doubted, can it really be delicious? Are you two recommending it? Fang Qiuyu, the monitor of class 2, also took a torch ice cream. Believe me. Okay, then let's queue up. Li Shi said, if it doesn't taste good, don't blame me for complaining and making me queue up. Hearing this, Qi Xianheng smiled. The lackey Zhao Xiaofeng also smiled and said, my brother Xian never queues up. After that, he swaggered to the front of the line and patted the boy with glasses on the shoulder. Brother, can I buy first? The boy with glasses looked unpredictable. I finally got here in line, and you said a word to let me. Zhao Xiaofeng took out a 100 yuan bill and flicked his fingers twice, making a charming sound. The boy with glasses, brother, you are so handsome. He happily took the 100 yuan and didn't even eat spicy hot pot. He wanted to eat barbecue today. Zhao Xiaofeng shouted, boss, 5 servings of the best spicy hot pot. When Li Shi and the others entered the store, they saw Jiang Ning and the extremely beautiful girl next to him. Qi Xianheng was amused. He took a girl to eat spicy hot pot? He shook his head. This is a life of ordinary people. However, Qi Xianheng was tactful and did not find fault. He knew that Jiang Ning's fighting power was off the charts. If he was beaten up here, it would be too embarrassing. After looking at Jiang Ning, Li Shi blurted out, you guys are also eating spicy hot pot. The queue is quite fast. Zhu Yuantang, he left school early and didn't have to queue. Li Shi was stuck in words and thought, what's the big deal? Lin Zida greeted him, and Zhuang Jian, who looked at Zhu Chuchu twice more. This girl is too pretty, not worse than Ding Xuan. However, if they really compared them, Zhuang Jianhu thought that this girl's appearance could only be compared with Xuan. Ding Xuan is now learning business from her aunt. Lin Han has given Xuan a lot of power. It is said that Ding Xuan is also involved in the new product launch conference planned by Chang Qinghai recently. One is an ordinary girl who is lucky enough to have an extreme appearance, while the other not only has an extreme appearance, but also has the ability to match it. The gap is there. However, looking at Zhu Chuchu's breathtaking appearance and temperament, Zhuang Jianhu still sighed. With such an appearance, as long as he follows the steps, there will be countless people of their level chasing after her just by her appearance. Jiang Ning, where did you buy your cake? It looks delicious. Lin Zider asked. Jiang Ning looked at Umen's busy figure and said, the boss made it, but I'm afraid he doesn't have time to make it now. Zhu Yuantang boasted, limited edition. Li Shixin thought, what's the big deal? 10 minutes later, Jiang Ning and his friends finished eating the spicy hot pot and put 40 yuan on the table. Who would have thought that before he walked out of the door, Humei stuffed the money back. Jiang Ning reluctantly ate a free meal. Wow, you don't have to pay? Lin Zider was stunned. Is it opened by a relative? Humei looked at Lin Zider and clarified, it's not a relative. Zhuang Jianhu was puzzled. Why don't you charge? Humei looked at Zhuang Jianhu. The boy's appearance was too much in line with her aesthetic taste. Besides, he would not bring two beautiful girls to eat every time. She patiently explained, some time ago, our family was about to go bankrupt. When he came to eat, he told us that we could try making spicy hot pot. As a result, as soon as my family made spicy hot pot, the business immediately improved. You said that he came to eat. Should we charge him? Humei's words were full of admiration. Lin Zider reacted for a while before saying, is his vision so good? Li Shi was stunned, and then continued to disdain. Oh, I just guessed it right. What's the big deal? Humei looked serious. Don't you dare say that. Chapter 597. Sneak attack him. Yazhao, Chengxi Street. The three stood in front of the clothes store, dumbfounded. It was not even 10 o'clock in the evening, and the store was closed. Che Wei said angrily, call the boss. Jiang Li immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed the boss, and the call was quickly connected. Jiang Li made a wasted trip and asked angrily, boss, didn't you say that I usually close at 10 o'clock? A man's voice sounded from the speaker. Yes, I usually close at 10 o'clock, but today's situation is special. Look at the sky, it's obviously going to rain soon. It must be closed early. The boss looked very insightful. Jiang Li asked again, then why didn't you tell me when I called before, making me make a wasted trip? Boss, I told you that I usually close at 10 o'clock, and you didn't ask today. Jiang Li suppressed his anger and hung up the phone. Now not only Che Wei wants to bring the boss to justice, but Jiang Li also wants to. Che Wei looked gloomy. It's okay, let him have a good night. I'll punish him tomorrow. Let's go. Che Wei waved his hand. He led the two back to the fork in the road. Shan Zhao said, my home is on this road. I'll go back first. See you tomorrow. Che Wei nodded. UK Internet Cafe. Bench at the door. Liu Chuandao and Duan Shigang, as well as Shang Wei who was coerced by them, are waiting here. The pervert Liu Chuandao looked at Shang Wei from time to time, revealing a sinister smile. Shang Wei was terrified by being looked at, but she didn't dare to resist. She was afraid that Liu Chuandao would spread her little secret, and if that happened, she would lose face in the school. Zhang Kai frowned. Xin Yaoling gave him 50 yuan for employment, and said that, if he encountered a dangerous situation, he could pay more. There are not many opportunities to make money nowadays. He and Yan Xianpeng fought with the square dance aunts in Hujin community for a while, and went to the community to play drums at 5 o'clock every morning. The square dance aunties are getting old. If the elderly do not get enough sleep, their lifespan will be shortened. After a period of fierce fighting, the aunties took the initiative to find the boss to reconcile, so the opportunity to make money was gone. Now Xin Yaoling is willing to spend money. Zhang Kai must seize the opportunity. He stepped forward and warned, Daozi, keep your eyes clean. Liu Chuandao was convinced, and his face was not good. Who the hell are you? What qualifications do you have to say me? Who am I? Zhang Kai raised the corner of his mouth. Don't care who I am. I just can't stand you. What kind of ability is it for a big man to bully a little girl? If you have the ability, fight me. After the arrogant words, he looked at the timid Shang Kai-wei with a kind look. Zhang Kai wanted to say, Shang Kai-wei, don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. However, Zhang Kai felt that this was not perfect enough. He must give the employer a specified goal and have a perfect consumer experience to make the employer feel that the money is worth spending. Zhang Kai learned the European professionalism. He stood straight, clenched his right fist, placed it in front of his chest, then bowed and said gentlemanly, hello, Miss Shang, I will protect you on this trip. The fancy move stunned Shang Kai-wei. Her day-like eyes hid in her drooping hair, and she stammered, before, we were at the same table, you twisted the bottle cap for me Zhang Kai. Ha ha ha, you even remember this? Although the bottle cap did not fall into Shang Kai-wei's hands, after it was twisted off, Shang Kai-wei, who was used to drinking water in small sips, had to finish a bottle of beverage as soon as possible. Duan Shigang, who was watching the show on the side, suddenly received a reminder from questions. He picked it up and saw, Che Wei has returned home, and his companions have been divided. Come quickly. Duan Shigang touched Liu Chuandao and said, let's go. Liu Chuandao called Shang Kai-wei, and because she was controlled by others, Shang Kai-wei had to follow him with grievance. Zhang Kai sneered and said righteously, what do you want to do in this bright and clear world? Liu Chuandao, are you sick? He wanted to beat Zhang Kai to death. But looking at Zhang Kai's strong body, he knew that he was very good at fighting, and Zhang Kai was obviously a bad student like him, with rich combat experience, and it was not easy to deal with him. Liu Chuandao wanted to beat him, but he was also afraid of his strength. Tonight is the best opportunity to beat Che Wei. Once missed, the effect will be far worse than today, if it is delayed until tomorrow. Duan Shigang and Zhang Kai are at the same table, and know him better. Kaizi, don't get involved in this matter. We will treat you to barbecue tonight. Zhang Kai quickly converted it in his mind. Compared with a barbecue meal and 50 yuan, the value difference is not much, but Xin Yaoling has agreed that he can add money later. Which one to choose? Zhang Kai of course chose both. He smiled and said enthusiastically, hey, we are all brothers. Don't hide anything from me. Maybe I can help you. It's not illegal. Duan Shigang and Liu Chuandao looked at each other and understood each other's meaning. If they could get Zhang Kai involved, they would have an extra helper out of thin air, and things would definitely be more secure. We will treat you to a barbecue. When we fight later, we will pin him to the ground and you can kick him a few times. Do you want to do it? Duan Shigang asked. Zhang Kai was happy. Is there such a good thing? Not only can you beat people without risk, but you can also eat barbecue. He agreed immediately. UK Lane. The narrow alley was shrouded in the night. The clouds in the sky were thick and deep, carrying the torrent of rain, and the rain had not yet fallen. Che Wei walked in the dark alley. Compared with the bustling number 4 middle school street in the distance, this place is very remote. The lights of the high-rise buildings in the distance were transmitted here, allowing Che Wei to see the stone road back to the rented house clearly. The walls on both sides were moss because of their age. It's about to rain, and it's time to go home. Che Wei thought so in his heart. He smelled the moist breath in the air and couldn't help but think of just now, when he passed the intersection and saw Jiang Ning from his class, and the particularly beautiful girl next to him. Why can he make friends with such a beautiful girl? Che Wei was in a bad mood. Thinking about his gloomy life, Che Wei hoped that the heavy rain would come soon. He cursed Jiang Ning on the way home, and was drenched by the heavy rain, and was in a mess. Come on, Che Wei urged. When the rain is over tomorrow, the sky will clear up, and the rainbow will come. He will report the owner of the gold shop, and take back the gold ring. Now that Pang Jiao has received the punishment he deserves, he will be free again. By then, with his ability, wouldn't it be easy for him to find a beautiful girlfriend? He looked at the nearby houses, and remembered what he had seen in the past. Some young couples in number 4 middle school rented houses outside, and lived a carefree life. With his ability, Che Wei might not be impossible in the future. Moreover, he could find a prettier girl. Che Wei couldn't help but get excited when he thought of that scene. At the intersection of the alley, in the dark, Jeheo found a good angle, hunched over and observed, and reported, "There are 50 meters left, get ready." Duan Shigang, preacher, put out the cigarette. Liu Chuandao pressed the cigarette, but against the wall. Shankai Wei took a deep breath and said, "Don't be nervous, it's just a small matter." Duan Shigang next to him laughed, and he smiled. "I still need your comfort." Thinking back to when Shankai Wei whispered, "I'm saying this to myself." Duan Shigang thought to himself, "Why do I suddenly feel that she is unreliable?" The night was getting deeper. Che Wei's thoughts were flying. He thought of the beautiful girls in his class and the beautiful things, and his steps couldn't help but float. He even hummed a song softly. Suddenly, roars broke out around him. "Che Wei, you deserve to die." The familiar voice made Che Wei's scalp numb. His heartbeat and breathing suddenly became rapid, and his nerves were tense. He hurriedly looked at the darkness around him. At this moment, the air froze. Just as Che Wei's every sense was alert, a sack silently fell over his head and accurately trapped him. Who? Che Wei tried to struggle. Liu Chuandao looked at Che Wei trapped in the sack, and recalled the pain of being bullied by Pang Jiao every day. "Pang Jiao, I want you dead." Liu Chuandao roared in his heart. He rushed to the back of Che Wei quickly, stepped on his feet, and his body instantly flew into the air, kicking him against the wall. Che Wei was trapped in the sack, and suffered such a fierce attack. He instantly lost his sense of direction and balance, and fell to the ground. Duan Shigang quickly caught up, and stepped on him a few times, causing Che Wei in the sack to scream miserably. Then he looked at Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai was also unhappy when he thought of Che Wei's usual face. He stepped on him twice, and gave him a free kick. Seeing Zhang Kai go into the water, Duan Shigang was satisfied. He pulled Liu Chuandao, who was venting, signaling him to stop, otherwise he would be beaten by Che Wei. The matter would get out of hand, and they would be finished. Leaving Che Wei in the sack, the few people walked away contentedly. Liu Chuandao smiled and said, "You can enjoy the dog-eat-dog fight tomorrow." Che Wei shouted for a while, and realized that Pang Jiao and the others were gone. He endured the pain, struggled to raise his arms, and awkwardly pulled off the sack on his head. Everything he saw was dark. Che Wei was about to explode. He wanted to stand up, but found that his whole body was in great pain, especially his knees. After being kicked down, his knees scraped against the cobblestone road. Che Wei twisted his body, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and accidentally touched the wound on his hand, which made him gasp in pain. He called Kaiang Li, "Kaiang, come and save me." 5 minutes later, Kaiang Li turned on the flashlight on his cell phone, and found his good brother Che Wei in the alley. When he saw Che Wei's appearance, Kaiang Li was shocked. "Oh my god, what happened to you?" Che Wei saw his savior and said hurriedly, "Help me up quickly, the ground is too cold." Kaiang Li works out regularly, and is very strong, so he lifted him up in one go. Fuck, it hurts so much. Although Che Wei is quite insidious and often plots against others, he seldom fights with others head on, so he is spoiled, and has poor resistance to blows. This was the first time in his life that he was beaten so badly. With Kaiang Li's support, Che Wei finally stood up, but his knees hurt so much that he limped when he walked, grimacing in pain. Seeing his good brother's ferocious expression, Kaiang Li said with concern, "Oi, next time you walk at night, remember to turn on the flashlight. Look at how you fell." Che Wei gritted his teeth. "I didn't fall, I was beaten." Kaiang Li was shocked. "Who beat me?" Che Wei, "Although I didn't see anyone, I heard the sound. It was Pang Jiao. Pang Jiao beat me." Kaiang Li was furious, and he yelled, "You are my good brother. She actually dared to beat you. Did she ever ask for my opinion?" He suddenly showed his fist, clenched it tightly, and was as angry as a lion. Che Wei was originally supported by him, but when Kaiang Li let go of his hand, Che Wei lost his support. His body tilted, and he fell down again, his face deformed with pain. I'm sorry. Kaiang Li hurriedly helped his good brother up again. Because of the severe pain, Che Wei's facial features were twisted together, and his voice was like a broken string. "Fuck, do you know how much pain I'm in?" Kyangli, I understand, brother, please bear with it. Chaewei asserted. No, you don't know, I'm suffering from the ultimate physical pain now, you can never imagine it. It hurts more than when you suddenly get a leg cramp in bed in winter. Hearing his words, Kyangli suddenly looked up at the night sky in the distance. His voice was low. Hurt. I've experienced it a long time ago. Is there any other pain that can compare to the pain I felt the moment I tore her away from my heart? Chaewei's expression was filled with pain, and he froze for a moment. What are you talking about? Chaewei was walking on the road peacefully, but was beaten up. He wanted to kill Pang Jiao. Kyangli said, you must go to the hospital quickly. The leg injury can't be delayed. There was a young man in our village before, and his entire leg was amputated because of untimely treatment of the wound. Chaewei was horrified when he thought of that scene. It happened that his knee was so painful that he had no feeling, as if it was not his leg anymore. Compared with revenge, treatment is more important at the moment. Go, Chaewei urged. Supported by Kyangli, he limped out of the alley, crossed the cement road, headed south, and finally arrived at a small private clinic. Before entering the door, Chaewei shouted at the top of his voice, Doctor, I'm injured. As he shouted, a male doctor in a white coat walked out quickly and helped Chaewei to the bed. What's wrong with you? The male doctor asked. Kyangli answered for his good brother. He is injured, with multiple injuries on his body. He can't even stand up. Doctor, please help take a look. After seeing the doctor, Chaewei seemed to have someone to rely on. He complained, especially the knee, it hurts so much. The male doctor rolled up his trouser legs and found that the patient's knee was scratched. Not only was there bleeding, but the surrounding skin was bruised with purple bruises. This was due to pressure when he fell. When checking the wound, the male doctor frowned. Chaewei was lying on the hospital bed. Because the wound was exposed to the wind, the pain seemed to be a little heavier. He clenched his teeth. Seeing the doctor's solemn expression, he was frightened, so he raised his head and looked at the wound on his knee stiffly. He just raised it a little bit and was pushed back by Kyangli. Oi, you can't look there. Chaewei lay down again. At this time, the male doctor frowned, shook his head, and said, why did you wait until now? Chaewei's fear became even stronger. Countless ominous fantasies emerged in his mind. His voice trembled. Doctor, is it serious? Is my leg hopeless? Does it need to be amputated? Say something quickly. Chaewei was so frightened that he was shaking. Few people could remain calm in such a situation. The male doctor looked surprised. No, I'm getting ready to get off work. You're a little late. Recommend a friend's book. Don't be anxious. Loading the file. Chapter 598 Imitator. Night. Thick dark clouds rolled in the sky, covering the light of the stars and the moon. Occasionally, lightning flashed through the darkness. The scenery around the river dam was particularly hazy under the dim street lights. The trees, farmland, and rivers in the distance seemed to blend into the darkness. A battery car passed through the scene. Zhu Yuantong, who was sitting in the back seat, raised her hand, feeling the wind passing through her fingers. She shouted to Chachu, who was riding the bike, the wind is blowing. The girl's crisp voice resounded through the atmosphere of the night. Zhu Chachu turned the ignition switch to the maximum, and the hair under the safety helmet fluttered in the wind. It's going to rain soon. Zhu Yuantong chuckled. No, Jiang Ning said it won't rain. Just believe him. Zhu Chachu was speechless. Tong Tong used to be very opinionated. When she and Tong Tong went out to play together, it was often Tong Tong who made the final decision and decided where to go, and she was responsible for filling in the details. But as she grew older, Tong Tong became more and more stupid. She used to be independent, but now she only listened to Jiang Ning. Whatever Jiang Ning says is what it is, including going out to eat spicy hot pot tonight. Since this morning, the sky has been overcast. Although Zhu Chachu is craving spicy hot pot, she is worried that it will rain at any time, so she refused it first. But Tong Tong repeatedly said that it will definitely not rain in the evening, so she can come to eat with confidence. Zhu Chachu thinks she is bragging. Whether it will rain or not, the weather forecast is not absolutely accurate. The Moji weather app installed on her mobile phone often predicts errors. So why does Tang Tang dare to guarantee that it will not rain? Because that is what Jiang Ning told her. Zhu Chuchu thinks it is too strange and unbelievable. Tang Tang actually claims that what Jiang Ning said must be right. How is it possible? Zhu Chuchu admits that Jiang Ning is very powerful, but predicting the weather is beyond the ability of ordinary people. Those so-called gossips and speculations about celestial phenomena are all fake. But Tang Tang believed it. If Jiang Ning had not been really good to Tang Tang, she would have thought that Jiang Ning had given Tang Tang a love potion. Now even if Jiang Ning said he could fly, Tang Tang would probably believe it. With this helpless thought, Zhu Chuchu's electric car drove across this section of the river dam and successfully arrived at the bungalow. She parked the electric car in the main room and put Tang Tang down. Suddenly, a flash of lightning lit up outside, followed by thunder and crackling sounds. It's raining. Zhu Yuantang ran outside the door to watch the rain. Zhu Chuchu turned around. A trace of confusion appeared on her cold face, and she murmured in a low voice, "It just rained the second after I got home. Is it luck?" Bungalow on the west side. Jiang Ning pulled out the car key and keenly caught this sentence. In the empty room, he smiled softly. "Mortal, see if you dare to question me next time." After saying this softly, Jiang Ning's smile gradually faded. Within his spiritual consciousness, on the asphalt road of the river dam, a white Toyota Prado with tough lines drove towards the distant rainy night. In the driver's seat, there was a young man, and his face was clearly Shonyanbo. Jiang Ning did not retract his spiritual consciousness until the Toyota Prado completely disappeared from his spiritual consciousness. Just in case, let's reinforce Chuchu's jade pendant's protective formation. Jiang Ning thought. As for now, decisively take action to kill Yanbo. Jiang Ning is not so bloodthirsty. Besides, on such a rainy night tonight, he would rather stay at home and play games with Tang Tang. At night, 10:30, a duplex villa in the city. Yanbo stood under the eaves, looking at the heavy rain, and there was a tattooed guy next to him. Ever since he saw Zhu Chuchu's appearance, even the prodigal Yanbo couldn't help but be moved. The girl was so beautiful. He must get her. However, the lives of the two people did not intersect at all. After all, one was a student and the other was a social person. Zhu Chuchu had no other hobbies, and her daily life was a straight line between school and home. Yanbo had no chance to strike up a conversation. Seeing that it might rain today, it was definitely an opportunity. He deliberately drove his father's car, ready to save Zhu Chuchu, who was riding an electric bike when it rained. In the end, the rain did not fall at all. What's even more disturbing is that Zhu Chuchu went out with Jiang Ning at night. Yanbo even thought they were going to get a room and his mentality almost exploded. Fortunately, it was just a meal. Yanbo didn't have the patience to wait any longer. He decided to take the initiative and get the chance to get closer to the two. After thinking about it, Yanbo said, "Gaozi, how am I to you?" The young man with a tattoo on his neck next to him immediately responded, "Brother Bo is very good to me." Gaozi was Yanbo's former classmate. Both of them were not good students and dropped out of school before finishing junior high school. Yanbo's father is the boss, so he follows his father to learn skills all day long and eats delicious food and drinks. Gaozi's father is a migrant worker, so he follows his father to move bricks at the construction site and suffers hardships. Both of them have a bright future. Many years later, Yanbo started his own business and took Gaozi in as his nominal younger brother, and they usually hang out together. After all, Yanbo is not a rich second generation. His conditions are not very good. He eats meat, and Gaozi can only gnaw bones. "You will go home with her tomorrow at noon. Follow her." And then on the way Yanbo told him all his plans. Gaozi heard it, his eyes rolled, and then pretended to be embarrassed, and negotiated. "Brother Bo, you know, my ghost fire engine is not good. It runs slowly. I'm afraid I can't keep up. Didn't we see a motorcycle last time? It's pretty good. 30,000 yuan for one. Brother Bo, you can definitely afford it." When Yanbo heard that he would spend money, he frowned. 30,000 yuan is definitely not a small amount. He refused. "Don't buy it. My brother rode that motorcycle a few days ago and broke his leg." Gaozi's face fell, unhappy. "Okay. Yan both thought about it and still needed to win people's hearts. He said, how about this? I'll talk to my brother and you can just ride his motorcycle. Gauzy, huh? Thursday morning. Before the morning self-study began, Jiang Ning went to the back row to chat with Lu Kiki. Kiki, there's a boy chasing me recently. He keeps sending me messages, but I can't help but reply. Jiang Ning was troubled by this. She didn't look as good as Bayuksha and Shenkinj, but there were a lot of boys chasing her, and they often added her as their friend for no reason. Even those who added her as their friend liked to hide their identities and didn't tell her who they were. This behavior really annoyed Jiang Ning. Lu Kiki, give me the chat history. Jiang Ning handed her the phone. Lu Kiki looked through it for a while and sneered. Men are really interesting. They tell you to take care of yourself and wear more clothes every day. Jiang Ning, yes, he sends me messages every day, and he promised me that he would keep sending messages in the future, and he would definitely not stop. I didn't reply once, and he told me that replying messages is basic social courtesy. There are 3 or 4 people who say good morning and good night to her on a regular basis, and they often chat with her. Jiang Ning doesn't want to chat, so she has to bite the bullet and reply, which is a waste of time. Lu Kiki laughed. That's funny. Are you working as a customer service here? She replied using Jiang Ning's phone. Don't send me these messages. I'm not stupid. How could I not know it's cold? You always tell me to wear more clothes. If you really care about me, size L for tops, size L for pants, size 38 for shoes. Lu Kiki sent the messages so quickly that Jiang Ning had no time to stop her. After clicking send, she also said, remember Yanan, if someone harasses you again in the future, reply like I did. Seeing that the message had been sent, Jiang Ning was anxious. Kiki, what are you doing? The phone vibrated, and the boy replied, what do you mean? Lu Kiki, what do you mean? Don't you understand? Boy, are you asking me for clothes? I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Lu Kiki, oh, yes, that's it. Then Jiang Ning was deleted as a friend. Lu Kiki laughed. This is the person who agreed with you to always send good night. The mouth of a man. I tell you, these good morning and good night messages are the cheapest things because they can't give you anything. Lu Kiki despises this the most. Meng Gui, who was chatting with Cuiu, pulled a 10cm hair in public and expressed the opposite view. Most boys of our age have nothing. It's good enough to say good morning and good night. Lu Kiki looked at Meng Gui's appearance with a little contempt in her eyes. She asked, have you ever been in love? Meng Gui said seriously, of course I have. As soon as this was said, Shan Keiquan, Guo Kunan, and Cuiu around looked over. They didn't expect that a weirdo like Meng Gui had been in love. He could actually find one. How unfair goddess. Lu Kiki asked again, when was it? No matter what the other party answered, Lu Kiki swore that she would use the most sharp language to criticize Meng Gui severely and let him know the consequences of refuting herself. Meng Gui opened his mouth and said, 2015. Lu Kiki was stunned, thinking that she had heard it wrong. Which year? 2015. Meng Gui confirmed. She calculated it back and forth several times and made sure it was correct. Lu Kiki finally couldn't help asking, isn't this year 2014? Meng Gui confessed frankly, yes, I'm full of hope for next year. Lu Kiki still found an excuse and criticized Meng Gui. To be honest, we girls don't like your current appearance. Not to mention 2015, even in 2016, 2017, and 2018, you still won't be able to find a partner. Look at your hair, it's so annoying, cut it off quickly. Lu Kiki was convinced. Which boy would have 10 centimeters high hair? Meng Gui touched his gel-coated hair and said, you can't cut it. If you cut my hair, I will be less than 1.8 meters tall. When Lu Kiki saw several boys discussing dating, she listened for a while and started to mock them, saying mercilessly, do you still want to date? Guo Kunan, your skin is too dark. I suggest you whiten it and shave your beard so that you can barely look like a human being. Cuiu, the hair in your nostrils is almost growing out. Can't you cut it? Disgusting. Dan Keiquan, Change your clothes. They are really low. She criticized them one by one, using this method to hit the boys, and then used it to gain a sense of superiority and show off her status. When it was Wang Langlang's turn, Lukaki continued to criticize. You should lose weight. To be honest, you are really ugly when you are chubby. Then, she glanced at Ma Shichen, who was memorizing words. She looked disgusted and fanned her palm in front of her nose, like fanning a fly, making an extremely disgusted expression. Ma Shichen, didn't you wash your hair this morning? One side of your hair is sticking up, and your hairstyle is really tacky. Ma Shichen was memorizing words and suddenly suffered an unexpected disaster. He replied, yes, my soil is used to bury you. Different from the peaceful days of class 8. At the school gate, Che Wenyi limped to the school gate with a cane. There has never been a moment when he was so noticed as now. The students around him were looking at him, and Che Wenyi was also looking at the students around him. He himself is also a landscape. Wu Yunzi and Shang Wanqing walked into the campus together. The two looked at Che Wenyi a few more times, especially Shang Wanqing, who opened her big Kazilan eyes. The strange look made Che Wenyi feel like he was pricked by a needle, and he got goosebumps all over his body. The strong discomfort made Che Wenyi use his crutches to move forward quickly. Clang clang clang. He really walked very fast. Wow, he walks so fast. This is the first time I see a lame person walking so fast. The students around were all shocked. The noise became even louder, so Che Wenyi had to slow down and return to normal. People's eyes were still on him, as if they expected him to perform the same performance again. Che Wenyi was angry and aggrieved, but he couldn't throw away the crutches. He went to a private clinic last night, cleaned the wound, applied medicine, and wrapped it with gauze. For the time being, he could only rely on crutches. In fact, with such an injury, he could choose to take a leave, but the anger in his heart drove him to school. He wanted to make Pang Jiao pay with blood. Che Wenyi endured the humiliation and moved forward little by little. At this time, Pastor Liu behind him, holding a bun in his mouth, also stepped into the school gate. He saw Director Wang guarding the school gate, and his heart suddenly shuddered. Damn, where is this son of a bitch today? Once, Pastor Liu had a conflict with Shan Kaikun in the classroom. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Director Wang of the security department suddenly broke into the classroom. In order to resolve the consequences, Wang Langlang lied that Pastor Liu was a cripple with a strong body, but a weak mind. Director Wang did not find a reason, and returned with hatred, but he remembered that Pastor Liu was a cripple. So, in order to fulfill his lie, Pastor Liu always pretended to be a cripple when he entered the school. Whenever Director Wang was at the gate, Pastor Liu took a step forward, his body naturally tilted, and then he limped into the school. The fake cripple, with healthy limbs, naturally walked faster than the real cripple. Not long after, Pastor Liu limped and surpassed Che Wenyi. When passing by Che Wenyi, Pastor Liu looked at him in surprise and then recognized that it was Che Wenyi from the class. Pastor Liu was surprised and happy on his face. Fuck, did you make him crippled last night? Okay, Pang Jiao must be finished now. At the same time, Che Wenyi also saw Pastor Liu. He had long forgotten the details of the incident between Pastor Liu and Shan Kaikun. At this moment, seeing the healthy Pastor Liu pretending to be lame and walking with a smile on his face, Che Wenyi's face suddenly turned pale. This is too much. This is too much. He actually imitated his walking in front of him. How hateful. When Pastor Liu saw Che Wenyi staring at his walking posture and his blue face, he realized that he had misunderstood, so he quickly stood up straight. Ah Wenyi, listen to my explanation. I didn't. When Che Wenyi saw him stand up straight, healthy, his anger almost overflowed. Staring at him, this man has already asked for death. Chapter 599 picked up. Yazhou number 4 middle school. On the campus avenue leading to the end of the Sea of Learning, two lame men struggled to move forward. Students who didn't know the situation couldn't help but sigh at this scene. What a spirit of learning. Class 8 classroom is a different scene. There are less than 15 minutes before the start of morning self-study, and students are arriving one after another. After experiencing the chicken soup poisoning case at the school gate last time, many classmates, such as Jiang Ning, Xin Yaoling and other beautiful girls, all joined the small dining table plan. At first, Kyo-kun was very excited. He yearned for freedom and discovered for the first time that the small dining table that bound him was so beautiful. It was because, after eating at the small dining table, Dong Qingfeng could no longer provide loving breakfast for his beloved Meng Xian. How could Dong Qingfeng, who had no chance to bring food, compare with him? Dong Qingfeng has only been with Xian for 2 months, so how can he compare with him who has known Meng Xian for almost a year and a half? His position in Xian's heart will always be a priority and can never be replaced. However, Kyo-kun looked angry. He never expected that Dong Qingfeng, his grandson, would prepare breakfast after knowing that he could not bring breakfast. Kyo-kun once wanted to compete with Dong Qingfeng, but he was helpless because the other party was too well prepared. The breakfast he chose was not as good as the other party in terms of appearance or taste. He did not want to be a supporting role, so he gave up. Kyo-kun sat in his seat in a daze. The next moment, Dong Qingfeng appeared at the door of the classroom. Kyo-kun suddenly tensed up, as if facing a great enemy. Dong Qingfeng was carrying a handbag. Judging from the appearance alone, the weight was definitely not light. Within Kyo-kun's sight, Dong Qingfeng was carrying a bag and gave some things to Jiang Yanan, Shen Qinj, and Xin Yaoling. Then he talked and laughed for a few words before ushering to the back row. Meng Xian, I brought a basket of crystal shrimp dumplings today. Come and try them. As he said that, Dong Qingfeng took out a paper box and gently opened it. Kyo-kun took a casual look and saw 4 dumplings that were as round as balls and had a translucent outer skin. He looked carefully and could even see the tender edge shrimp inside the outer skin. You can imagine what it tastes like without eating it. Meng Xian was surprised. Last time, Lukaki shared it in the group. It was very expensive. Did you buy it? Although there were only 4 small crystal shrimp dumplings, the price of this box was definitely more than 20 yuan, which can be said to be 5 yuan per bite. Kyo-kun next to him looked unnatural. Damn, Dong Qingfeng really spends a lot of money to pick up girls. But what he said was, it's okay, not expensive. With Kyo-kun's family background, he could certainly afford it, but he would definitely feel bad to buy so many at a time, to give them to others. Dong Qingfeng smiled gracefully, as long as you like it. Then, he took out another paper bowl and introduced, there is also a portion of coconut milk taro. The weather is starting to get colder, so I asked the boss to add a layer of insulation bag. Try the temperature. He kindly helped Meng Xian open the lid. The two chatted happily for a few words, and Dong Qingfeng left with satisfaction. Meng Xian took a bite of the crystal shrimp dumpling, and then looked at Kyo-kun, whose face was a little dark at the moment. Well, this shrimp dumpling is delicious. Do you want one? Meng Xian asked. Kyo-kun's mouth twitched. How could he eat the food of his rival? If he ate it, how could he still have the face to stay in class 8? This involves the dignity of a man, which is absolutely intolerable and cannot be compromised. Kyo-kun forced a smile. No, I don't like to eat these. Meng Xian saw that his face was ugly and she thought about it and probably knew what his reason was. But Dong Qingfeng was too careful. Meng Xian couldn't bear to reject the kindness of a boy. If that happened, I don't know how disappointed Dong Qingfeng would be. He is such a kind person, and he should be treated gently by the world. Therefore, Meng Xian could only wrong herself and was forced to deal with the 2 boys. Meng Xian suddenly became depressed. She blamed herself and said, it's all my fault. I made you misunderstand me. Seeing her drooping eyebrows and looking lost, Kyo-kun's inner resentment was reduced by half. He felt pity for her, so he waved his hand and said, haha, I didn't misunderstand you. Meng Xian, that's good. I see Jiang Ning often plays with Chen Xiaoyu, Zheng Lu, Bai Yuxia and others. They are just ordinary classmates. Kyo-kun looked at Jiang Ning in the southwest of the classroom. He was playing a game with Chen Xiaoyu and Zheng Lu. Kyo-kun had played that game when he was a child. It was called flipping the rope. It was to use a rope to tie a loop. One person used his fingers to weave a pattern, and the other person took it with his fingers and flipped it into another pattern. They took turns weaving and flipping until one person could not weave and flip anymore. Kyo-kun was disdainful at first. How old are you, and still playing this kind of game? Isn't flipping the rope something that only elementary school students play? But deep down, He felt a little sour. In the process of playing cat's tangle, physical contact is inevitable. If he could play cat's tangle with a beautiful girl, he would be willing to do it. He couldn't imagine how happy his smile would be. Kyo-kun looked over there, and deep down he felt that maybe Jiang Ning and the others were just slightly better classmates. In junior high school, there was a boy in his class who had a good relationship with many girls. Every time he went out to play, there were 4 or 5 girls around him. Compared with Jiang Ning, that boy was much shorter and less handsome. He was a cute boy, so he was liked by girls. Thinking of this, Kyo-kun suddenly realized maybe Jiang Ning is just a playmate in their hearts. However, when it was King Feng's turn, Kyo-kun was still a little unhappy, but he could only emphasize generously, "I know you are ordinary classmates. Mengzian, thank you for understanding me. After the morning self-study class, let's go to the cafeteria to eat together." The noise in the classroom gradually subsided. At this time, Che-wei, leaning on a cane, limped out of the front door. He stood there with an expressionless face. Shankei-wei in the first row raised her head and glimpsed Che-wei's figure, which frightened her to the point of suffocation. Last night, before Liu Chuandao and the others took action, Shankei-wei imitated Pang Jiao's tone and yelled that she was one of the accomplices. If Che-wei found out, Shankei-wei couldn't imagine the consequences. Cui strolled over from the back row, looked Che-wei up and down, and exclaimed in amazement, "Oi, what's wrong with you? Were you retaliated by Pang Jiao?" Che-wei's eyes sank, and he returned to his seat silently without saying a word. Xin Yaoling's eyes were complicated. Che-wei told him everything about the attack last night. Xin Yaoling acted as a messenger and would ask the class teacher Shan Qingrang to do justice. Kyangli came over to support Che-wei and helped him sit down in his seat. Bai Yuxia felt that his mental state was even more unstable. In order to prevent him from being affected, she asked, "Do you want to take a leave to go home and rest?" Che-wei's first thought was, "She actually cares about me?" The disgust he felt towards the world in his heart was reduced a little. However, Che-wei's face remained gloomy, and he said firmly, "No, it's just a minor injury. I have something important to do." As he said that, he glanced at Pang Jiao in the distance with a vicious look, and waited. "You will pay the price." 5 minutes later, Shan Qingrang stood on the podium. The trial of Class 8 began. Che-wei was the first to stand up, holding on to his crutches, limping onto the podium, and complained, "Class teacher, Pang Jiao robbed my things yesterday. After being punished, she was dissatisfied and deliberately retaliated at night. She attacked me in the alley." As soon as the voice fell, Pang Jiao stood up and said angrily, "Who hit you? Which eye of yours saw me?" Che-wei sneered, "I didn't see you, because I was put in a sack by you." As soon as this was said, the whole audience was in an uproar. Countless classmates looked at Pang Jiao. "Unbelievable." Cuiu exclaimed. Pang Jiao gave artificial respiration several times and saved people from danger. "I thought she was still the little medical fairy, but I didn't expect that she was actually the little poison fairy." Meng Jiui, "Sure enough, you can't judge a book by its cover." Shan Qingrang coughed twice. "Quiet," Che-wei angrily denounced, "although I didn't see you, do you think I couldn't recognize it as you? I heard your voice, your unique voice, like the roar of a lion. No matter where you are, it is like a firefly in the dark, so bright, so unique. How could I make a mistake?" At the end, Che-wei almost gritted his teeth. Wang Lang suddenly realized, it turns out, that she has left such a vivid impression in your heart without you realizing it. Wu Zhaoqi, what is this? Hujun, it is a bond of mutual attraction and emotional connection that is unique to humans. It is not only a personal need, but also a social one. Xin Yaoling was confused. Aren't they interrogating? Wang Lang, yes. So no matter what impression she left on you, beating someone is illegal. Pang Jiao, it's your turn to speak. After that, Wang Lang stretched out his hand and invited Pang Jiao to debate. Pang Jiao roared, "Who hit you? You are talking nonsense. Yanyan and I were drinking milk tea last night." Wang Yanyan rolled her eyes. "Why do you say we hit you without evidence? If you have the ability, show us the evidence." Zhang Yifei, you are framing us. If you have the ability, find evidence. Che Wei was so angry that he was furious and threw away his crutches. After 5 minutes, Shan Qingrong intervened. Che Wei, no matter what, you should still provide evidence. What if someone else hit you? Che Wei said flatly, impossible. I have such a good relationship with people. It is impossible for anyone else to hit me. Duan Shigang stood up and spoke for justice. Let me say something fair. It's not that all he suspects Pang Jiao and you, but in terms of motive, you are most likely to hit Che Wei. Liu Chuandao, who was watching the show in the audience, agreed. You are right. Until the end of the morning self-study class, Che Wei still failed to prove that Pang Jiao was the murderer. He sat in his seat with hatred, his chest full of anger, and there was no room for breakfast, so he simply didn't go to eat. Duan Shigang and Liu Chuandao were very disappointed. They thought they could take down Pang Jiao in one go, but in the end, they failed to break Pang Jiao's defense. The two looked at each other and came up with a new plan. Especially Duan Shigang, who knew that once he took action, he must solve the problem thoroughly and never give up halfway. The two found the front row, intending to talk to Che Wei and give him advice. Che Wei glanced at the two and said nothing, especially Liu Chuandao, who was on his blacklist. Duan Shigang considered his words and asked, Oi, what are you going to do? Che Wei had a blank expression. If the school can't give me justice, I will let the police give me justice. Duan Shigang and Liu Chuandao looked at each other and thought that this would not work. Although their actions were very covert in the place where the incident happened was an alley with no surveillance, there would be no risk of exposure. However, if Che Wei was determined to let the police investigate, as long as they were willing to spend time and check one by one, they might really find some clues. Then they would be the ones who were unlucky. Duan Shigang sorted out the clues and said, Oi, I just heard you say that when you were attacked, you heard Pang Jiao's voice. Liu Chuandao was surprised and said, they are too rampant. They actually dared to make a sound. This topic touched Che Wei's heart, and he was indignant. Yes, it was the sound of them talking. Liu Chuandao looked around and saw that there were no people in the classroom. He lowered his voice. Did you keep any audio evidence? If there is evidence, Pang Jiao will not be able to argue at all. Che Wei shook his head. The incident happened too suddenly. Liu Chuandao sighed. Then there is no way. Duan Shigang suddenly said, I do have a way. I think you should not call the police first. You were beaten and failed to identify Pang Jiao. She must be very rampant now. Maybe she will beat you up tonight. At this point, Liu Chuandao came on stage and he personally instructed, hey, when the time comes, you can secretly record with your mobile phone as evidence. Che Wei's face changed. He couldn't help asking, will I be beaten again? Duan Shigang's expression relaxed and he advised, hey, think about it. If you don't get beaten again, wouldn't the beating you received last night be in vain? It seems to make sense. Che Wei thought seriously. However, when he thought of being beaten again, Che Wei was scared from the bottom of his heart. Can I find someone to help me watch from the side? Then I don't have to be beaten, just catch them directly? Duan Shigang shook his head. Don't treat people as fools. If you find someone to watch from the side, what if Pang Jiao and the others find out and don't beat them? That's true. Che Wei nodded. Seeing that Che Wei initially adopted their plan, the two left with satisfaction. Duan Shigang sent a message. Mouse, come to work. Campus. This morning, the cafeteria made crispy and delicious chicken patties. Zhu Yuantang and the twins ran away in a hurry, intending to grab one more pie. So Jiang Ning fell behind and was picked up by Jinglu. In the campus in mid-November, the leaves of the poplar trees on the roadside were almost all gone, and the bare appearance was a little ugly, filled with the breath of early winter. The cement floor was covered with many crushed yellow leaves. Jiang Ning and Jinglu walked together. The bright morning sun shone through the sparse treetops, forming mottled light and shadows, which fell on people and brought some warmth. The students around them put on winter clothes and hurried to the cafeteria. Even the speed of conversation became much faster, just wanting to get to the cafeteria quickly to enjoy breakfast. In such a fast pace, Jinglu felt a long-lost tranquility. She deliberately slowed down her pace to make the section slower and slower. Jiang Lu saw that he was only wearing a thin long-sleeved shirt and suddenly asked, "Aren't you cold?" Chapter 600, Terrifying Weapons. Cold? Jiang Ning felt the temperature around him. After being tempered by the thunder spell, he would not feel cold, even if he walked in the coldest places on Earth, the North and South Poles. Not cold, Jiang Ning answered. If he didn't like to attract strange looks, he could still wear only a long-sleeved shirt in the winter, when the temperature was several degrees below zero. In contrast, Jiang Lu was wrapped tightly. She wore a white sweater on her upper body, a lamb wool coat, and a pair of light pink corduroy pants on her legs. The furry surface made people want to rub them. We two walked together, like people from two different seasons. Jiang Lu smiled lightly. Jiang Ning glanced at her. "You better wear more clothes to keep warm." Jiang Lu lowered her head. She usually chose loose-fitting clothes to cover her figure so as not to be laughed at by other girls. Jiang Ning followed her gaze calmly. Jiang Lu's clothes today were very cute. The disadvantage was that the clothes made of velvety material were easily stained with dust. He urged his spiritual power, flicked his fingers, and silently moistened her clothes, outlining an attractive arc along the way, and dispelling the stubborn dust. Jiang Lu stretched out her hand and blew air. She looked at the crowd in front of her, and found that the girls were wearing more clothes, while the boys were generally wearing less. So she asked, "Are girls more afraid of the cold?" Jiang Ning walked very slowly. Hearing this question, he felt a little funny. As a girl, doesn't Jiang Lu have more say? He didn't refute like before. He was no longer the ignorant boy he used to be. It was this kind of conversation that showed that she wanted to chat with him. "Not really, look at her," Jiang Ning said. Tan Mealing from class 9 next door passed by swaying, and her hips twisted slightly as she walked. Jiang Lu was silent for a while when she saw Tan Mealing showing her slender waist. She would never accept such an outfit. The other students who were so leisurely and not in a hurry to rush to the cafeteria to grab food were the tall and handsome Wu Yunzi nearby. He was with Lan Zichen and her bestie. Although the last experience at Jihuan BBQ was terrible, causing Lan Zichen to almost give up on Wu Yunzi, the two were still assigned to the same small dining table. In addition, Wu Yunzi deliberately approached them, so after class every day, they would go to the small dining table together. Wu Yunzi was not slow or hurried, and also saw Jiang Ning and the girl next to him. "It's different again," Wu Yunzi complained in his heart, but fortunately, the other party only brought a girl this time. He looked at the girl carefully and gradually had an impression of her. At the playground, he remembered that the girl had a very good figure. Compared with the flat Lan Zichen, the difference was like heaven and earth. Wu Yunzi slightly quickened his pace and appeared in the sight of Jiang Ning and the others, ready to show his presence. He raised his voice a few degrees and said, "Zichen, after the rain yesterday, the temperature dropped several degrees. Lan Zichen, it's almost winter. I bought several clothes on Double 11. Yeah, it's a bit cold," Wu Yunzi said. "So I specially." Lan Zichen wore a dark chestnut beret, which set off her black hair and made her look more fashionable. Wu Yunzi wore a white Adidas hooded jacket. The style of this jacket is relatively classic. He is tall and handsome, so he is quite handsome. Hat, I have one too. Wu Yunzi smiled crookedly. The opportunity he was waiting for came. As a cool little expert, Wu Yunzi specially practiced the action of wearing a hat. He only needs to shake his shoulders lightly, and the hood of the jacket will fall smoothly on his head under the action of inertia. Then the hat covers half of his face, but it will never cover his handsomeness. When he puts his hands in his pockets, that kind of elegant posture will definitely make girls amazed. As an orthodox handsome guy, Wu Yunzi is very good at using his handsomeness to show his masculine charm to attract girls, instead of ordinary male classmates who only rely on flattery. Wu Yunzi had preset a cool scene in his mind. He slowed down his pace and walked to the opposite side of Jiang Ning and the others, with his hands in his pockets, looking very handsome. Then, he shook his shoulders naturally. He had practiced this action countless times, and every detail had been carefully polished. However, this time, as he shook, the hat did not slide down his head as he wished. Wu Yunzi was stunned. What's going on? He was a little confused, but he quickly adjusted himself and shook his shoulders again, but the hat did not move. After trying several times in a row, Wu Yunzi began to doubt his life. Lan Zichen thought his movements were too strange. Why was he walking on the road and shaking his shoulders inexplicably? It was much more weird than some boys who like to play basketball and suddenly shoot while walking on the road. Wu Yunzi's movements were purposeless, just shaking there, looking like he had epilepsy. Lan Zichen asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Wu Yunzi wondered, "Why not? Why can't I just throw my hat up?" They were almost at the cafeteria. Jiang Ning and Zhenglu walked forward. In front of them was a small garden with dozens of square flower beds standing quietly. It was early winter, and many flowers had withered, leaving only bare moist soil. Wu Yunzi's strange behavior also attracted Zhenglu's attention. She deliberately looked at Jiang Ning, suspecting his mental state. In Jiang Ning's sight, a spiritual force pressed Wu Yunzi's hat firmly on his back, making him unable to move at all. Jiang Ning sneered, "I don't allow others to act cool in front of me." Wu Yunzi turned his head and saw the strange looks of Lan Zichen and the others. He was very annoyed and embarrassed. The strong embarrassment aroused his competitive spirit. He could obviously take his hands out of his trouser pockets and put on his hat. But after several failures, he would never be allowed to compromise like this. He had to complete this action to save his lost face. Wu Yunzi increased his strength. He not only shook his shoulders, but also used the strength of his waist. Success or failure, it was at this moment. Wu Yunzi bent down suddenly and swung violently, arousing strong inertia. Jiang Ning released his spiritual power. Finally, the hat behind Wu Yunzi moved and covered his head as he wished. When Wu Yunzi noticed the strange feeling on his head, he was very relieved. Before he could be happy, the next moment, because the force he used was too strong, and the ground was a little slippery after last night's rain, his whole body lost balance and fell into the flower bed. Cough cough cough. Because the scene was too funny, Zhenglu couldn't help coughing several times in a row. Wu Yunzi's head was stuck in the flower bed, feeling the cold soil on his face. His nerves broke. Instinctively, he used the strength of his waist to pull himself out of the flower bed. However, the action was too difficult, and only girls majoring in dance could do it, so Wu Yunzi arched his head in the mud twice. Next to Lan Zichen, a boy in a work jacket asked with a smile, "Is he your friend?" It was too embarrassing. Lan Zichen subconsciously wanted to refute, but Wu Yunzi was already so miserable, she couldn't bear to add insult to injury, and finally nodded and said, "He is my classmate." Wu Yunzi struggled twice, took his hands out of his trouser pockets, and honestly helped himself up. He felt the astonished eyes of Jiang Ning and others over there from the corner of his eye. Wu Yunzi wanted to destroy the world, and even didn't eat. He wiped the mud off his face, turned his head, and left in the opposite direction. After he was far away, Zhenglu laughed out loud. She covered her mouth, her eyes were shining with tears, her shoulders trembled, and her chest rose and fell. The atmosphere was particularly pleasant for a while. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Zhenglu, good guy, I didn't expect to see you here." A boy in a work jacket looked surprised. His appearance interrupted Zhenglu's happiness. Zhenglu frowned and looked at him. He looked familiar, but she couldn't call out his name. "I'm Ji Zuan, a junior high school classmate." Ji Zuan introduced himself. His eyes inadvertently passed by Jiang Ning, and then turned back to Zhenglu. No wonder Yi Mengchen claimed last time that Zhenglu has become very good looking and has a great figure. Seeing him today, it is indeed true. Hearing his name, Zhenglu finally remembered who he was. A former junior high school classmate, the study committee member of their class. He was handsome, bright-eyed, and sang very well. He once sang Jay Chou's songs at the school party. Many girls thought he was very talented, and one of the outstanding boys in the class. "Oh, aren't you in number 1 middle school?" Zhenglu was surprised. When she applied for the college, Ji Zuan and other students with good grades were very active in the class group, so she had an impression of where those students went. It's a long story. Ji Zuan started, ready to have a good talk with her to regain the familiar feeling. He deliberately glanced at Jiang Ning, hoping that the other party would have surmised and leave quickly, to make room for their old classmates to reminisce. Zhenglu said decisively, "Since you have so much to say, let's stop talking for now. Let's eat soon." Ji Zuan, huh? Zhenglu looked at the door of the cafeteria and walked faster, as if to get rid of Jizuan. Jiang Ning, let's eat quickly, otherwise there will be too many people. Okay. Jiang Ning stepped forward and quickly passed Jizuan, and walked into the cafeteria. Looking at the backs of the two, Jizuan's expression froze. The reason why he transferred from Yazhou No. 1 middle school to Yazhou No. 4 middle school was because his relative worked at Changqing Liquid. According to the recruitment requirements of Changqing Liquid, students who graduated from Yazhou No. 4 middle school will be given priority in the future. His relative is in charge of the marketing department of Changqing Liquid. Because Changqing Liquid is the only one in the world, his relative is like a big boss when negotiating business. He is supplied with delicious food and drinks by many places, and all kinds of things are received. His parents were moved, so they found a relationship and transferred him to No. 4 middle school for the advantage of future recruitment. Jizuan has great ambitions and asks himself that the future is definitely not a thing in the pond. Although Changqing Liquid has a huge reputation, how can young people be willing to be trapped in a small city enterprise? His future is destined to be in Shanghai, Nanxi, and Lincheng. How could he agree to give up his familiar classmates and transfer to the unfamiliar No. 4 middle school? But his parents bought him an iPhone 6 Plus, a desktop computer, and ad shoes. In addition, there was no pretty girl in Jizuan's previous class, so he agreed without hesitation. So, Jizuan, with a novice gift bag, came to Yazhou No. 4 middle school. The first sight today made him lock on Zhenglu. Jizuan stood at the entrance of the cafeteria with a calm look in his eyes, thinking about a way. Small dining table. All the boys who passed by the No. 29 dining table would take a second look. In fact, there were too many female classmates at this table. Most of the dining tables in the cafeteria have a male-female ratio of 1:1, but the dining table in front of them has reached an astonishing 1:7. What's more unusual is that the 6 girls with different looks on this table have their own styles. Except for that little girl, all the other girls are amazing. Jiang Ning, why is there wonton in your bowl? Tang Fu took a piece of chicken pie and stared at the bowl in front of him. After climbing the mountain together, Tang Fu felt that they were now close friends, and they were more familiar with each other. Chen Xiaoyu, teacher Jiuo called him. Chen Xiking, it's only available at the teacher's window. In order to take care of the teachers, the canteen has set up a special stove, where teachers can enjoy freshly cooked food such as wontons and noodles. Jiang Ning reached out and scooped a wonton. A few fresh and fragrant shrimps floated in the spoon. He took a bite, and the clear soup made from the big bones and the delicate and soft texture of the wonton slowly melted in his mouth. Zhu Yuantang looked at Jiang Ning, intending that he would take the initiative to honor her, but Tang Fu acted more decisively. She said, "Let me have a taste." Zhu Yuantang curled his lips, disliking the big guy next to him. Jiang Ning gave Tang Fu a few wontons, which were not many to begin with, and then left most of the bowl for Zhu Yuantang. The atmosphere at the dinner table was very harmonious. With Tang Fu around, there would never be a dull moment. She found all kinds of topics to talk about. Then they talked about bomb attacks in foreign countries, how many casualties they caused, etc. Tang Fu put herself in their shoes and asked, if we were attacked by a bomb, could we run away? Jiang Ning, you are a sports student, you can definitely run away. After being praised, Tang Fu laughed foolishly for a while and said modestly, ha ha ha, just so. Bei Yuxia wanted to laugh when she heard it. The silly girl really couldn't tell that she was being teased. Chen Xiaoyu, what if it's an atomic bomb? Can we still run away? Tang Fu, it depends on when it is dropped. If it is dropped slowly, I will definitely run away. Sister Chen Xiking said, the explosion range of an atomic bomb is very large. Tang Fu, it's only a few kilometers. It's easy for me to run a few kilometers. Chen Xiaoyu, if it's a hydrogen bomb, I heard that the range is dozens of kilometers. Dozens of kilometers are no problem for me. Don't forget, I ran a 21-kilometer half marathon. Tang Fu looked fearless. Seeing how confident she was, Chen Xiaoyu was ready to bring up a more powerful weapon to defeat her undefeated myth. She thought about it, but couldn't think of anything, so she asked Bei Yuxia, is there a weapon in the world that is more powerful than a hydrogen bomb? This question really stumped Bei Yuxia. Girls are generally not keen on studying weapons, and boys are more interested in this aspect. She tried to recall the nuclear weapons that her father had talked about before. At this time, Tang Fu spoke. "Of course there are you stupid?" Bai Yuxia stopped thinking and looked at Tang Fu, trying to expand her knowledge from her. Tang Fu said, "The big hydrogen bomb." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.